Hello everyone. Welcome. It's spring. Spring is here, guys. Big time for StarCraft. Let's go. And it's not just me today. We have the great Zun. Zun? Jun? How do you want to pronounce it?
It's Sean, but you can call me whatever.
Sean. Okay.
How are we doing today on?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty fantastic. And yeah, springtime, man. Like all the plants are out, the leaves are actually on the trees for a change. Yeah, it's a good time to be alive.
Well, unless you have allergies. Admittedly, it's been a little rough, but...
I guess it's not so pleasant for everyone.
You get what you get sometimes, you know? And
yeah.
But it also means that we have some great StarCraft ahead of us. 2 days, incredible Brood War.
Yeah, some good plays in the bracket.
Yeah, 1 second here. I can even show it off if I remember the button.
Ooh, fancy.
All
Look
right.
at that.
Yeah, I mean, this is shaping up to be an incredible event. We got Dual Wall, Ultra, ILPQ, Striker, Klauso, Zero, IJ, Julian, Streamline, Zeddy, Javier, good old Boneth. I'm excited to see him play. Dexter, Worth, Napoleon. I don't know why. I just love watching Boneth play.
Yeah, Boneth and DeWalt probably the two favorites in this tournament, has to be said. But there are some other guys in here that definitely have a fighting chance. My eyes are going to be on, like Zero and Striker for sure. They're two pretty strong Zergs.
Yeah. I'm eyeing Striker, in my opinion, as definitely like top 3 rounding out between DeWalt and Boneth. But I mean, I can see Worst making a run in here. I can see Julian making a run in here. You know?
Right.
Zero, even as we were talking about. I think there's a lot of potential in this bracket.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I do still think that Bonnie and DeWalt probably going to be in that top 2 spot, but there are some contenders here. It's not going to be a shoo-in for them too.
No, but of course, they are lucky. There is a lower bracket, so if they if something goes horribly wrong, they have a chance at coming back.
Yeah, definitely double elimination going to be helping things along. And when we do eventually get all the way to that grand finals, whoever did come up from that loser bracket will be suffering a bit of a 1-0 deficit to overcome as well, to make the most of that. Yeah, I like that. I like that format.
Yeah, so just a quick recap as you bring it up. Day 1 is all going to be best of 3s. It's going to be these first 3 rounds. Lots of games to cover in here. Day 2 is going to be all best of 5s, and with the finals being a best of 7 with a 1-0 start to whoever makes it through the upper bracket.
Right. It's about as fair as you can make a tournament like this, giving players as maximum possibility of coming back if they do get a little bit unlucky in that double elim format.
Yeah. I know a lot of people like the runbacks where you do like a best of 5 into another best of 5 or best of 3, whatever.
Right.
But I don't know. I think the 1-0 starts yeah. We have a Tekken tournament, right, that we do for our community CSLs, and we do that. We do best of 5 into best of 5, but that's usually a total of 8 minutes. Yeah, I'm exaggerating a little bit. It's like 10 to 15 for both best of 5s, but still, All right, in that time, I've built my 3rd hatchery.
Yeah, you're kind of lucky if one game goes that long in StarCraft. If you're cheesing, maybe it'll go that long, but generally speaking, anywhere between like 12 and 20 minutes is what you expect for one game.
Yeah, so unfortunately not the best format for our game, but that's fine. Even with a 1-0 start, I still think the series can be incredibly dynamic.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see where this goes today. It's kind of hard to squeeze in everyone playing live on the day. A little bit of organization pressure for you to make sure all the players are ready to play on time and what have you.
Oh yeah. Admittedly, like, as much as I try and run this like I would a live event, like at a LAN or something, at a LAN it's really easy to walk up to someone, tap them on the shoulder, and go, "Hey, get to a computer real quick.
Get in the game, guy."
Here it's like, "Hello." Discord at you. Hello.
Hope they're at the computer.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was in the bathroom. Brother, I've been pinging you for 20 minutes. But yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
I should probably hit the start tournament button, as players are asking. But yes, now
That'll
the
help.
bracket is officially live. We are good to go.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see where these players stack up against one another. We've got probably at least 4 or 5 players in here, which I think will be fighting for their like top 2 spot. It's not going to be such a one-sided event.
No, and I mean, anytime you have DeWalt in an event, you're like, all right, DeWalt versus who? But I really do think it is going to be like, he's going to be dropping maps left and right if he makes it all the way to the finals, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think it'll be super easy for him. And even though he is a very strong gamer, like, he does bleed. We've seen, you know, I think even at Zero did pretty good against DeWalt in an event not too long ago, actually.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Everyone's like, whoa, did you see that? I was like, there's no... And I was like, holy crap. Like,
Right,
first of
right.
all,
No, that was...
GG Zero.
Go on.
Hello. Like,
yeah. Well, Zero's like kind of a bit of a sleeping dragon in a way. Like, you know, you wouldn't expect him to be that capable of a player, but, you know, he puts in the time, he grinds, he's got a lot of passion for the game, and he's been improving quite steadily. Bit of a good 2v2 player, but his 1v1's looking a lot better these days.
I mean, everyone loves a good 2v2, though, you know?
Oh, yeah. Just pure chaos in 2v2, man. I love that stuff.
As long as it's not an island map, like, I might be a Zerg, but I'm really bad with mutas, so I prefer the non-island maps.
Like Sparkle, you hate Sparkle, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, God. When Sparkle was in for BWCL, oh, that hurt. That hurt my soul.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember playing a 2v2 with Love Snow for like a BWCL on Sparkle, and I was trying to explain to him that he can't just go Wraiths because they can just make Corsairs and counter both of us. And like after his cloaked Wraiths died to the Corsairs, he's like, huh, I guess you can't just go Wraiths. I'm like, you think?
That is the most Love Snow story, too. That's the best part. Love the dude to death, but that is peak Love Snow.
Yeah, fun times, man. How's everyone doing in the chat today?
Oh, everyone's rolled in here. I think you're going to have a good day. Everyone's going to watch some StarCraft. Listen to your beautiful voice. Bean. I can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have a good time. I'm always into StarCraft, man. I've been following this game for 25 years.
God, yeah, it has been that long, hasn't it? Admittedly, I didn't get into the competitive until like 2019, but I've been playing since 2001.
Right.
It's weird to think about.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, when I was like 14 years old, someone just handed me the leadership for the national UK A and B team. So I was like, okay, Nation War time, just from a young age of 14. It's a long time ago now. It's 21 years ago.
Yeah. I remember my brother's older than me. I was 5. He's 7 years old, so he was like 12. And his buddy had Warcraft. And they're like, oh, hey, StarCraft, try this.
Yeah.
And then my brother was into all the sports, so I'm at home. Like, ooh, what's this computer game my brother was playing? Oh, this is fun. And here we are, God, 24 years later. Oh.
Yeah, fun times, man. I mean, back in the day, you'd get people just playing the UMS maps only as well. Like, there was a lot more people playing this game just for fun, right? Like, there was so many good maps back in the day, like Evolves or whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I did for most of the time. It's like, oh, you know, hop on, play some Sunken Defense, and, you know, whatever, Mini-Town Defense. You want to play, like, one of those, what were they called? RPs, I think, where you spawn stuff in, you build bases and whatever. Like, just like, whatever, man. There was so many different games to play, but now we all play one game, and it's 1v1.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you do still see like some people queuing up for. I play a little bit of 3v3 here and there. There's some of those kind of games going on. Occasionally, you see people playing UMS, but nowhere near as much as they used to. Like back in the day, like there was just hundreds of lobbies going on throughout the day.
Oh God, yes. And it was always great because you'd log in and it's like, oh, there's like 8,000, 10,000 games open right now. All right, join. You actually had to filter. That was back, it wasn't even at the top. It was on the side, you remember? They had the big old buttons.
Massive buttons.
I
it was like
miss
watching
that.
Lost or something, those big, massive, clunky sounds. Yeah, I love that.
All right, 1 second here. Looks like we have a game.
Nice, nice.
All right, yeah. And the great thing is that it's still the same game. If you go get those maps, most of them still work.
Yeah,
I
it's
think a
kind of
couple of
crazy
them
to
broke
think
with like the
about.
remaster update, but
Well, the
I'm not
replays
an
definitely
expert.
did. If you've got those old replays, they don't work anymore.
Yeah, it's true. I actually think I still have a 1.16 installer, like not remastered.
Oh, damn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess you
And I
could go
got it
back on an
somewhere.
old version. Right.
And I mean, I also have a what is it called? A Dell Tower, like a 2002 Gateway. That's what it is. It's not Dell, it's a Gateway. It's older. I picked it up like my last job, and they're like, someone came in and it's like, oh yeah, we just took this out of an office. We had a good laugh, and I'm like, I'm taking that home, and I want to get it
Yeah.
spruced up with a nice 80 gig hard drive. You know, throw Brood War on it, solid XP. Might be able to get to run Win 7. Not sure.
Yeah, yeah. Man, it's kind of crazy to think about how long this game has been alive for. I do wonder if it's going to be alive for a very long time. Like, it might just be one of those retro RTSs we keep coming back to, and it never really dies fully. And even like 10 years
Yeah.
from now, it'll probably still be here.
The thing that Brood War has over any other game, even StarCraft 2, which I think will last quite a while, even though it's a dead game, is that it can be played offline. So you
Right.
can realistically, and this is why they made StarCraft 2 online only, you can go and get some, versions of it with you and your buddies and just play.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I think we're going to be jumping right into the first match between Zero and IJ inside Job. It's going to be a Zerg
Yes.
versus Terran on Radiant right away, guys. Let's get into it.
All right, do you want to kick us off?
Okay, we got spawning in the top right here as the red Terran. It's IJ. Having a little bit of nerves maybe at the start, having some trouble with his split. And his opponent spawning down here in the bottom right. I believe that's Olive. It's going to be Zero from Bombastic Star League. I love working with this guy. He's always a pleasure to cast
Zero
with.
is a great guy.
Yeah.
But me and him have had disagreements on things, but every time, like, he came to CS LAN last year, and, like, we hung out, and it was just, like, great dude to talk with, great dude to hang out with. Great tournament organizer. Genuinely.
I've not had the pleasure of meeting him in person, but he does seem like a really chill guy. I would like to meet him one day.
Come to CS LAN this year. He'll probably be there. Looks like he's going to qualify in the points.
I mean, he might. I mean, he's definitely been performing well enough to get enough points to do so.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, if I actually don't think I have a command for the standings, which is a silly thing on my part, but if you are in the top 8 for the points for the season, you get a travel voucher to come to Chicago for CS LAN.
That's pretty dope, man. Get a little bit of
Yeah.
compensation, making sure you can get to the event. I like that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's how we make sure, like, the top players actually get to come, because, I mean, flying from Poland to Chicago, not
Right.
cheap.
Certainly wouldn't be
you
cheap
know?
for me either, yeah.
So it's one of those, like, I mean, nothing's cheap these days, but that's a different issue.
Yeah, hello inflation.
So yeah, it's one of those, like, all right, I can offer a couple dollars. You come out, like, hopefully it comes back in the fact that people come to the LAN and enjoy, I
Right.
think it's all worth it in the end.
Yeah.
And honestly,
You got a pretty...
don't tell the
Go on.
IRS, but I do it because I enjoy this.
Hey, I'm not gonna say nothing, buddy. Mum's the word. Yeah, so we got just a standard 12 hatch coming up from Zero here. Looks
Yeah.
like he's okay. He's gonna be making a fast gas as well, so we'll be optimizing for that tech timing, getting that fast layer most likely, and a pretty interesting wall here from Inside Job.
Yeah,
He's
this
got
is
a
off
fast
the
gas as
plate.
well, so I think he's gonna build a factory in the wall here.
So, one thing that Inside Job is known for doing is a 2-port Wraith build.
That's what I
and
was
I'm
thinking he
pretty
was
sure
gonna do.
This is it. Yeah,
Yeah,
this feels
this-
very much it.
This does feel like that. We'll certainly know for sure if he keeps all 3 on gas once this factory goes down.
Yeah, which it should. There it is. And yep.
Yeah.
They're still mining away.
I mean, technically, this could still be a vulture drop, but I mean, I would always
Yeah.
predict this to be a two-port Wraith in this scenario, even not knowing their preferences.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, when you're walling off, you're trying to hide something, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
It is interesting that he doesn't just go for like the standard wall, but I guess this is what he prefers.
Well, it is
easier to get out
radio, and
with
it's kind of
vultures and
hard to
stuff.
wall in on this map, to be fair to him. So he's kind of making the
That's
most
fair.
out of a bad situation. And the drone scout's going to come in, though, and spot this. He's going to be thinking, hang on a minute, okay, this must be some kind of 1-1-1 build, or maybe, yeah, like a two-port Wraith or something. Zero is definitely going to be wanting to keep this drone here for a couple of seconds longer and see if there's extra Marines being made, or if there's going to be a faster add-on or something.
Yeah, and currently it looks like we are going to get no add-on. And 2 starports go down. This
Definitely
is
not surprising me.
So Inside Job and I play a lot, right? 'Cause we're about equal in level. And there's games
Okay.
where it's just like, oh, okay, I'm winning. I'm finally like getting good at this matchup. Even though I hate this matchup as a Zerg, I hate it. And then
I love it personally.
every once in a while, he will just 2-port Wraith me, and I lose like instantly. Like I lose like 8 drones somehow, and I'm like, what the? What just happened?
Yeah, Zero actually tried to block the SCV on the ramp and couldn't do so. So Inside Job getting a little bit of scanning information, getting side, but doesn't matter too much. Spire actually going down in the natural. A little bit of a risky play there from Zero. I mean, if he does get sunk and bust later on, losing that Spire can be problematic, but I don't think we're seeing anything like that this game. Instead, a lot of pressure going to be coming out of Inside Job in the way of the Wraiths, trying to shut down some Overlords and drones early on and try and race ahead in the game before these Mutas even become relevant.
Yeah. No, the real question is, can IJ hit critical mass before Mutas just rip them apart, right? Because
Right.
when you hit like, what is it, like 8 or so, you can actually start just taking fights against anything, just about.
Pretty much. I mean, Wraiths do have more range with their Gemini missiles than the Mutalisk Glaives. However, that's assuming like perfect micro. It's very difficult to actually execute your Wraith micro against, you know, enough count of mutas. So ideally, Inside Job wants to do some harassment initially, kill a couple of drones, kill a couple of Overlords, keep building up that Wraith count so we can then start to bully the low count of Mutalisks. And it'll take some time before Zero can stabilize.
Yeah, so we're going to fly in here. Spire's done. Should
Ooh,
probably
Bar
see
already.
the Scourge here.
Yeah, this is really well played from Zero. Like you can get a fast den to like make you know four Hydras initially to ward this away, but actually he's gone for a very fast burrow. So Inside Job should start targeting down these Overlords because he can just borrow 1 drone at a time to save those. It's a very wise investment from Zero to optimize that, but he will be supply blocked. Now we'll need to rely on his initial Mutalisks and Scourge to make sure not too many of these Overlords go down.
Whoa. Some great moving shots here.
Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Didn't quite catch them though.
Yeah. Tries to get a hit on the Vulture, and then just says, oh well. Away we go. Cloak coming on up here. This should cook pretty quickly.
Yeah. Now, the way this works is like because you have the time to build the control tower, you're only building 1 Wraith from that cycle, but it allows you to get up to the 5 Wraiths still to start potentially one-shotting these drones. The only issue is you have to use like manual move commands to align the Wraiths because the HP regen of the drones is instant. So unless you connect with all 5 burst lasers, the drone still lives.
Yeah. That's one of those things that as a Zerg player I love, but as just like a game enjoyer I've never quite understood is why the regeneration tick is instant. Because it's one of those things that's like, this should work, and then it's like, oh, you were just off. Good try, but no.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, and he forced out a cloak, and he's not going to actually catch these mutas. So, bit of a win here for Zero, killing those Marines before they can get into that bunker. Being a little bit annoying is Zero with these Mutalisks, and he's getting up to a pretty high count. I don't know, the Inside Job's got to do some damage real quick. As you can see, the drone actually survives if all of the 5 lasers don't hit simultaneously.
All right, we'll drop the burrow. Mutas are going to chase him out, but I mean, yeah, you could say like, oh, he burrowed and lost mining time, but this is a beautiful defense from Zero against the Wraiths.
Yeah, it really is. And he got a macro hatchery during all of this as well. So his economy is going to be pretty formidable. Even got a drone out on the map down here in the bottom left to snag a third gas base eventually. Vulture kind of checking around to see if he can find something like that.
So, in your opinion, because I know this has changed several times in the last 2 years, and it always kind of back and forth. As a Zerg, do you prefer to take a main or a natural against Terran?
I'm a natural guy. I love to get that 3/4 gas. So I love to take the natural and then eventually, sunken that up if I need to, and then take the back base for free. He's actually in a little bit of trouble here. He's burnt a lot of his cloak energy, and now he can't just cloak all of these Wraiths to fight the Mutas without any overlord detection nearby. So he's getting on top of all of these uncloaked Wraiths. Only 2 left remaining. 0 in a pretty big lead in this game, just waiting for those overlords to finally catch up so he can put the nail in the coffin on the air fleet of Inside Job, and he's in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Vulture's going to come down here, see the third base. He's got to be thinking, ah, crap. I mean, the natural's only, well, it's not even building the natural, it's building the high ground.
Yeah. He's got a command center building, but he's even going to snipe the SCV to shut that down. Only one single turret. He's just going to tap out and go straight into the next game. Quick win here for 0, getting a lead in this series, and he's definitely the favorite out of these two.
Yeah, very clean from 0, very much I know what I need to do here, this is what I'm gonna do, and that's what you love seeing. Especially, like, in my opinion, when you have a skill mismatch, right? And I've played a lot of high level players in both StarCraft 2 and Brood War, and I'm kind of bad at both games, so I'm kind of seeing that pros tend to, or even semi-pros, whatever you want to eliminate at.
Right.
They have 2 different ways of handling a game like this. Is they will either just macro you out of the game, right? Because they can. Like, oh yeah, just strong macro muscle, do my build order, really good. Or they'll just, not like mess with you, but like, oh, do some fun.
They force interactions. Yeah, I think what you're trying to say is they force a lot of interactions with these like micro-orientated styles and try and overwhelm you so you can't keep up with what they're trying to do, and you can't hit all your macro beats while they're harassing you and stuff like that. But we're jumping into game number 2 right away, guys, between 0 and Inside Job on Dominator. We got spawning here in the top left. Currently 1-0 down. Can he redeem himself? It's Inside Job as the blue Terran, and his opponent spawning at the 3 o'clock. It's 0 as the red zone.
So I just noticed you do the same thing that I do. If it's on like a 3, 6, 9, 12, you call it out as such. If it's not, it's the top left. It's the upper left.
Yeah, I mean, you can call that like 11, for example, but I'll just call that top left in this situation most often.
Yeah, because like ASL, they'll do it like, that would be 11 o'clock, I think, on ASL's overlays. And it's just like, it's top left. It's close enough,
Yeah.
Also,
so curious,
to be fair, clock literacy is dropping like a rock, so.
Yeah, a little bit of a jittery lag here going on. 16 low, apparently not so ideal. We got a fast 8 racks coming out from Inside Job, wanting to take the fight to 0 early on and put some even more pressure on him this game. Not quite feeling super confident in his Wraith control, instead wanting to try and get a bit of an early lead here. Now, this does set back the relative tech timings of both players by about a minute or so, depending on how much damage is done.
Ooh, is he going to drop the hatch before he sees the barracks?
Oh, it's so close. He can still make the pool if he wants to, right?
Yes.
Oh. It's going to be close.
He's going to drop the hatch.
Oh, he doesn't barely see it in time. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, he could just make the 12 pull if he does spot that barracks, but at least he knows it's coming, so he knows, the timing on when to pull drones and what have you, and he knows it won't be like a fake bunker rush kind of thing, so he will be able to have the same correct response. But there is now a window for Inside Job to do some good micro in the early game and kill, 3 or so drones and put himself into a pretty good position. It's going to be a gas follow-up to this as well.
Okay, so he's not planning on, like, really hammering home. He's just going to build, 2, 3 Marines, send them across, maybe feint a bunker. Just try and draw a response out, right? And he's got that window, as you were saying. But behind this, he's going to probably get a factory. He might go into mech. This kind of feels like a game where you go into back if you can get enough damage done in the early game.
Well, I mean,
Especially
he's
for
going to
something
try
like
and get
Inside
some
Job.
vultures out early on at the very least. Yeah, he just needs to hope that Zero doesn't make a sunken in response to this early pressure. He's probably going to rely primarily on drone control to deny this rush from being successful, and won't even be thinking about throwing down an early creep colony to defend against a vulture run. But he does manage to get some chase micro, getting the Hawk Tour on this Marine before it can get back to safety
No.
at least.
A little too much. A little too much Actua. There is a such
Yeah, a little bit
thing.
too much
Chat.
Demons. Yeah, you're telling me.
All right,
Okay,
this
second
Marine's
Marine also
ready for
getting
his
caught,
blood.
it looks like.
No, he tried.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
the Marine's like, no, 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 no.
Yeah, he's gonna have to run back to safety here and just wait for hopefully the follow-up to do some damage. But Zero, I don't think he's going to be thinking that he needs to worry too much. This Overlord sees everything. He's actually chosen to make this factory as part of the wall in, so he will now know the correct response to this. He can throw down the creep colony right about now to block this first vulture timing.
Yeah. And I think at this point, he might even just try and get the Lings in. I don't think this is a tight wall.
Well, he can do, yeah. He's got two choices. He can either get the Lings in now or like hide the Lings and go in after the Vulture, or it's already on its way. Either way, it's good.
Nope.
GG is called and a quick 2-0 victory for Zero, making it through to round 2.
Nice. I mean, that's just one of those like, yeah, you know, it's not all. There's only so much you could do, right?
Yeah, yeah. I just think those two players were a little bit unevenly matched. Zero's just, you know, a much more solid player and well versed in reading these early game shenanigans, and Inside Job relying a bit too much on that cheese to get him through to the next round is not going to be enough.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm also just. I had like 3 people DM me admin questions.
Yeah, no worries. I know you got a lot of organizing to do. You're like herding like cats right now, and they're probably not always going to be the most cooperative.
Yes, that is really how it be sometimes. All right.
Yeah, it is the nature of the beast when you're doing live events, especially for StarCraft. It's just so hard to get all the brackets sorted out and everyone happy, you know. And yeah, someone in the chat saying Inside Job's actually a pretty cool guy. Yeah, he's definitely a cool guy. Yeah, has a little bit of tilt issues, but besides that, he seems pretty chill. Although he is a Terran player, so we can kind of forgive him for having tilt issues. That kind of seems to be like part and parcel for being a Terran player these days.
I mean, yeah, it really do be like that sometimes. Is it because does playing Terran cause you to be like that, or do you have to be like that to pick Terran to begin with?
There you go. Now you're thinking. Yeah, the type of person that's like that is the kind of guy to pick the race in the first place. Yeah, I think you're onto something with that analysis there, Aaron. Yeah, I think it's definitely a little bit of column A, column B, but maybe a little bit more towards the latter.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Reading messages, getting answers. Okay. All right. I guess we'll go to the next match. Sorry. Brain had to kick mode for a second. All right. So next up will be Zero versus Striker, it looks like.
Nice. Yeah, we did expect that to be transpiring. I'm really curious to see where these two line up with one another, because this will be probably one of the better matches we can have in this whole bracket.
Absolutely. And I love a good ZVZ, man. I'm just a big ZVZ fan, you know?
I haven't casted ZVZ in so long so I'm like really stoked for this. Like, I've casted even lots of PvP, lots of TVT, but no ZVZ. I'm like, where are the Zergs at, man? It's kind of crazy. And
that's true.
in
the
ASL,
no ZVZs in ASL,
right? Well, Sulky was very clever, and he switched light with Hero to avoid the ZVZ, because that's his worst matchup. He has like flash level of in-game knowledge when it comes to versus Protoss and versus Terran, but in ZVZ it's kind of a coin flip. Someone like Hero could easily take him out in a series.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, don't spoil anything for me. I'm still watching. Me and Hexy watch together because cute couple things,
Okay.
and we're still on round of 8 match 2, which maybe
Okay.
not the most exciting round of 8s, but you know. Um, but yeah, if Sulky loses, it's absolutely going to be to a hero ZBZ in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely going to be how you dismantle Sulky is in a ZVZ, is what I would say. But it looks like we're already, guys. So jumping into the first game here between Zero and Striker on Deja Vu.
1 second here. Sorry, just gotta get the scoreboard all set up. There we go. Got distracted talking about ZBZ and didn't actually get set up for ZBZ. All right. All right. Top right hand side, guys. Our red drones. We got Zero. Bottom right, his opponent in the blue drones, Striker.
What's your favorite color, red or blue?
Oh, out of the two, blue. I think blue is better.
Yeah, yeah. So you're in the Matrix then. You don't want to go deeper into the rabbit hole. You want to just be like, no, I just want to go back to my comfy bed, my Starbucks, my TV. I'm good.
I want to be Caboose. If it's red versus blue, I'm Caboose.
Yeah, that's a good machine.
It's not my fault someone put the wall in the way.
Some funny times, man.
Ooh.
Some good memories. Ooh, 9 pull from Striker. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I've been working on a build recently that works very well at my level. And,
Yeah.
if he levels up even, is 12 pool. So I do like a 12, 11, 10, 10. So it's pool, hatch, gas, evo chamber. And I do +1 into speed, and then do a speedling all in with +1.
That's
and with that, I can hit just as there's mutas pop. And they have 2 mutas, and I have 3 control groups of speedlings, 2 to 3 groups
Right.
of +1 lings. It's one of those. It's kind of like when you build mutas against zealots, right? It's like, sweet, you got 1 muta that, yeah, it's still 8 zealots. Like, you're gonna die.
Yeah, mutas have like a DPS of like 11 or something. It's actually pretty low, even though they can one-shot things when they're in a stack. They actually don't have that high of DPS, so it takes a long time to chew through all the Zerglings or Zealots.
Yeah, and
the Madman Zero is sending out a drone scout, by the way. Like, you rarely see a drone scout in ZVZ, so
yeah,
he's definitely wanting to be super safe in this game. Has got a macro hatchery coming down early on. He is doing a kind of a style that I would go for, similar. I would do like an overpull into scouting for a 9 pull, and if they don't 9 pull, I'm throwing down an additional macro hatchery, squeezing out a drone, and trying to hit like a 5-6 muta timing off 1 base.
Yeah. What's your opinion on like a 999? I guess this is what we get when we have 2 third casters, but like...
it's okay. It's kind of what you go for if you're like, not super confident in yourself, I guess. Like, there's a lot more technical ways of playing ZVZ, a lot more decision trees to follow. This Sunken from Zero should just barely be in time, but forcing any denied mining time is a pretty big deal, so every drone pull here is a pretty big win for Striker.
Yeah, this is great. Just the lost mining time now, like... You have to resaturate your gas because you pulled all your drones the other way.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lair's done here. Not even. I think Zero wants to do some link shenanigans.
Most likely,
he's gonna have to.
Well, the thing is that he hasn't got this macro hatchery in his expansion, so he's safe from the ling from Striker, but that also means he can't just like spore up 2 bases and get a gas advantage later on. So the longer this game goes on, I think it will favor Striker slightly, because Zero will have to rely on defending with spores and only having 1 gas to show for it.
Yeah. And I mean, he's gonna try and push off that Evo chamber as long as possible, but. We'll see. There's a lot of links coming.
He might be able to do some damage. Yeah. He could also build a couple of buildings to squeeze out extra lings on his supply block if he really needs to, but he should look at his overall timing's crisp enough. Striker, though, he's doing a good job of blocking up this ramp. He knows he needs to buy some precious seconds here, waiting for this spire to finish up. And Zero's going to try and create a hole to come out. And so far, so good for Striker. He's doing a good job of trading pretty efficiently. Finally, though, a hole has been made and we get the flank off. So now Zero can start to come out on the map and see if he can get in it just before these mutas are out.
But I mean, that was, he had what, like a dozen so lings? There's 5 left.
Yeah.
That was beautiful from Striker.
Yeah, there is going to be a nice big macro round of links coming behind that from Zero, though, and it freed up supply by losing those links, so he doesn't have to make another Overlord, so he's pretty lava efficient right now. Striker has to make another Evolution Chamber to body block, try and protect this Spire, or he could just go for a win condition of sniping this Spire and then killing some drones. He's going to target fire down this Sunken at the bottom here, and then go for the drones that have been pulled. 3 mutas do pop out to start pinging away at these Zerglings. Can he get some drone kills? Does manage to get 1 at least.
Yeah. Oh, there was 2, I think, in that stack that died.
That's pretty good. That's 3 so far then total.
Yeah, we're back. We're down to 6 drones. Yeah, this is. I love winning ZVZs like this, where you just run in and just keep clicking down drones, and eventually they're just like, "Brother, I have no drones left." It's like, yeah.
I think Zero's done it, you know. Like, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I think Striker thought there wasn't this many Zerglings coming across the map as a follow-up. He's had to, yeah, he's done it, I think.
0 drones.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to lose some drones back at home, but it takes a long time for all of these drones to die. Spore is now finished. As long as he just keeps these safe, he's...
Yeah. You just keep them all on gas for a minute, like you, and just keep going over here. Like I said, this is how I love winning. Is just, you keep just killing all their drones, and you build a sport, you pray.
Yeah, TVZ is an absolute crazy matchup in StarCraft. I think someone once described it as like, you know, a monkey fight in a phone booth with 1 knife between them, and I think that's an apt description. GG fight.
Absolutely true. And you definitely have nobody actually has control over a match in ZVZ. You can't convince me anyone actually knows what's happening or is like actually like, in control of it. You know,
right.
It's a mess. Just hope for the best.
Well, yeah, there's a reason why Sulky still struggles in that matchup. And that's what's the interesting thing about being a Zerg champion is he's going to have to do a lot to avoid those ZVZs. Hero did almost knock him out in a previous ASL, 4-3 in a final. So, yeah, Sulky's going to have to cling on tightly to that championship run because eventually a Zerg is going to get the better of him, I think.
Yeah. I think, man, ZVZ is just such a nuts matchup. It's one of those where you can beat anyone you shouldn't beat, and you can absolutely lose to anyone you shouldn't lose to.
That's true, yeah. It really is like that, where, you know, a player that's just worse than you can still win. They catch you off guard. It's just too high speed of a matchup to deal with, even if you are one of the best players in the world. I think both players are ready. So we're jumping into game number 2 here, guys, on Eclipse, Zero versus Striker.
All right. Top right-hand side of Eclipse, we have Striker down a point. And the bottom left, we have Zero hoping to make his upper bracket run a little bit longer.
Yeah. A little bit slower making his drone, by the way. I thought for a second there he was going for like a 5-pool or something. I was like, what?
No, there's a 6-pool build that I've been enjoying. You pool on 6 and you pull 2 drones and you drop 2 Sunkens.
Oh yeah, you can
Especially
do that.
Especially on like this where you can get a Sunken behind the minerals. You know?
Right. Yep. I won a couple of BWCL matches back in the day doing that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's absolutely one of those, like, it's cheeky, but I did it to one guy. It was on ladder. And he's like, oh, yeah, it's my first game in forever. And I'm like, already got the pool building. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, bro.
It's really good if they...
CPL as I'm, like, building Sunkens in his main.
Yeah. If they try and defend with, like, a Sunken of their own in the mineral line, you can also, like, put the Sunkens on the outside and just target their eggs, even if they are going to build Mutilisks eventually as well. You can just keep killing the lava and the eggs.
Targeting the eggs is such a Chad move. I respect that. I just try and target down the hatchery. Disrespect them. Right-click hatch, hope for the best.
Yeah. It's like nothing too crazy, though, coming from these two players for the time being. Looks like Zero going to be throwing down a safety pool in the main base at 12, and Striker's actually being a little bit greedy here and taking a 12 hatch in the natural.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Like, I think that it should work. Like, if anyone can make it work, let me rephrase, it's Striker. And especially against the
Right.
12 pool. I don't hate it at
Oh,
all, but it's definitely one of those,
yeah.
like, all
If it's
right.
9 pull speed or something, they could just get a free win on you. You do have to pull drones to defend against that. It doesn't feel comfortable. With good micro, you're probably still going to be able to take down that hatchery. So does risk
Yeah.
getting an early loss here against Zero. But all things considered, 12 hatch versus 12 pull, 12 hatch definitely going to be favored.
Yeah. And I think this is one of those, like, you know who you're playing against in a series at some point, and you're just like, all right, I know who you are. I know how you're going to play. Definitely feels a lot more like that.
Right, and I think Striker maybe just wants to, reconsolidate himself after getting a quick loss in that game number 1. Also try and re-establish himself with a nice equalizer by getting a bit of eco greed. He knows that Zero might be playing something more middle of the road, and that exactly is going to be what's happening from him. So no real way of Zero punishing this timing. There will be a lava advantage for Striker to work with to compensate with these Lings timing. So once he does get over here with his Zerglings, it'd be a little bit too late. So Striker lines up really nicely with what Zero's doing right now.
Absolutely. And even though the larva advantage will fall off here as this hatchery finishes, it's still, all right, you're still like 4 sets of Lings up. You know,
Yeah.
1, 2 mutas. It adds up so quickly.
In ZVZ, especially, it's such a big deal. Yeah, it's such a big deal in ZVZ. Every lava is so precious. One drone really does make the difference.
Yeah, well, it's like, if you look at any mirror, right, and it's like, oh, 3-gate versus 3-gate, right, or 5-fact versus 5-fact. It feels like it just doesn't add up the same way that Larva does, because Larva is also drones.
Yeah.
And Overlord.
Yeah. Exactly that. Yeah, you don't have the luxury of building units and workers. You kind of got to pick and choose and hope you make the right decision. That's why Zerg is probably one of the most weirdest races to learn, and trying to learn that ebb and flow of when you can drone and when you can't.
Oh, okay, he does see him.
All speed's finished. Tries to get a run by. Might be able to get into the main base with these Zerglings. Striker's trying to block with his slowlings. Does successfully do so. Zero's trying to be a little bit sneaky there and wasn't unsuccessful.
He's going to get out. Spire goes down here for Striker. Zero's also, but it looks like a little bit later. Not much, especially if he's defending, but...
Looks like Striker doesn't want to risk coming out onto the map without speed for some time. So that will give a little bit of breathing window for Zero to be a tiny bit greedy and maybe squeeze out one extra drone than he should in this situation and see if he can kind of stabilize the game state a tiny bit. Striker looks like he wants to take a more defensive posture here by lining up his Lings in the natural.
Yeah, looks like he's content to sit home knowing that he's got his natural mining.
Right.
Oh yeah, I guess he went in there, he saw nothing at the natural or something.
Right.
Maybe with his Overlord.
So you can go aggressive with your tiny lava advantage, but generally speaking, you want to play safe. Maybe even make a sunken like he's doing here. Just really consolidate his defensive advantage and make use of this more drone count and earlier gas timing as well. We'll be able to optimize against what Zero's doing and should come out on top as long as his control is there. CVZ at the end of the day is all about micro and control, so as long as you can execute, you should still be okay.
Yeah. I think the most interesting thing here is that Zero actually just has more gas than Striker right now. Even though he isn't mining the natural yet. He's just been banking it a little bit longer, it looks like, so he can get a better first round of mutas.
Well, there's only like a 1 or 2 drone advantage for Striker. It's actually not that big. It's only like a 1 drone advantage when all's said and done. But like we were talking about earlier, it does make a big deal. For example, now that Zero is mining all 3 on gas, he can't mine the minerals, whereas Striker still has 1 more drone spare to mine this boosted mineral patch in the natural, which will help him squeeze out a couple of more mutalisks and actually spend this gas that he's mining.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at it, this is like the tiny things too, right? Where he picks the right patch, the one that's automatically boosted.
That's the best one, yeah. That's like 80 plus minerals a minute. It's a lot. It's almost a muter a minute worth.
Yeah, and it's these tiny things that are like, this is how you know you're really good at the game. If you're doing these tiny things.
Right. Yeah. No, he's going to be feeling really great about this position. They are technically even, but overall, Striker does have a pretty big lead with that 1 additional drone he's been able to squeeze out. And there's no hope of Zero coming in on the ground to punish this as well if that sunken set up the way it is. Striker
Yeah.
could have been a little bit greedy and not make this sunken. He would be even more ahead, but he wanted to play safe by, going one drone down than he could have.
Yeah. I always say better safe than dead in some of these scenarios. Because you see,
Right.
like, even in ASL, not to spoil anything, but you end up with, like, oh, I'm going to build one sunken instead of two, and then you just lose. Right? Like, well, great. Congrats. You threw the greatest tournament in the world.
Yeah, and actually Zero made a lot more Zerglings than Striker did as well. So definitely a good idea to get just one single sunken to make sure you're safe against this, because Zero could pull the trigger on attacking while the mutas are going in, and suddenly you got Lings running into your main base if they do manage to just barely win out on the trade. So I do like this choice from Striker to be safe. Tiny bit of supply block currently, but with the Scourge supporting this, Zero needs to have really perfect micro here with his muta stack. It's kind of difficult. He's good patrol micro, does so far do a good job of playing keep away. Finally, some Scourger popping to try and get a bit of a tempo swing with his own Scourge, but he's losing drones to the natural.
Oh, that's beautiful. The Scourge push
Yeah.
everything away, even Zero Scourge, and you just go over, snipe them with gas drones. Oh, this is a
Striker
massacre.
is just massacring him right now. It's 11 mutas to 4. Few Scourge could maybe find some connections, and they do. Now 9 mutas to 4. Has got some of his own Scourge coming as well. Does target down Zeros. With good patrol micro, though, there's almost nothing Zero can do. And now another wave of Scourge going to be coming in to seal the deal. Nails coming into the coffin. And a big equalizer here from Striker.
That was beautiful. That was so well done.
Yeah, like, really well executed. Yeah, but one of the things that made Jaedong such a monster in this matchup way back when was not because he was just OP in ZVZ, but whenever he got any kind of advantage, be it like, being one drone up from a build order or what have you, he then would never lose. And that's one of the things that makes a great Zerg versus Zerg player is, you secure a tiny advantage and you snowball that to a victory and you don't make any mistakes once you've got that tiny lead.
Yeah, and it's always the small things too, right? Like if you don't have that drone or you miss just one shot and Zero capitalizes on it and then it's over,
Right.
And at the top level, that's really what they're looking for. It's not like, it's not like, oh, I expect to win because I did this. No, it's all right, you made this one mistake and I jumped on it and that gave me this big advantage and I did this,
Yeah. And they snowball that into a win. But it is very hard to navigate that and execute it and get a good read on the game state in Zerg versus Zerg. It's such a chaotic matchup. It's hard to keep track of exactly what's being made, how many Zerglings they're making in the early game, for example.
Yeah. And I mean, they're just better than us. That's the real secret. Having a good laugh with Zero because he made the game and then hopped into the observer spot. And I'm like, that's my spot today.
Maybe he got scared of Striker. Okay, so we're jumping into game number 3 now, guys, on Radiant. And we got spawning in the bottom right. It's the blue Zerg. It's Zero. And his opponent currently equalizing things up 1-1 is Striker in the top left as the red Zerg.
There we are. Oh man, I'm curious to see, right? Because both of them played relatively greedy last game. Obviously, Striker a bit more greedy with a 12 hatch versus 12 pool. But all right, we played this big greedy game. Didn't quite go Zero's way. Is he gonna play like a more scrappy 9 pool? Maybe like an overgas? Overgas I've been trying to figure out for so long.
Right. I mean, Overpool would make more sense than 9-pool just with the rush distances. I mean, Radiant has like the longest rush distance cross map that we have in the entire game because of how the ramps are aligned. I think it's a 38-second rush distance. It's really long. So 9-pool is extremely unlikely here, but sometimes players do like to go for those unlikely builds because it's unlikely. We see Striker here throwing down that 9-pool because he knows it's so much more common for Zero to try and 12 hatch on this map, knowing that, it's a suboptimal build really.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just you got to do with the unexpected. Like, if you're expecting your opponent to always play the big macro game, like, oh, okay, this is the map, this is how you should play the matchup, you're just gonna lose a lot because someone's gonna go, oh, that's how you play, and just counter you.
Yeah, you will just get metagamed in those situations. But Zero are gonna be getting the better end of the stick with this 12 pool So yeah, like he's kind of not flinched right now, and this will pay off for Zero.
Yeah, absolutely respect the 12 pull here.
Yeah, this is going to
I'm
be good
curious
for him.
I'm curious
Layer
if
also speed.
Striker's going to try and turn the. I'm sorry, yeah. Layer speed, yes, but he's going to have these lings, and he won't be able to do much damage. Is he going to try and just keep map control, or like try and hold him at the ramp, or is he just going to back off and play defensively? Because if he tries to hold map control, he could try and go for an expand and try and get 4 or 5 mutas in the first wave.
This is what I thought he might do, is just go straight into lair here. And he knows that there's a strong possibility that going for a speed first might just not be any value because of how long the rush distance are. And he sees with his Overlord in the top right that it's unlikely to be 0-12 hatching, at least up there in that close distance spawn. So hedging his bets and going through this fast lair to try and make up for the deficit. But he is sending the Zerglings into the wrong direction. Checking this bottom left, he will see the bad news soon that Zero is all the way on the other side of the map, and Zero will be able to deflect at least this early Ling pressure.
Yeah. I always send my Lings across the map because it always feels bad when they're cross map and you send everything close. And it's like, oh, great. Now there's another minute and a half before I get to you. So I just like getting in the habit of just send them cross map first and split off 1 or 2 the other ways, you know?
Well, it is better sometimes to go close. It is sometimes better going close spawns, just because even though it's a bit of a gamble, like you can't do damage cross map, so you might as well go close spawns to try and pray that it's actually going to be that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and like Zero getting away with this fast hatchery is a really big win for him in this series. So Zero has a very strong chance at closing this out 2-1, which would be a bit of a surprise. But I did have my eyes on Zero as maybe being able to break through these early rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Zero, if he beats Striker, I think he's going to have a very deep run. Like, if he beats Striker here, I think his run's going to be, like, top 4, easy.
That'd be really fun to see Zero do well here today. And certainly in ZVZ, anything can happen. Oh, he squeezes in with the 1 speedling. That's a big win for Zero, seeing everything. Oh, and he sees the tech. He sees everything.
No. Oh. It's like, don't kill the drone. That's just downright rude.
Yeah, and seeing the fast lair but second hatchery in the main coming out from Strike, I mean Zero can really like min-max his defenses, squeeze out a few extra pairs of Lings early game to make sure he doesn't die to the macro potential with this second hatchery, but he knows there's going to be a very fast muta timing to handle as well. So with all that information in Zero's pocket to deal with, he should be able to know that an evolution chamber is very necessary here. You can see he's delaying his own Spire, knowing that he hasn't even got time to throw that down.
Yeah. And this is definitely the right call. You get in there, especially getting in there and getting all the info. It's like, okay, well, not going to win the fight, not going to have anything in time. Drop some spores, hope for the best, get my Spire down.
Well, he can actually play Hydras in this situation. He doesn't even have to make mutas if he doesn't want to. He probably still will go for mutas, but usually if you're going Hydras, you'll have like another macro hatchery than this, and you'll be a little bit more drone heavy. One thing Striker could have done here, though, is kind of fake with these mutas and actually just flood nothing but Zerglings. And if every lava becomes a Zergling in this situation, he makes 0 mutas. He can actually overwhelm these spores. If Zero's tried to be greedy and squeeze out any drones, then he could just die to a straight up all-in Lings.
You see, so it is going to be Spire, it looks like. But spores have one very big weakness. And I've asked Blizzard to fix it, and they just refuse. But the big weakness here is that they don't shoot down, you know?
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue there. They are very good
they shot down.
Defensive buildings. Yeah, it'd be kind of OP, though, to be fair.
And? Not my problem. Good luck, Terrence.
Here's going to be the Ling Flood from Striker, and that's what I wanted to see, because it's a great counter to what Zero's doing right now. Has built a couple of Mutalisks, but look at this, a safety sunken coming from Zero. He knows the situation that he could just die straight up, has to pull drones as well. The Evolution Chamber is providing a lot of choke for these Zerglings to prevent them from getting good surface area and getting up the ramp as well, but there's so many pouring into this natural expansion. He's going to kill the Sunken on.
Yes. And I think with the mutas here catching everything on top of the ramp, the drones can't make it down. The Lings can't make it down to fight. I think
Oh,
Striker's got a little bit of A-move syndrome here, where he's just having a little bit of some rough A-moving, but I mean,
yeah.
yeah, we'll take this.
This is a rough comeback situation, though. His Spire's just now finished, but look, he can't make any mutas right now. He's got so much gas and no minerals after making all these Sunkens and Spores, so he might even just like make nothing but Scourge right now, which means with good micro, Striker will just, you know, patrol those down and be in a great position, but needs to make sure he's on top of his mutas control still.
Zero's like, all right, maybe I can send some Lings out in the map and slow you down. Nope, never mind.
Yeah, first round of Scourge coming out now. Seeing if they can isolate some of these Mulists, but Patrol Micro so far pretty okay, but actually
honestly,
it's finding some connections.
It doesn't even matter because you just got a bunch of Lings in and they're just going to kill all the workers, you know? Like,
Yeah, there's no way F-Zero surviving this. He's going to have to tap out. GG is called.
Oh,
Striker.
Man.
Pretty convincing win.
Damn, that was good. I thought Zero might have it there for a second, and Striker's like, no, don't worry. I got this.
Yeah, there was really no counterplay there for Zero. Even if the Lings weren't a factor, being relegated to only making Scourge versus pure Muta, you're in trouble for sure.
Yeah. It was definitely a beautiful game, though.
Yeah. I'm so happy we got to see some ZVZs, man. Like, I haven't been able to cast ZVZ in such a long time. I kind of like forgot that matchup even existed for a while.
The ZVZs are real, I promise. They do exist. All right.
Well, I mean, that was a pretty convincing win. I mean, Zero's not out of the tournament, guys. He'll be dropping down to that loser bracket. Hopefully he can still have a fighting chance at breaking through in the future. Striker, though, going through to round 3 already.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm reaching out to players, seeing if we can get a game.
No worries.
So once these guys get back to me, we'll pull up the bracket here and take a look, everyone together.
Yeah,
you know,
see if
Chad's
we can
on something.
jump.
Maybe he should have gone Hydra's last game.
Yeah, maybe. I would love to see Hydras, though. Do you know what's so funny about Hydras? Is because then it makes the other player, if they want to, they could go crazy and go Guardians, and then you've got some real insane games.
That's true. That would be great.
Yeah. Remember seeing some of Rhett's games back in the day when that was occurring. These days, I think people have, especially at the pro level, have really mapped out Zerg versus Zerg. It's not that uncommon for it to go to Hive. You see some really wild stuff where like even ultras are being made because there's lurkers under Dark Swarm, and one of the best units at breaking a lurker out of Dark Swarm is the Ultralisk. So rarely you'll see even ultras being made in ZVZ.
Dude, ultras are good, but I'm a big just Hydra lurker fan. Like if we can get to that point, it's just that's my game. Because don't think I'm not going to go Queens and Snare to match it.
Yeah. No, ZVZs are really fun when you get to all of the units and you're not just stuck on Mutiling. It gets so exciting and chaotic.
Yeah. Well, quick bracket look here, guys. Updated. Some people were running late, so they were given walkovers, but that's what the lower bracket's for, right?
Right.
So, obviously, this is what we have followed so far. And it looks like we're going to have Striker DeWalt, but I'm really interested in Bonus Napoleon over here.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be pretty good. Bonnie's always a treat to watch.
Yeah. So I think we might take a follow through here. Yo,
Right.
Striker. Thank you. You're a hero. This match I do believe is still going on, which is kind of nuts. Friggin' Havier
What's happening over
here.
there? Holding up the tournament with the epic long game.
Honestly, someone had to do it, right?
Right.
Zero was asking because it's like, well, Julian's still waiting for this. Which is great because Julian should be home about now. He said he'd be like 2 hours late. Or an hour late.
But yeah, I don't think Zero has a lot of time as well, so that's actually unfortunate if they get held up a bit.
Yeah. Alright, so that's what we got going on. We're going to hop into this. I think we got some good games ahead of us. Especially we follow this side for a little bit too.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Alright, 1 second here. I'm just going to make sure they're actually playing. Sure. All right, perfect. All right. There we are. Now everyone knows what's going on. We've done the admin work. My dog woke herself up. One of them woke themselves up by barking in their sleep. I can't really tell which one that was. That's cute. Well, it's better than them farting themselves awake.
I was just thinking that, on. I was literally about to say that's a step up from farting themselves awake. I was literally about to say that, on. Great minds think alike.
They will fart, and I'll be like, oh, did you just poop on the floor or something? And then I'll see one of them just like pop their head up like, did I do that? And go back to sleep. Like, you suck.
I love dogs, man. They're definitely superior to cats.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we got a ban on Urban Jungle. Guess people don't like that CSL official map. Rip.
I think Urban Jungle is kind of a fun map. Like, I get why you might not like it because not everyone knows it, but it was in BWCL and everything. Like, I kind of like it.
It's a bit unorthodox though, right? Because it's only 7 mineral patches in all of the bases besides the main.
Yeah.
If that's not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little different. But you know, it's what keeps it spicy, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of the great things about what we have in like the map pools recently, like ASL. Like you got these new maps like Death Valley and Metropolis. I think a little bit of spiciness just brings such a flavor to the game. I mean, who wants to eat just bland British food all the time? You know what I mean?
Who wants to eat British food all the time? Hard stop. Anyway,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm all about the spice.
I love Death Valley. I think it's a great map. But I have a question. And this could be a hot take, depending on how you view it. What are your opinions on starting with the small amount of fastest minerals like 76 did?
I really didn't like 76. I'm just gonna tell you now. That's like too spicy. You know what I mean? That's like you put in so much chili, but then there's nothing else but chili. It's like, what are we doing anymore? Like it's supposed to complement the dish, not become something else entirely.
Yeah, but like specifically, I get that. I love 76 because I just went 3 hatch right off the bat before pool because I would just sneak drones into all the little middle bases and everything. It was great.
I like some of the weird maps like 815 where it had like the little tiny Hydra wide map, Hydra ride ramp and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But
do you want to do DeWalt or do you want to do Boneth?
I'm okay with either of those. Probably DeWalt versus Striker would be more interesting though.
All right. Well, we'll get in here. I don't think he's hosted yet.
Yeah.
All right. So, in which case, we got DeWalt versus Striker.
That's going to be a banger.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of ZVP. I genuinely enjoy the matchup. I get why a lot of people don't. I like it.
I love casting it. I'm not a ZVP player. I'm really bad at ZVP. My ZVT is way better. I'm like one of those weird Zergs where it's the other way around, where I struggle versus Protoss, but I'm really good against Terran.
Yeah, I guess someone's got to be good against Terran. Because I'm sure as hell not.
Yeah, apparently you're going to ban me because I don't like 76, says Escalade.
I ban people for less.
Hey man, I'll wear my heart on my sleeve. I'll tell you exactly what I think and feel all day of the week.
Dude, I appreciated it because I love the super wacky maps. What was the map where it had the D-webs and the eggs?
Oh, I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about.
That was ASL 9, I want to say.
Yeah.
I just
so bad with names, man.
The only thing that reminds me of that map is Artasis yelling "Storm Egg" when one of the players stormed the eggs. I was like, "Oh, it's Storm Egg," and I have used that clip ever since. But
yeah,
genuinely, I can't remember the name of that map for the life of me.
Yeah, I'm so bad at remembering names of things. One of my weaknesses. One thing I do really appreciate though is just the map making process as a whole, because those guys have it hard. I
Oh
mean, when they're trying to
yeah.
balance a map, they're getting screamed at by the pros, like fix this, like making adjustments on the fly where you've got like a bunch of angry pros screaming at you. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, like obviously we're into NSL season and like games are going on and everyone's immediately like, "Oh, I don't this map must be broken because this." Like this and this and it's just, "Hey Siri, are any of these like actually broken?" He's like, "No." All right, okay. Thank you. Thank you, map making man.
So, who's your
I couldn't do it.
predictions then for this game coming up? DeWalt versus Striker. If you had to call it.
Uh, so best of 3, I think DeWalt's favored.
Yeah, for sure.
2-1.
But
I
what
think
could
it has to
happen?
be a 2-1. I think it's a
Okay,
2-1. I
okay.
think I don't know if we see a 9-7-3 or just some variation of a 3-hatch bust, like a 3-hatch Hydra bust.
Right. Well,
But I think we're
973
gonna
is
see something like that.
pretty strong build. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And Striker, I don't think this is his strongest matchup, actually. I think he has historically struggled a little bit versus Protoss, at least against these particular Protoss players. We'll have to see how he's stacking up today. But in a game of StarCraft, anything can happen. We're jumping into game number 1 right now, guys, between Striker and DeWalt on Polypoid.
All right. Do you want to do it? Do you want me to?
You can do it.
All right. Top right hand side, guys. The red probes, guys. Give it up for DeWalt. Your favorite drill. Top left, guys. We have Striker. Give it up for our Zerg.
Yeah, yeah.
1, 2, 3. Striker fighting.
Fighting.
That is one of my favorite parts about watching ASL is hearing everyone chant in the background. And then like someone that no one really expects to win, you just hear like 1 or 2 persons go, "Yeah."
Sometimes they do not get a lot of fans showing up and there's just no screams. But you can really tell who the
Yeah.
fan favorites are. If it's like Rain playing or BC playing or something, you got the crazy Swifties in the crowd going nuts.
Yeah, and
Trying
then
not to split off their seats.
it's like scans playing and you get, yeah. All right, guys, come on. We can still love scan, all right?
I mean, not always. There was a time where he was like completely dominating the foreigner scene and just like two-pot rafing everybody, and no one could win
True.
anything. Yeah.
That's true. I mean, yeah, Scan's not the best player when it comes to the Korean scene, but if you put him in the foreign scene, he's kind of good.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, even like a semi-Korean pro is dominating the foreigner scene. Unfortunately, these days though, DeWalt he can kind of hang. He's not too bad. He's able to play
Yeah.
quite often. Put a lot of hours in. Does do well. He's one of the hardest working guys we've got in the tournament.
Okay. We got an overpull here versus Forge first. I think
This
we're
is a
going to get
fast
the
forge,
new
by the
wall.
way. This is a cannon rush. This would be a cannon rush if it was a hatchery first. So
Okay.
yeah, luckily for Striker, he's not building this hatchery, or he would just be cannon rushed here.
Interesting. Yeah, DeWalt comes in a little sad, like, aw. Dude, I
Yeah.
hate getting cannon rushed so much. It's almost entirely stopped me from 12 hatching in this matchup. So I can't jump my drones for anything.
Right, well, the way to do it is to have the drone preemptively hiding behind the mineral line for when the probe comes in to get on top of that and block that from occurring in the first place. But did you know even with good micro, the cannon rush can still be successful? It's crazy.
Yeah, Protoss is kind of good, guys.
Kind of good race, turns out. It's going to make him this hatchery at the third mineral-only location, which does kind of relegate him to a more Hydra-centric style. Much harder to go for anything else by taking the mineral only on this map, but it is a safer base to take.
Yeah, like, if we're gonna talk, like we were talking about, like a 9-7-3. If there's ever a moment for doing it, it's like, all right, well, I got relegated to taking a mineral only base like this. All right, we'll go 9-7-3. This is kind of like my mindset, at least. Where it's like, all right, it kind of makes sense here.
This is a horizontal expansion opening for DeWalt as well, so obviously the buildings are wider than they are taller, so it's definitely easier to Hydra bust a base setup like this.
Yeah. Although DeWalt is going for the new style that we've been seeing a lot in like ASL, where you put the gateway much more forward than the Forge, so you can actually protect your upgrade.
Yeah. So you can put
I don't like
enough. You don't like it?
Yeah,
As a
because it's
Zerg, you
harder to
mean? Or-
bust. Yeah. No, as a Protoss, this is genius.
Yeah, they can build a cannon above and below that forge and protect the wall in just a little bit more. You will still get a free snipe on that gateway, but protecting the +1 timing is a big deal.
Yeah. And although sometimes I've seen it where they don't put a cannon below the forge, and then you just snipe the pylon. If they're not quick,
Yeah,
you just power 4 or 5 cannons, you dive in. You're
right.
like, oh, how did I mess that up?
Well, so far it is going to be a fast lair from Striker, so it won't be a crazy fast 973 pressure build out from him. Going for a more
No.
3-base Spire safety play. Will probably want to line himself up for a 6-hatch Hydra play if he is going for that, though, to try and make the most of this mineral only. Won't have enough gas to go for something crazy like a fast 5-hatch Lurker play.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna play some like heavy muta ogres or gamer style, or if he's gonna go just
With
the
the
5
mineral
mutas.
only, right? With the mineral only, you can't really commit into that. You can do like some pressure early game with like like just 6 or so mutas and 10 scourge and try and do some pressure, but without the 3rd gas to work with, you're kind of limited.
Yeah. Do you think he's gonna just take 9 o'clock next after this then? Do a quick expand, maybe do get a couple mutas, try and keep DeWalt back, maybe snipe a couple probes if you can, and then just quick expand behind it.
Yeah, there's 2 ways of playing. He can either make just like 2 pairs of scourge to deal with the Corsair timing, and then just call it a day, go straight into 6-hatch Hydra, or he could put on a little bit of pressure by making 5 or so mutas to act as like cleanup on aisle 5 for any of these zealots that want to come out onto the map, and then maybe take a relatively fast 4th behind this. The curious thing would be whether or not he does want to take that fast 4th at all, because it does allow him to potentially stay on battle Zerg mode until the Protoss player does get their 3rd base online. And so far, Striker doing a good job of locking out this probe scout from getting in and checking on things. Now seeing a lot of macro hatcheries being thrown down by him, optimizing for that mid game.
Yeah, looks like it is probably going to be a stick on 3 base 5 hatch.
Yeah.
Just a couple of mutas to help snipe Templar and whatnot. Keep Protoss guessing, or even just Scourge to deal with the Corsairs.
Right. Now, one thing you probably want to do in this situation is when your Spire pops, you want to make the Scourge in your natural and 3rd, and hope that the Corsair commits to a full base scout so that you can catch the Corsair on the exit, but I don't think his Spire timing is fast enough to do that.
No. It depends on if the Corsair sits around for a second, but nah, it's going to get out most likely.
Yeah, he's going to keep that alive, which is good for him. Just some overlords checking around the map, getting some good vision. Nothing too crazy happening. Zerglings chilling at the wall in location, making sure there's no zealots sneaking out onto the map, but probably will lose maybe one of these overlords. Maybe the Scourge can still save it, though.
Oh.
That's so close. Oh, he's...
he does get one.
That's a big deal. Zealots are now coming out onto the map as well, but that's a massive win for Striker, shutting down that Corsair count early. Now he definitely could make a few mutas if he wants to. Even a safety cannon coming up in the main there for DeWalt. Knows there's definitely a window where he could get punished. Wants to put some pressure on with his 5 Zealot move out just before the Hydra speed is ready to see if he can get anything done. At the very least, he's scouting how many units are being made by Striker right now and getting some good trades before the upgrades of the Zerg kick in.
Yeah, he'll trade out the Lings, which is nice. Get a couple of kills for free, but not much else he can do as the Hydra start coming out, and speed will be done pretty soon.
Right, and there is good Sim City here for Striker to work with, so he can just block up that hole in his natural and make it very difficult for those cells to find surface area.
Invisible Man hunting.
Yeah, it's like he's got a fancy cape.
Well, I mean, look at that cape. It flows in the wind even though there is no wind.
Yeah. He's going to maybe get a cancel on this hatchery, Like, even though there's an overlord there, he could, if he wanted to, just kill this hatchery before the Hydras get here in time. Just barely.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
He will get it.
It
hits.
Oh, it's a kill. He got greedy. Striker got a little too greedy there.
Yeah, it is what it is. Invisible Man reigns supreme. Just Protoss things.
Yeah. It does mean he does show off the mutas, though. So he does show off that he's got the 5 mutas.
Yeah. We did expect this, though. We did think he was going to be committing
Yeah.
into some muteless play here. Has got a couple of pairs of Scourge to screen the rest of the Corsair count, and now we'll be able to go to work on these Zealots and prevent them from moving out here. Will we see a preemptive
Ooh.
Storm? We do see a Storm come down. That's actually really big for Striker, because he didn't really take any damage to that, and baiting out the splash damage is pretty precious. Does come in here with this DT at the mineral only, though. Gets 3 kills total on those drones. It's pretty big for him.
Goon range or +1?
That's probably +1 because he's worried about losing the air superiority.
Yeah. But he's not making more stairs. I feel like
It's a
+1 would.
safety. It's a safety upgrade. Oh, it could be range though. You know, it actually could be range. He might just just make nothing but Templars and Goons from now on, and and try and just gamble that way. Because sometimes it pays off. They're not always going to make Gooners and start sniping your Templars. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have enough goons, you should be able to push back a small mutaflock, especially since we're only sitting at 5 mutas.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
have
really
a storm
have to
here or there.
Right, you do have to do preemptive storms and screen the mutas well with the positioning of your units, but you can definitely protect those High Templars with a decent enough count of Dragoons. So you might be getting that singularity charge really early on.
That's interesting. I'm curious to see how it'll play out.
I think it's worth it, actually. Thinking about it in hindsight, it does make sense because he doesn't want to be too safe and risk not having enough gas available for his Templars and Goons, because he can't afford to make Corsairs and Goons and Templars right now, so he kind of has to pick. So I do like this idea from DeWalt to try and optimize this way.
Yep, it's singularity charge.
Yeah, for sure. Needs to be careful of these High Templars, though. I mean, these mutas are sharking around. Yeah, needs to be careful. Make sure he doesn't.
Friendly fire.
What is one High Templar, man? Imagine if he killed it, man. He's
if
lucky that these do less damage to small units.
Yeah. All right. I'm done. I threw my own game.
Tasers would be screaming about the egg storm right now. Storm egg, storm egg. It's kind of crazy. There's actually enough meat to this army for DeWalt to push through here. It's just pure Hydras besides these lurkers. He needs these lurkers to defend this attack.
Oh, man. They're just not going to come out. Storm's the last egg.
Oh, man.
Boop.
I mean, there's no observer here, so if he had two or three lurkers, he holds. But really well played from DeWalt. A very tactical timing to come in here and disrupt Striker from his game plan. Really well done from him.
Yeah, just hitting a moment before lurk. If he waits 5 more seconds, those lurkers are in the dirt ready for him.
Yeah, pretty much. That was a really tactical timing. And that's what StarCraft does boil down to, is timings and razor-thin windows. You see that more with Terran than other races, but it's still applicable to every single race and pretty much every single matchup.
Yeah. All right. It looked really good for Striker for a while there, and then DeWalt's just like, I play Protoss. You know? And
yeah,
I'm curious
is a pretty
to
good
see
race.
what Striker will do next.
Well, he won't probably race Protoss because, I mean, that would be a bit too extreme and unallowed in tournaments at least. So, but I'm imagining we'll probably see some kind of 973 from him. He doesn't have to worry about the mineral only issues. See, if he didn't have a mineral only as his third that game, he would have a much wider range of play to threaten DeWalt with, and DeWalt wouldn't have felt so comfortable coming onto the map like that.
Yeah, and there was nothing there. Like, he was setting up defensively. Like, you saw the hatch all the way out in the middle of nowhere, you know? Like, he wasn't really, like, he was ready to be defensive, and it's just, you can't let that army get out there like that, because then all of a sudden you just storm through whatever you got.
Yeah, he was really relying on the lurker timing to hold him there, but just wasn't good enough. It's a shame. If he did have that third gas to work with, he could have gone up all the way to 10 mutas and just start sniping High Templars, and the Hydras would have done the rest. But as it stands, nice little 1-0 victory going DeWalt's way, getting a tempo lead in this series.
And, you know, DeWalt's kind of DeWalt, you know? Like, not entirely unexpected that he's doing good.
No, he's probably the closest thing to an actual pro we have in the foreigner scene, right?
Yeah. I mean, does he do it full time? Do you know for sure?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure he puts in way more hours than anyone else is putting in. That's what I think.
Yes,
So I do think he is
that's
pretty
fair.
much about as all time as you can get for being a foreigner pro. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, subsisting on our $20 tournaments here and there.
Well, he's hoping to pick up the big bucks today with this
Yeah.
major league,
I mean,
CSL Pro.
$1,000 for the up for grabs. This time we're doing for the top 8, and you know, I think that's a fun little switch. I always think top 8 payouts are better, even if it means a little bit less at the top. You know, big fan.
Right, we got DeWalt here spawning in top right as the red Protoss. His opponent currently 1-0 behind. Can he make up the deficit? It's Striker. It's the blue Zerg on the map. Eclipse.
All right, so Striker picks Eclipse.
Yeah. Now it's a 1 versus 1 map, which actually, generally speaking, favors the Protoss because they can control the game state more with their scout timings. They can obviously hide and obfuscate what they're doing by delaying when the probe comes in. And these days things are a lot different. Like, it used to be that you would never probe scout when you go for gateway first. That's not the case anymore. Some of these guys are scouting on gateway. Rather than optimizing their minerals to kind of throw off the Zerg player a little bit. So you never really know for sure as Zerg in 1 versus 1. And with the forced cross map of Eclipse, it does take a little bit longer for your Overlord to confirm things.
Yeah, and there's always the pass around your Overlord too, right? They want to go down or they want to go over, through the top.
Yeah.
There's so many different paths, and then all of a sudden, you think, all right, I haven't seen anything, and then you look down at your natural, and there's 2 cannons coming up, and you're like, wait, what? When'd you get there?
I think Striker wisely here going to be taking that overpull. I would say should be hiding this second Overlord though. If you let this probe scout see the second Overlord, they know they don't need to check the main base for a 9 pull, and we'll be able to just chill and block this hatchery going down in the natural. So ideally, I would have think he should be hiding this Overlord right now, but he isn't.
Okay. Looks like he's just gonna. Whoop, he's gonna pop up. Can he get it down before the probe gets in here?
He should. Yeah, he's optimized for it. Yeah, he's a little bit lucky there. Yeah, he's a little bit lucky that the probe wasn't sooner. To be fair, that could have been a much faster probe scout from DeWalt.
True. That's just gonna be a forge, fast expand, throw a cannon down.
Yeah, it was a pretty fast forge, by the way. So he was looking for a potential cannon rush as well. But knowing that it's overpull, won't be feeling too confident about pulling the trigger on that. It's just not so good to cannon rush in these situations unless it's hatchery first. Trying to be a little bit annoying with this probe scout and pull some of the Ling attention away.
I think cannon rush is one of those things that if you can do it, you should. It's like a gas steal in TVP, right? Or PVT.
Yeah.
It's like if you can get away with it, you just should. It's absolutely just going to put you in a better spot in the game.
Especially if you're really good at like microing the probe early on, and you can even send out a second probe to back that up, and it's really difficult for the Zerg to navigate that perfectly, especially if you're really crisp with your control as Protoss.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you're dancing around, you're denying them getting in there, and then there's just 2 cannons in their natural, and they can't do anything anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Not a great place to be a Zerg.
No. Luckily, nothing crazy is going to be happening in the early game here. We just see a normal standard probe transfer here from DeWalt. Third base going up for Striker. Nothing untoward for the time being. Is going for that like modern wall-in style like we were talking about before, so we can protect the forge if he needs to by building cannons above and below that building to protect that against a Hydra bust. So I do like this setup from DeWalt. I do think Striker needs to do something. I don't think he should just be playing a straight-up game against DeWalt every time.
No. I think you play one straight-up game and you go, oh, that was a bad idea, and then you're going to do something. Not like cheeky, but like, you gotta throw the pressure on hard and fast.
I mean, he's not doing that thus far, though. He is just playing pretty much the same kind of style as he did before, getting a 3-base Spire timing and trying to optimize. Maybe he's just thinking that he got unlucky in that game number 1 and he can still make it work with that timing, so as long as he doesn't get caught blindsided. And he hasn't got a third gas to work with this game, has to be said. So the Ogre Zerg strength is way more potent than in the last game.
Yeah. And maybe he's just, all right, I got my natural down. I've got a third that has a gas. Maybe he's like, all right, this is going to be my game. You know what? I hope
Yeah.
it is. I would love to see it.
Yeah, I would like to see at least a game 3 from these players, even if Striker does eventually get eliminated and pushed down to that loser bracket.
Yeah. I always love the series that goes all the way, you know?
Right,
It just
right. Yeah,
always
I mean,
feels
I'm
good
the
as a
same way.
caster.
Yeah, even if I've got like a favorite player in ASL or something, really I do want it to go to game 7, even if I would like that guy to win, you know?
Yeah. As long as you don't use the caster cliche of like, oh, this best of 3 has become a best of 1.
Yeah, nothing too crazy so far from both sides. Like really standard stuff. Like both players just kind of skill checking each other a little bit here. Some Zerglings threatening a run by if the Zealots come out early. You can't really come out with only one cannon with the Zealots early. Probably going to wait till 5 Zealots before moving out. And wants the Corsair to confirm exactly what's out on the map so these Zealots don't just get obliterated by a surround.
Evo Chamber to help make the wall here.
SimCity is always so important as you can't really defend against Zealot timings without good SimCity, has to be said.
True. You drop a sunken like right here between the hatchery and the Evo. Just cover it with lings.
Yeah, I think once Zerg figured out how to SimCity versus Protoss, it really changed things a lot. Like during the Bisu era, when he figured out this fast expansion style, all the Zergs were really struggling. But once they figured out how to position their buildings a little bit more defensively to minimize the surface area available to those fast Zealot timings, they got a lot more win percentage to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, the difference of 5 Zealots walking into a base with a little bit of SimCity and a sunken versus an open base, it's just night and day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're not kidding. Like, one sunken and good drone drilling, and if Hydra's plugging up the hole, the Zealots can't really do much anymore, so it's such a big deal.
Yeah. And especially these days, most Protosses will just see the SimCity and go, all right, that's about it. And they'll go and they'll check your third, and they'll see your SimCity there and go, all right, and have a great day. And they'll move on with their life.
Yes, here comes a 6 Zealot move out timing, using the Scourge for scouting. He checked the main base with one of the pairs, and he's using the other pair to track the Zealot movements, which is very high level stuff that you should be doing. He's currently on 5 hatchery production with a fast second gas. Hasn't yet thrown down that third gas to signify like an Ogre Zerg style, but he could have a potentially a Lurker contain in this game.
All right.
Oh, that's unfortunate, losing all those Scourge.
Or the Scourge.
Now I'm curious. Okay, he's taking a fast 4th as his 6th hatchery. It's a little bit greedy here from Striker, trying to optimize that mid-game state. DT coming out for DeWalt. That will be trying to get another snipe on that building like we saw on Polypoid. I wonder if there's going to be an Overlord and units there to protect that this time. It doesn't look like it. I don't think he knows about this DT, so this DT might get a shutdown on this 4th again.
Oh, the Overlords are all clumped. This is the best we could hope for here for DeWalt.
Oh, that's painful, man. That's so painful.
Whenever I see this many Corsairs, I just start dropping spores.
Yeah, he's body blocking the height. He's body blocking for a little bit though. So he's buying some precious. I hope he's building an Overlord at this base on, because if he's not, that's a lot of dead drones. Finally, Overlord speed does finish up, and they are going to be coming in here, but he's going to lose at least 3 or 4 of these drones.
Yeah. It's a lot of dead drones no matter what he's got coming, I think.
Ugh, yeah, this is pain, man. This is absolute pain. Most Zerg players are feeling a little bit catharsis. Yeah, the Zealots are going to get into the natural as well. There's not enough. He has the drone drill. It's a pretty good drone drill, but the 2 Zealots are slipping through and getting good surrounds on those, and we'll be killing those. Oh, no, man. This is rough for Striker.
And now Zealots are in the main. This is no bueno.
Yeah, no good at all. I mean, he's got like so much damage coming his way with these Zealots in the main base. He's not even responding to this quickly enough. He will have to now pull these drones and evacuate them, but he's not responding. He's got another Zealot hit squad at this 4th base, intercepting a drone transfer up there as well. So he's losing drones in his main and his 4th base right now. Striker in complete disarray and is scrambling to stabilize.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. Every Zerg player's been here. You know, you're trying to deal with the Corsairs because all of a sudden your supply blocked and you're at whatever out of like 4. And it's like, well, this is a time to be alive.
I mean, this is one of the problems with taking a fast fourth, though. Like defending 3 locations simultaneously versus an aggressive player with Zealot set, it's very difficult to achieve. And Duel getting the better end of the stick with that trade. I do really like his position now. He's done such a big dent to the economic potential of Striker going into the mid-game phase that now DeWalt can just do a very strong 2-base timing, like we saw on Polypoi, just get a lot of Dragoons to escort his Templars and put the pressure on. He even has a relatively on-time robotics support bay as well, robotics facility to make some observers soon, to make sure that there's no possibility of holding the line of a lurker timing either.
Yeah, I think you saw last game, like, oh, that was kind of close. So he's gonna try and do a little bit better. And
yeah,
I mean, this is kind of what Protoss wants, right? With the early to mid game push out, it's like, all right, I'll trade out my Zealots because they don't matter as much. I can rebuild them as I hit 8 gates. But what matters is I got so much damage done. Your drones were flying from base to base, you know. Like this is really what the Protoss wanted, and that's what he got.
Man, DeWalt is actually playing more passively. He's just going to take a fast third base and just double down on his advantage and not take any risky trades by pushing for a 2-base timing. This actually is probably a more solid way of playing from his game state. Attacking with 2 bases does give a little bit of comeback potential for Striker if he doesn't just do a lot of damage with that follow-up attack. So instead, going to wants to solidify his position by getting away with a fast third while Striker can't punish it.
Yeah. And I mean, there's always the mentality of like, win ahead, get ahead, right?
Right, yeah. It's definitely good to keep pushing that win more button when you can. It is easy actually to play from behind in StarCraft for that reason, because you kind of can play with a sense of urgency and know what you need to do. Whereas in this situation, like if you're winning the game, it's not always super obvious like what decision is going to put you into an even more favorable one.
Yeah. And while I have complained in the past about the win ahead, get ahead. Like, sometimes you can just go end the game, right? But so many players get into the mindset of, I can end the game right now. And you throw away 3 armies and suddenly you lose the game, right? You're like, how did I lose this?
Yeah, man.
And so,
I mean,
you know,
go on.
I don't hate it. That's it. That was about the end of my rambling.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I like the style from DeWalt because he's kind of like mixing things up by going for this fast third timing. Usually Protoss players can't always get away with this, and he went up to 8 gateways before doing this, so he felt super safe regardless. He had a kind of a choice. Do I want to just pull the trigger on like going for really strong 2-base timing and just try and kill Striker? But he probably sized him up and thought, okay, he's got 4 bases to work with. He's going to have pretty decent saturation. It's probably a safer bet to get my own third online before I start getting aggressive. Allow him to, set up a massive lurker field and try and just like put the pressure on him later on in the game. He can just consolidate all his forces down one of these lanes and just start leaning on the Zerg and skirmishing with him. And that's what you really need to do as Protoss, is like kind of fake attacks where you push into the Zerg, make it look like you're going to commit, but really you're just trying to look for good value trades and getting some good storms before pulling back again.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to push in here. First storm. It's going to bruise up a couple of Hydras. We have only 1 observer with this army. So we can get a good snipe on that.
Yeah, and all these lurkers are stacking up as well. This is the problem with repositioning your lurkers. You always forget to split them up before you borrow them again, and the storms just have too much cost efficiency. Exactly what DeWalt was looking for. He's just sitting defensively at this positional advantage location where this little pond is on the map. Very difficult for the Zerg to attack in here from his rally point to the south. Everything just kind of gets clumped up. It's a pretty long line of Dragoons to work with. With third base economy, he's not really feeling super all in as well. You can just sit here and trade to his heart's content and kind of divide and conquer the Zerg and prevent them from joining up their army in any kind of significant way. So he's getting such good cost efficiency right now.
Oh yeah, and this is the center of your rally points, right, for Zerg?
Yeah.
So it's just sit here and pick off 2 Hydras as they come from this angle, pick off 3 as they come in from that angle.
Yeah,
and
it's very difficult for the Zerg to re-rally everything.
Yeah, he's starting to run out of storms, but there's still just so much meat here, you know?
Right, and he's got 3 bases behind this, so he's churning away to his heart's content. Striker can't keep up with this. He does tap out. GG is called. And DeWalt very convincing 2-0 victory in the winner bracket.
Beautiful. By the way, New Ocean, Urban, thank you for the raids, guys. Always appreciated. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, how's everyone doing in the chat? You enjoying the game so far?
Yep. So we are casting CSLPRO Spring, which is our main event, $1,000 tournament. Pretty cool. And that was the last game DeWalt will have to play today.
Nice. That was a quick little show up to the office, grind out a few emails, and go back home again.
Yeah, basically. And actually, Striker, I'm just looking over the bracket now. That spot, loser of 21, which is the one, I can just hit the button so everyone can see the bracket. Use my brain cell. So we just watched this, right? DeWalt obviously moves on here, and this is a day 2 match. Right here, though, this goes down here, which is a day 2 match. So both players are done for the day.
Nice. I mean, they got that done really quick. That wasn't even 2 hours, and they're already through to that stage. That's kind of impressive.
So yeah, we'll definitely hold it. We'll cast all of these. Probably with Zeros being a little bit quicker because I know he had to go. So.
Right.
But we'll definitely cast all of these.
I'm glad that Javi's game finished up because they were stuck into some kind of crazy tug of war situation. Took them a while to finish that series, right?
Looks like they were. It's 2-1.
Yeah.
But I mean, also the nice thing is that since we're collecting the replays, we can also come back and cast some of these series that were missed. Obviously, there's a fair amount of walkovers. It's unfortunate, but you know, it happens in a tournament that's online, right? You know.
Oh yeah. It's harder to organize people as well when you're in an online situation. Like you were saying earlier, you can't just run over and slap them on the shoulder and be like, "Get in the game."
Yeah, like, hey, come on, it's time. You can't just like take your headset off and yell, "Hey, wait!" You know.
Yeah.
But we'll see what we get here. Yes. Yep. Sorry, DeWalt was just confirming he was
so good, man. Yeah.
Alright.
I think DeWalt needs to put in just a little bit extra practice, and maybe he can start to have some dreams of squeezing through the ASL qualifier one day. It's going to be so tough, though, unless you can practice regularly with the pros. And another problem with that is even on the ladder, the pros aren't going to be giving you their best builds and their best skill. You know, they're going to be keeping that secret for the custom 1v1s with their fellow pros.
Yeah. And I mean, no, yeah, that's about true. I actually have nothing to play. This is just, yeah, you ain't wrong. Congrats.
Yeah.
I
Unfortunately, it is an information game at the end of the day. That's the thing with StarCraft. It's all about information, and information is power, right? And if you can control the flow of information, that will definitely consolidate your position in the hierarchy. And that's why Koreans have been so successful in this scene for so long.
Yeah. And I mean, they also have gone a lot more out of their way to make it. So the way I've always compared it is back in high school, there was this thing, New York did Science Olympiad. It was like science projects where you compete against other school districts, right?
Right.
And there was like the school that I went to where it was a fun after school. We just did it because we enjoyed it kind of thing. And then there were schools where it was a class where you would actually like put it in your schedule and you would do it. And it was like, you know, for the first semester, it was just a class in your schedule. And like you had money and everything behind it. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the difference, right? We do this because we love it. The Koreans do it because they, you know, they can still make a living off of it.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of money involved, especially with the streaming scene now. Like even players like Calm, who aren't necessarily the most successful of pros, they've still got a big following on stream, and they've realized that, you know, they can make some big buckaroos still playing this game.
Oh yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm looking to see if we can get a game. It's like everybody's in game currently.
they're on it, you know. They want to be getting through the next round.
Yeah, honestly though, I get it. You know, I tell them to play games and they do. Oh no, why am I upset? Like,
why you never happy on?
Yeah. This is why I can't have nice things.
Yeah.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll actually probably take a quick break here. You know, everyone grab a drink, grab a snack,
Sounds
and
good.
when we come back, we'll have more games.
Yeah, I'm up for
So
that.
don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Here we go. Everyone
What's up,
got your
everybody?
drinks, you got your water, right? Nothing else?
Yeah. Hopefully not drinking too early on in the day, unless there's a love snow in the chat.
You know, it's 5
It
o'clock
is what it is.
somewhere, right?
You ain't wrong.
Not here, but somewhere.
Well, it's nearly 7 here, so it must be right.
Oh, well, shoot. All right, that's a great time to drink that.
Yeah. There's some Polish guys in the chat getting their beer on.
As you should. All
Yeah,
right, let's
enjoy
take a
life.
look at the bracket. Sorry. But yeah,
No,
that's
let's
what we
go for
got
it.
so far. It's been a good day.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed, like, the stuff we've cast has been really good so far.
Oh, yeah. We got a real treat being able to cast some good ZVZs with Striker versus Zero. It was kind of funny as well to watch Inside Job try and cheese out Zero initially. Wasn't too successful in that, but it was a good laugh anyway. And then finally we had... Yeah, and then we had DeWalt finally showing us some really high caliber Protoss versus Zerg execution versus Striker, pushing him down to that loser bracket.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not a bad run from there, right? Like, what are you?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4. You're in top 6 already at that point?
Yeah, I mean, Striker's probably feeling pretty good about that despite getting knocked down already. I mean, he's not got that much ahead of him still.
No, it's, I mean, you're going to get, what? We're looking at Streamliner, Zeddy, Napoleon, Ultra, Inside Job coming at him from the lower from the losers bracket. So,
I think he can handle any one of those guys. Yeah. I think the one thing he's not feeling too good about is the potential rematch against Zero. I think that
exactly
Zero could
point out.
Yeah, I mean, eventually he's going to face off against Zero in the loser round 5 potentially, and Zero could more than capable of taking him down in a best of 3 series in ZVZ.
Yeah, and I mean, you expand that to a best of 5, anything can happen. You throw a couple of 12 hatches in there, just you know, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how good of a Zerg player you are. I mean, even Sulky would struggle against some Zergs out there, and that's just the reality of the game. ZVZ is just that hard.
It is way too demanding of a matchup for what it should be. As much as I love it, like, damn, it adds a little too much of me sometimes.
It's just the way of confirming that ZVZ. It's just the way we can confirm Zerg's the superior race and the hardest race overall, right?
That's true. I've played PvP and TVT. They don't really do much, you know? You just siege up some tanks, you move them forward, you siege them up again. Or you just make a bunch of Dragoons and 1A, 2A, and hopefully you 1A, 2A better than your opponent. Mutamicro's where it's at.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing about Zerg, though, to be fair, is the fact that you can't just like change once you're committed to making a unit. Say you like start building an Overlord and you want to cancel that and make a drone. You can't. Like once you've committed to building that unit, you're committed.
Yeah, I've done that a few times where you just hit the wrong hotkey and you just have to hold your head in your hand. You're like, I just made 3 drones instead of 3 lings. Well, that's
you
GG.
press like SV right as the lava pops out, so you make 2 instead of 1. It's like, damn, I should have manually clicked the lava.
Yeah, that's we've all been there. As Zergs, you know how it is. It's a good time. Roughly. You know what else? It's our merch.
Ooh, let's check this out. So,
guys, you might also notice we have NSL merch here too, guys. NSL 8 is on. Get some fun designs. Everything for the NSL stuff goes straight to graphics designer, so Anderson, and to, you know, maybe setting up a prize pool is one of the other things we've been talking about doing with it.
That's cool.
So, yeah. If you like NSL, I love these designs. I need to get the sticker for my water bottle. But if you want more of what you're looking at right now, you can get some CSL merch. You got the shirts. I have the polos because I have to wear a polo for work. So I have 2 of the polos, so I can just wear them to work all the time. Of course, the koozies. I've got mine.
I'm wearing a polo right now, actually. I do like polos.
Yeah, I've got a BWCL caster polo on right now. I love this thing.
Ooh,
it's also from here, but you know we only have it for casters, so.
Yeah. There's some beanies as well.
Oh yeah, so you get your toques, right? I grew up near Canada. You got to call them your toques. But yeah, guys, if you want some merch, if you are subbed to the channel, it's 10% off too. So, you know, it's a good reason to, you know, do a little bit of both. But it does look like we have a game coming up here soon.
Oh, do we?
I just got messages about one.
Nice.
Oh. If I learned how to read.
Yeah, that would help. Putting the numbers in the right order and reading them and stuff, yeah.
Honestly, a bit overrated, but, you know, it is what it is.
Guys, so who are we casting then? Who have we got?
So, it's going to be Bonith versus, drumroll please, Zeddy.
Drumroll. Oh, okay. Well, I'm just excited that Bonnie's playing. That's enough for me. Yes, a Zeddy from the Team Disturbed Mind.
Yes. And of course, everyone knows Starcast Bonus. So.
Oh, yeah, I mean, one of the man that needs no introduction.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a good time. Two very good players, two very fun players, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Two just great people.
Oh, we're getting into game number 1 here right away on Radiant.
Yes.
It's going to be Bonith spawning in the bottom right here. That's the red Protoss. And his opponent from the Team Disturbed Mind. And Zeddy. It's the blue Zerg.
All right. Some more ZVP. Maybe by the end of this, one of us will be good at this matchup.
Nah, I don't think so, man. I'm never gonna get good at that matchup. I struggle against a B. I struggle against a B rank Protoss. Yeah, I can slap down at A rank Terran. Like, make sense of that.
Storm good unit.
Turns out.
Oh, my girlfriend Hexy, she's the same way. She's like, yeah, I can beat Terrans at my level all day long. 1200 Protoss, Storm, lose.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if you tried getting good.
I mean, to be fair, like, Storm is the only thing that makes it balanced. Like, Zerg would just be way too advantaged to win without that Sonic Storm upgrade. But when it does come online, the Protoss win rate shoots right up in that mid game.
Absolutely. I love that chart where it's like, all right, it's like Protoss wins really early cheeses, and then they lose everything, and then Storm comes online, and then they win everything again.
Until the late game, once Plague comes online to support the Cracklings, then it's a little bit harder for Protoss, like a 6-4 favorite for the Zerg, and then it evens out to 50% as you get into the really super late game with the map being split and Reavers at each base and blah blah blah.
God, yeah, the super late game, I still don't have the control for it. I've been following the School of Hero from last ASL, where all he did was make Hydras, nothing else, and just keep sending them in. And honestly, just working on my macro and doing that has really improved my win rate.
Nice.
And then I lose 20 Hydras to a Storm, and I'm just like, well, that's sad.
Well, that's very sad, yeah. And it does happen to the best of us, man. It's very cathartic to hear another Zerg having same problems. Yeah, an overpull here from Zeddy. Now just going to be throwing down that hatchery as on time as he can get it. It's going to be a gateway first that's being scouted by the Overlord, though. We haven't been seeing that many gateway firsts today.
No, this is, I think, the first one.
Right, right. And it is a harder decision tree to follow with the gateway first. There's so many more shenanigans that can occur, so you really need to know your stuff to be confident from going for this gateway first. It's so much easier to throw down that forge. Very simplified if you do that, but Bonif, he's a very capable player. He knows all the little nitty-gritty that he needs to worry about with this build.
Yeah. My biggest concern is they start moving out with the Zealot. And I was waiting for you to finish. I'm like, is he just going to lose? But he's going to bring it back.
No, he's just baiting. So you always send out the Zealot to make them make more lings and stuff, right? You'll always pull that Zealot back, but you need to make them think that you're going to commit to it, so they don't just stay on like 2 or 4 lings. They actually are, you know, more likely to build that. Now we got the mini game, the skill check here. You have to block the ramp with the Zealot and the Probe to block the run by, but it means that Zeddy can get some free damage on this gateway until that 3rd Zealot is out. He can't afford to commit 2 Zealots to defending this gateway, so the 6 lings can get a lot of damage to this until that 3rd Zealot pops out. Ooh.
He's going to try it. Everyone's going to run by. No, we missed our little window there. 3rd Zealot pop.
Yeah. This is one of the things I was talking about, the nitty gritty that you need to know with this gateway first. Like, if you make a tiny mistake here, suddenly Zeddy's going to pounce on that and get some run by into the main, or maybe kill this gateway. He's put a lot of damage onto that. He's chewed through the entire shields and start to hit into that whole HP as well.
Yeah, and he's dancing around here with the Zealots. He's got one kind of low, but at this point, it's just shift click him around until you can get him out.
Yeah. I mean, Bonif pretty much will be okay here. Zeddy just doing a skill check to make sure Bonif, was firing in all cylinders early game and didn't make any obvious mistakes. Bonif is taking some damage on this gateway though. Like, over time, this gateway will be able to be picked off if he's not careful. Has committed his Zealots out onto the map a little bit, so wasn't here to defend this. We'll be able to force out a lot of Zerglings as a response from Zeddy though.
Yeah. And I mean, if we follow this up with like a Hydra Bust or something, the gateway's 2/3 dead already.
Oh, you can't really Hydra Bust unless you trade off the Zealots in this situation. Against Gateway first, you have to do well against the Zealot pressure initially. So if he kills these Zealots, then maybe the Hydra Bust would be successful, but it's too late now to commit to that, to throwing down that Hydra Den. Just going to be getting these Zealots behind the minerals here to optimize defense. There is a low HP one on the north side that he could rotate around and kill first to get a better surround going, but hasn't identified that.
No, it looks like they're just A-move, trying their best.
Oh no. Yeah, this is pretty good for Bonif. Yeah, this is really good for Bonif. It's about the best case scenario you could get. He's eventually going to start clearing up the low HP Zealots right at the last possible moment when the other ones are already low. So really suboptimal trading for the Zerg. Bonif winning out. Does have this this Hydra Dome going off in the natural expansion. So could still put on some early pressure here and do a bit of a delayed 3-base Hydra play. Not be so successful, I don't think, with this timing though. You might have to do like a pre-storm timing instead.
If he starts building Hydras, this is setting up for a 9-7-3.
He's still gonna do it, but he won't be able to like win right off the bat. He's gonna have to like slightly delay the attack and like pull the trigger around about 7 to 8 minutes and go for the bust then, and just like pull the Hydras for a while.
He's gonna have to try and pull the Zealots apart before you get, because by 7:30, speed is done. I mean, as long as we have our good timed Citadel here, which looks like he wants. So you're gonna have to try and pull the Zealots apart before they can run out in mass and just ruin your day.
Yeah, and the Corsair will come in and confirm that there's going to be this Hydra follow-up as well, so should have enough cannons on the way to defend the initial pressure. This Corsair is about to intercept these Hydras, so he will know to throw down an additional cannon or two. So the only real way to Hydra Bust this is if he's too slow with these initial cannons, which he's not, or if he delays the Hydra Bust to around 7 minutes 30, 8 minutes, and tries to bust a bit belatedly and like go in with a bit more of a critical mass to overwhelm Bonif before Storm becomes online.
One of the big issues here is that the only Overlord on this side got picked off. So if we build a single DT, it's over.
Yeah, you're right. You're completely right, Arn. That's a really big problem. You need to get at least one Overlord on that side of the map, or DTs are just easily shutting down this.
And with 2 Corsairs here patrolling the dead zone, you're not going to get your Overlord across without speed.
Yeah, Bonnie should be really fine here. Just make like five or 6 cannons worth of defense, and then a bit of a delayed DT timing to make sure that the Hydra Bust is unsuccessful. It does take a little bit of time for the Templar Archives to finish up, so we can't make it right now. So we'll have to rely on like 5 or 6 cannons initially, but then we'll be able to get that DT out.
Yeah, he's going up to 7, maybe 8 cannons here, and that's a little excessive, but
it's excessive, but it's kind of not as well, because his Corsairs are confirming there's 0 drones being made, so it's better to be safe than sorry, like we were talking about earlier. Like, you might as well just double dip into those cannons when there's no drones being made.
Yeah, and oh no, I accidentally survived a little too much, I hate this.
I think this is a bit of,
I hate the committing here.
Yeah, I don't like this from Zeddy at all, because he's going to lose way too much of this stuff and not even get a cancel on this +1 timing. He's already lost that timing window, so I don't know what the thought process is by trying to clear out those 2 cannons. Bit of a
Apparently it's
pause here. Yeah, that's hang on a minute. Hang on, my brain just stopped working there for a second. I need to recalibrate.
I forgot how to A-move properly. in this scenario, like the way I play it out, at least, and what's working for me is like you got to go in and try and grab a couple of zealots, pull them out, kill them off. You know.
Yeah. Well,
And it's just
really
if you try to
though,
go balls to the
really though,
walls, they just eat all the hits.
Right, but he hasn't really got much play here because he's probably thinking that I can't stop a DT because of not being able to get an overloader here. So he's trying to be a bit crazy and trying to break through some of the cannons early on to set himself up for the next phase. But this actually plays into Bonnie's hands. Like, you made so many additional cannons early on. Like, there's just no real way of getting a win condition with this Hydra Bust anymore, unless Bonif just never made a DT.
We've got... Alright, I don't know why we shot at our Overlord, but we've got our layers, so we could probably be going Lurkers here, looks like.
Yeah. He could do a Lurker contain. He hasn't got a second gas, so makes me wonder if he's just going to get Overlord speed and... Oh, he's just going to tap out. He just knows he's so far behind the curve of the game. Oh, he just wants to dip on Bonnie. Yeah, I think he just realizes he's very outclassed here and that there's not really going to be a chance of breaking through the Hydra Bust against someone like Bonnie, who's not going to be cutting any corners and always dotting his I's and crossing his T's as he should.
Yeah. I wonder if he, the pause was because he had to leave or something.
Oh, that's possible, yeah.
If something came up and he had to dip, because that would also check out. Like, pause, you get a phone call. Hey, I need you to do something, you know? And it's unfortunate, but such is the nature of playing live. You know, life keeps happening.
It certainly doesn't pause. Yeah. What's that quote from The Big Lebowski? Life doesn't stop and start at your convenience, Donnie.
Yeah. And unfortunately, as much as we would love to sit around and play Brood War all day, that's the fact of life.
I think one of the things that's beautiful about life is that you can't do everything all the time. You know, the one of the things that makes life so beautiful is that death is a factor. You know, or like you don't have as much free time as you like. So when you do have that moment to do what you want to do, it feels that more special.
Yeah, no, that's 100% true. I mean, if we're gonna compare it, it's like StarCraft is a microcosm of that, right? Because you gotta, you know. Actually, Zeddy gets moved into tomorrow because he made it to round 3, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. So we got any other games that I've been playing right now, or?
So it looks like Napoleon and Ultra are going, Streamlined and IJ are going, and IOPQ and Worst have been going for a little bit now. So it looks like we're now between series again. Yay!
Nice. Yay! That's exactly what you want to hear as a caster.
Yeah. What you want to hear as the streamer too. It's like, yep, there's no games to cast.
Yeah, such is the nature of the beast when you're doing live events like this, guys. Cannot be avoided at all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? Tell people, no, don't have a life. Play Brood War.
Yeah, stay there for 8 hours in a row waiting to play your game later on.
Yeah. And, you know, I can, short of asking everyone to hold every match, right? There's only so much that can be done. And, well, admittedly, that's a lot of matches to cast in a day still. We try to.
It is a lot, yeah.
Oh,
plate raid incoming.
Bonus. You'll see us in 90 seconds. Welcome. Oh, your beautiful face covers up the freaking alert.
What's up, Bonif crew? How you doing?
GG's. Nice, easy. Moving into tomorrow, Bonus. Not even close.
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
Yeah, it happens.
I like that Bonnie was like not cutting a single corner. It's like, nah, we're gonna make like 8 to 10 cannons and be happy about it. Like, you're not busting me. You are not busting me, buddy.
And I mean, sometimes like we were talking about earlier, right? Where inside jobs trying to cheese out 0. If you feel like the match is a little bit favored towards your opponent, you might try something a bit cheekier. And
Right.
if you're the better, what you might consider to be the better player in that scenario, it's better to just hunker down, do what I know will work.
Yeah. I mean, the only way he can lose that game is if he somehow Hydra busts before like a DT pops out or something. Like, yeah, there's not really much hope for him to make that work.
Yeah, I mean, hopes and dreams, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I think that's what makes a good StarCraft player, though. You get to a point where you played so many ladder games that you just know what corners not to cut. And you know that if you do get too greedy, you're just going to get bowled over by certain timing windows.
Absolutely. And it's always learning the right corners to cut, right? That's most build orders.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, nope, you cut your worker here to get this, or you're gonna skip on this to get that. And
it's kind of like a ballerina, like dancing on the tightrope.
Yeah, which is something I'm not good at, which is why I'm not.
Really, you can't dance on a tightrope, Han? I thought you were very athletic.
There have been a lot of words used to describe me. Athletic is probably not one of them.
Oh, okay. You're taking me by surprise. I was expecting you to do backflips.
I could do one. I would probably hurt myself. But
yeah, maybe don't do that. You need to keep yourself in good working order.
All right. Saw some guys hop out of a game, so we're going to see what's up. All right. We do have a game mid-series, but we're going to pick up with Inside Job versus Streamline.
Oh, okay.
So
that's down in the loser bracket right now.
Yes. Winner of this will play Zero, I believe.
Yeah,
Zero
I think
did
so.
need a bit of a break to go do BSL. So, oh no, actually no. IOPQ and Worst is the one who goes against Zero.
Oh, okay.
So, no. Winner of this plays against the winner of Napoleon and Ultra.
Ah. So I believe this would be the second game in the series, and Inside Job is currently 0-1.
Yep, that's what they said so far.
All right. I think the map is going to be Polypod, it looks like. Inside Job wants to play on.
Okay, I can handle that. Nice little game on Polypoid. Not wrong with that.
Honestly, though, I've seen this map so much that it's kind of like becoming Fighting Spirit for me now, you know?
That was me and Vermeer. NSL Season 5 or 6 had Vermeer in it. And I cast it so much. And the thing is, if you've played an NSL, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know the maps are generally a little wacky.
Wacky and wonky, yeah. That's definitely a good way of describing them.
Let's do the intros and I'll finish that story.
All right, we got spawning here in the top right. It's Streamline, currently 1-0 ahead in the series. And his opponent down in the bottom right, trying to redeem himself. It's Inside Job as the Blue Terran down in the loser bracket. He's 0-1. Can he keep his nerves together and not let this get to him and still manage to fight for his tournament life?
Yeah, I think he can do it.
You were saying?
But, yeah, so you have whatever wacky map, right? Game 1. In Game 2, every series, every week was Vermeer. Everyone picked Vermeer Game 2. Because, I lost because of a wacky map. Vermeer. And
it's
so
not even
I
that balanced.
No, it's just, but I had to cast so many games on it in just like a short amount of time that I was like, I can't stand this map. And that's why I've always pushed for it. If we're going to do like an NSL pool, it either needs to be like all wacky or all like normal-ish. Because holy crap, if we have another season like this, I'm going to be upset.
And that's the problem of only having a few wacky maps, is then it's like you're playing on the same maps over and over again.
Yeah, because they'll just get vetoed every time. Especially when you're only doing best of 3s. It's like, well, you're like, the best of 7, even with a 1-0 start, you see pretty much everything, right? Like urban jungle is probably gonna get vetoed, and that's it. But
yeah,
which does make me sad a little bit, you know. But besides the point. But you know,
well, it's a bit of a strange map, isn't it? Like it's got 7 mineral patches at every single base besides the main. It's a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not saying it's a standard map by any stretch of the imagination. But
yeah.
Man. Oh, what the heck? This is a command center in the 13 CC.
Well, yeah. Well, he's basically doing a safe version of a CC first, so he can make the racks on the right-hand side and have some kind of wall to work with. It's like the safer way of playing CC first without building it on your high ground and then floating it down. The problem is now the probe can harass these 2 SCVs and get some slowdown.
Yeah, this is unfortunate.
He has to pull an additional SCV.
We get some good bounces.
Okay. This is gonna get crazy. He can just now put a shield battery down here. Yeah, he's gonna put a shield battery down here and try and be super annoying.
I thought he was gonna try and jump over the. Nope, neither have died yet. I thought he was gonna try and jump over with the pylon, but a battery, man, that's just downright rude.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if this. I mean, he could still technically be fine here as long as he plugs up this hole and doesn't let a Zealot get in. I mean, this still could be okay for inside job, right? When you think about it.
Yeah.
It needs to there's no way he's gonna die here, at least.
We're going quick robo here from Streamline.
Ooh, he could elevate her into the main. You know, he doesn't even need to make Reavers.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of potential here where he's just like, all right, gonna skip everything and just ruin day because you're going CC first.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make any batteries or anything with this pylon. I think this pylon will end up being a bit of a mistake from him. But yeah, maybe there's still some counterplay. He could get a shuttle out really early on and get into the main base of inside job and do some pressure that way.
Yeah, I can see that happening. So apparently that's a full wall on this map. So he couldn't even get his SCVs back inside. I thought it was like a most wall where you have like the little one hex that you can get through, but...
To be honest with you, this is why I don't like this map, because like there's certain positions like bottom right where Terran is just OP with the wall-ins they can do and stuff, and you see that in the new maps. Like they really try and stop Terrans getting away with those kinds of wall-ins anymore.
Yeah, so speaking of NSL, this came up this week where Tears of the Kingdom or whatever that's whatever the map's called, right? It has like a 1 hex unbuildable terrain, like just above the natural, so you can't do like a double depot wall, or it's like barracks depot with a depot above.
Right.
And that's just like apparently a thing they're doing to help balance out against Terran walls.
Oh, you kind of have to. You need to force the Terran to at least have a 1 hole in their wall, so they have to at least plug that up with an SCV or something. It's just too greedy for the Terran to get a full wall off that easy in the natural. He's going to be playing Bio by the looks of it as well.
Yeah.
So Reavers versus Bio. I mean, this can work, but you need to kill the Reaver. If the Reaver doesn't die really quickly to this, there's so much value in those Scarabs getting splash damage against the Bio units.
So one thing I've said for a while is that there is a window where stim bio is really good, right? You had a clean 2 rack stim timing, right? And they're still working on getting the Reaver out or Storm out, and you can kill the natural, right? Sometimes you can win the game, but generally speaking, you kill the natural, and then you go into mech.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's gonna go 4 racks into mech probably.
Well, back in the day, you could do like a fake siege expand of an early factory, and then you proxy out these 4 barracks. This is just like a bit of a reverse engineered version of that, where you just go straight into the 4 barracks right off the get-go.
Okay. Medics first. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, they're going to be building up some energy, I guess, but they don't really help kill shuttles. Okay, that's a mistake. There's no way you should be putting 4 medics right off the bat. He's got nothing to stop this Reaver on.
Did that just give 1 kill?
Well, that's a very quick anticlimactic game, guys. I mean, I know Reavers are good, but maybe the 4-axe wasn't the play here.
I don't know if the 4-axe wasn't the play, but I don't think the 4 medics was the play.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he was just like,
that much energy.
Like, I think it was just like a missed macro where you get so in your hotkey
I
and
just
you accidentally hit the wrong one.
I just don't think he expected like a one base robo play into that faster Reaver. He was expecting like a bit of a slower tech from the Protoss, I think.
Yeah, that's also possible. Like, go quick third base, you know, expand quick third. That's pretty popular these days, so it's not. It's a gamble still, but it's not like, you know.
Right. I mean, the one gate robo is pretty common, but they usually will get the observatory before the support bay. But I guess after seeing that 14cc, he just didn't even care about getting observatory. Just wanted to get a quick punish at the tech timing. It makes sense.
Yeah, I respect it. And I mean, very clearly it worked.
Right. Exhibit A.
Chad's having a fun time watching as the medics are about to pop.
So, I mean, Mong does play bio against Protoss a lot. Like, it's definitely a good style to go for if you're not confident in that matchup and you can just play a straight up game. It is a bit of a curveball you can throw your opponent to get one up over them, and playing those kinds of builds was what made Flash so dominant in his early career. Like, I remember his debut game against Bisu on Monty Hall, where Flash was top left and Bisu was bottom right, and he did this crazy proxy rack strategy where he took the gas in the natural expansion of Bisu and used the gas to quickly mine out the minerals by exchanging the minerals for little, recipe gas barrels.
Absolutely. So apparently that's become lost knowledge because when Neo Dark Origin entered the map pool, right? I was like, oh, I get it. You send out drones 6 and 7 to your opponent's pocket, right? You take the gas and you mine it out the minerals and gas, right? And you just 9 pool speed link flood, right? And that's won me basically every game I've ever played on that map. And I told someone this, and they're like, "You can do that?" And then, like, it's right around. I'm like, "You can do that?" I'm like, "Guys, this hasn't been it's been a thing since 1998."
And that's the thing, though. Some of these guys, they've not been around for a super long time. They don't know these kind of OG ways of approaching the game. You saw those kinds of weird styles even on maps like Destination, with that mineral patch blocking the back ramp. You saw all kinds of crazy stuff on maps like that.
That's true. I guess it is one of those things that hasn't been relevant for so long that there's no real reason for people to remember it.
Yeah.
And it's like something I even forgot about is that you don't have to hit infest command center on a queen. As long as it's on top of it, it'll automatically infest.
Oh, right. Really? I didn't know that. I just always right click the CC and call it a day.
Yeah. So if you can just right click it on while you're damaging it, so that way in case like it lifts off or something, the queen will still infest it automatically.
Oh, okay.
And that's something I forgot about, and I killed the command center I was trying to infest, and someone's like, you can just do this. I was like, what?
That's what I love about StarCraft, man. It's infinitely deep in infinite directions. It's impossible to know everything. Flash is the only person we've had that came close to knowing everything, and that's why these other guys referred to him as God, because you kind of basically need God level omnipotent ability to know everything.
Yeah. The crazy thing is that even if you do know everything, it's still not a guaranteed win, Oh,
no, yeah.
Like,
I mean, even Flash struggled to maintain an 80% win record. Yeah, you can't win everything.
80% brushes dust off shoulder.
It's one of the reasons why he stopped going 1-1-1, by the way, because he could only achieve like a 70-ish% win rate versus that, because players like Effort figured out like, I can just go like 2 hatch all in Ling and make do with the fact that you haven't got as many units to defend.
Oh no. Meanwhile, if I have like a 7% win rate, I'm like, yeah, it's a good day.
Imagine being that good at the game where like 70% win rate is just not enough for you.
Man, I wish. Like, I never would be, but man, I wish sometimes, right?
I mean, it's a gift and a curse as well. I mean, those guys' wrists are struggling to stay attached right now.
That's true. I don't have to deal with arthritis in my wrist because of it. That's one of the perks of being bad at the game, I guess.
Yeah, at least you'll be able to be somewhat healthier going into your late 30s and 40s. You won't be, struggling and getting wrist surgeries every few years.
No, just a liver replacement, but I didn't need that anyway, so. Oh, man.
So, have we got anyone else that might be finishing up soon here today?
Yes,
Who's
so we
playing
have
right now?
Napoleon. We have Napoleon and Ultra are going at it, along with
Okay.
IOPQ and Worst. The winner of IOPQ and Worst will play Zero, but they're going to do that after Zero finishes
Right.
BSL today.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then, so what I'm figuring is Napoleon versus Ultra, winner versus Streamline. We cast that, and then we go do some replays, pick up Zero whenever he's done, cast him, and then,
Right.
you know, should be able to ride out the rest of the day.
Yeah, sounds good. Hopefully BSL doesn't run too long. That can last anywhere from 3 to 4 hours on average.
Yeah, he told me like closer to 3 today is his prediction, so here's to hoping.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky and the games are pretty clean, crisp.
Yeah, or sometimes you get unlucky and the games are really clean and crisp, but now you're stuck here with nothing to cast.
Yeah, it almost went too good for us here today.
Yeah, and I actually, winner had the same issue, where it was like, oh, well, we kind of finished everything early, and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I gotta look into actually like, what should I do about that? And it's like
Yeah,
without
victims
adding
of
just
success.
yeah, without just adding best of fives everywhere, you know, it's like,
Yeah,
what do you
yeah.
do?
I mean, you could have like a slightly earlier round of a best of 5 and then have even more best of 7s. I know ASL are now doing crazy amounts of best of 7s, even in
God,
the round of 8
yes.
and stuff. Yeah.
Round of 8 onwards, all best of 7. That they really
I mean,
should
it's
just make the
gnarly.
finals like a best of 9. Or something, right? Like if you're gonna
I
do
mean,
all these best of 7s, I feel like it loses like I feel like the whole point of the finals it should be like this big thing, which means it has to be
a bit more
more than the
gravitas, yeah.
rest. Yeah.
No, I hear you. And playing a big long series is a definitely different ball game because then you're treating the game more like a marathon, and your
Yeah.
conditioning and how worn down you're getting between games becomes a much bigger factor.
One of my favorites is always taking some like you're losing a game and you're just like, all right, I'm gonna just stop playing for a little bit, let you wear yourself out as I get ready for next game, right? Which is it's serious mentality versus like ladder mentality, where it's all right, got to get my 100% from the moment I move my workers to start mining till the end, where I GG, right? Versus in a series
Yeah.
game, it's like no, burn yourself out a little bit. I'll just do like my practice here, get like some macro cycles in or whatever, and then
Yeah.
you end up being more.
Well, sometimes what you'll see is like pro gamers stall each other out when they know they've lost the game. They know it's a long series and they want to force the other player to like go the extra mile and burn himself dry a little bit by having to execute hard and kind of wear him down for the next match while they're planning on what build order they're going to do in the next game and what have you.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. It makes me tempted to like more best of. I don't know. I just like watching a lot of StarCraft, right? And sometimes I tend to get lost in the as a viewer, like what do I want to see, right? You kind of forget about the practicality of what can a player actually do.
Yeah.
And like what's fair for a tournament. It's like, oh man, but I just want to watch best of 9s from the start to the end. Let's go.
I mean, it's very grueling though. Especially if the games are like 20-30 minutes each, it really
Yeah.
does start to wear on you as a gamer, and you really can't execute to your highest caliber each game. It becomes a problem.
No. And I think that's why StarCraft is probably one of the most demanding esports, because you look at most other games, right? Like, we'll even look at like a Siege, right, which is generally considered a pretty intensive esport. You still are only playing 5-10 minute rounds, or however long a round is. It's like actually 3 or 5 minutes. I don't remember. I haven't played Siege in forever.
Not that long.
But yeah, and then you have your downtime, or you like between rounds, you're like, all right, breathe, grab a drink, go in for the next one, or you die because it's no respawns and you're out for like the next few minutes, right?
Yeah.
You don't get that in StarCraft. You can ask for a break, but that's after you have to finish the 30-minute game.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the reality is sometimes you're hammering out 30-minute battle for your life games, and you've got to go straight into the next one not long after that, and that does take its toll, both physiologically speaking and psychologically as well. Like, it's very mentally taxing. You can get migraines and stuff dealing with that kind of level of high level focus while you're trying to game against really high level players.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of practice to get to be good at it, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
hammering out one long game, you know, it sucks, right? You finish the game like, ooh, I'm tired. But then the mentality of, oh, that was game 1 in a best of 5, right? Feels a lot different than, I just had a long ladder game, I want to go take a break.
Yeah, and people are different as well. There's some gamers out there like DeWalt, they can handle like an 8-hour session where they're just hammering out games. There's other guys, they can only handle like 2, 3, 4 games before they start to get a little bit tired. So if there was like a best of 9 thing, you'd probably be seeing a lot more different results from these guys, because some of them just will not be able to handle playing at that level for that long.
Yeah, it's a way to separate the weak. Oh man. All right, so it looks like worst beat IOPQ, and we'll go up against 0
Okay.
after BSL.
Nice.
So I pinged him and let him know. Yeah, really it is Napoleon and Ultra, but I think at this point I might just go grab all the replays we have, and then we can just come back to that.
Right, yeah, I'm up for that.
All right, give me 1 minute here. I need to download the replays, which means I need to relaunch the browser that I closed that had them.
Yeah.
So, give me a minute here, guys. We've always got more StarCraft. It's all about trying to cast everything live that we can, but, you know, you can only do so much.
Yeah. Yeah, catching people in between games can be difficult, and unfortunately we've missed out on some of the action, but we can go back, check out some of these replays as well, and bring you guys some of that missed action in the long run. G5's in the chat saying, Siege is hella slow, rewards camping losers. I mean, some people will tell you that camping's a legitimate strategy. It depends on what kind of camping it is. Like, holding angles and stuff is like par for the course in a lot of tactical shooters, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not like smashing buttons all the time. Like, you know, if you want an active shooter, you can pick Call of Duty or something. But like the intensive, like, all right, you have to hold this millimeter peak, and you have to get the shot immediately, because if you don't, they'll flick you and get you. You know.
I mean, I'll take it even one step further than what G5's saying. Do you ever play Quake 3, or have you not played much arena shooters?
Oh god, I haven't played Quake in forever.
So
I was more of an Unreal Tournament guy, but yeah, I get it.
Okay, well, I played Unreal Tournament as well, but Unreal Tournament's a little bit slow compared to Quake, right? So,
yeah,
but
100%.
There's 2 modes that people used to play on Quake 3. There was the standard VQ3, which is basically like Quake Live that they have now, but there was also this other mode, a mod that we used to play called Challenge Mode Pro Arena, which allowed you to have full air control. So while you were strafe jumping around the map, you weren't losing speed as you were going around corners and stuff. So you are flying, and that is the kind of high-speed gameplay that I like. So if I'm playing a shooter, I'd much rather play something like a CPMA arena game where you're just flying around the map, picking up armor and weapons and shooting off rockets at spawn locations and stuff like that.
Yeah, just all-around chaos.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, those are definitely the best kind of shooters where no one really knows what's happening. Everything's just kind of happening and exploding.
Yeah, your brain's trying to process it, and sometimes you get lucky and you figure things out, and you make some crazy shots that both players go nuts over.
Oh, Ultra just dropped out of a game.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess that gives us an extra series to watch here before pulling out the replays.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's always nice to cast live. I'm also going to try not to look at the bracket just in case we do watch the replays, so I won't be too spoiled by those games as well. And
that makes sense.
Lampshade, I'm reading the chat. I'm not going to freestyle while I'm casting, my guy.
All right, so they're going to do vetoes, which means we got a minute, but we have a minute now knowing that we got a series coming, and that's always nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making sure that everyone gets their replays uploaded.
That's definitely important. We might need those later.
Yeah. And I mean, also, I like to get replay packs out of the events to people who support on the Patreon or Ko-Fi. Because, you know,
Well, that's cool. Yeah.
there's always people out there who want to cast or want to see the pro players. You know, replays are a great resource. And if you support online,
right,
you know, Ko-Fi or Patreon, you, of course, get access to them. So, thumbs up.
I mean, back in the day, like a single replay of 2 good players was treated like gold dust. Most of the resources we had were these like 140p YouTube videos where it's just like a big blobby mess of like, you know, bad codec, and like you couldn't even tell how many units there are on the screen. It was just a big mess.
Yeah. And then you also missed a lot of things, like when Koreans were using camera locations to like send workers back to mining when they were trying to hold with workers, like early like 8 racks and stuff. Like no one really understood that. And then you finally get your hands on a replay and you're like, oh, that's what they're doing. That's why they're so good at this.
Yeah. There was a time where we have no idea what was going on, and we were trying to basically put the jigsaw puzzle pieces together and make sense of the game. It took us many years before we even came close to keeping up with what the Terrans were going for.
Alright. Ultra has to play in BSL, so he's like, come on, can we go? Alright, just him. Alright. I think Streamline went to the bathroom or something. It's like, tap, tap, tap. Hey, you awake?
Yeah, you can't just walk over to him in the LAN party and grab his shoulder and be like, hey.
Alright. He asked for 1 minute. Alright.
1 whole minute on.
Alright, 60. 50. Remember, if he's not back in exactly 60 seconds, we ban him, right?
Sounds good. I'm down.
So by the time you hear this chat, he will already have been banned or will already be ready to go.
Right. Yeah.
Delay.
One of those two things.
There's only 2 options, of course. There we go. Now replays are flooding in. A couple people forgot to upload them, so they're like, oh, yep, here you go. Man.
So what games did you play back in the day?
Back like the UMS games?
Oh yeah, in
or
general,
just in general, or just like
both,
general game. All right,
Yeah.
so I didn't play too many computer games. Our computer wasn't the greatest, so
okay.
I was we ended up getting the original Xbox not too long after it came out because my brother's best friend had one, and he's like, "You need to get one." So of course my brother got one, and so I remember like we had like the N64 and stuff, and I have memories of playing GoldenEye and, you know, the classics.
I do,
The old Beavis and Butthead game for Sega, I believe. It was on the
I never played that.
I don't know why, but that game just sticks out in my head for absolutely no reason. I don't know why. All right. So, but the first thing I remember really digging into was Halo. And I've been a big Halo fan ever since. And me and my buddies...
I imagine you were...
Oh.
I was going to say, I imagine you were going to say Halo.
Yeah. But even like last night and probably tonight, me and my buddies have been playing the Halo Wars. Like the RTS that they have. It's so good. For an RTS that was built for controller and console, it's so good.
Yeah, I think I've already seen that. I don't think I've ever tried the Halo Wars. Yeah, Halo's probably one of the most classic FPSs of all time.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't super keen on the newer ones, but 1 and 2 were really good.
Yeah, so I think 2 is my favorite because for Um, basically, like from about like 7th grade, like middle school onwards
Yeah.
until like 10th grade, I only had an original Xbox and Halo 2 in my room. So the only games
Yeah.
I could like really play by myself in my room was just Halo 2, and I played a lot of it.
Yeah, but it
Oh
was a good game, man. All right, so we're
god.
jumping into game number 1 between Streamline and Ultra on Radiant. We got spawning here in the top right. It's Ultra. That's the blue
There we
Terran.
There we are. Sorry, I forgot to set up the scoreboard.
And his opponent in the top left, when Arn is done busy messing with the overlay, it's Streamline as the red Protoss.
Alright. Sorry, I'm also answering worst.
Yeah, no worries. I'd be doing a much worse job of, pun intended, than you are doing if I had to handle all these overlay shenanigans and coordinating with players while casting and stuff. So yeah, good job so far, Arn. You're doing all right.
Oh, thank you. Thankfully, years of doing just general production work have gotten me really good at the production side of things. Of like, all right, you have 8 people. They're all on different sides of the building. Figure out how to get them organized.
Yeah, it's
But
important to have those kind of skill set, man. I mean, I definitely see that reflected here today. You've been holding your own.
well, thank you. I appreciate it. I just wish
Yeah,
I was
so we got
better at,
Ultra.
everything helps.
Everything does help, man. We got Ultra building his depot beneath his CC just to pop out those SCVs a little bit closer to the mineral line. Small optimizations, although he's not mining the second patch. He's being lazy. He's just throwing his SCVs onto mine. This patch isn't even being mined at all right now, guys.
That's fine. They'll figure it out eventually, right?
Yeah, you'd hope so. All right, and pretty standard timings here from Streamline, just getting that 1 gate tech to begin with. The question will be, will Ultra... Oh, potentially, you probably will. You probably will at least get 1. It's just a matter of Zealot Goon, or... I imagine he's going to build at least 1 just because he's not Probe Scout. So usually when they don't Probe Scout, I think they're more likely to have a few extra minerals to work with, and will be more likely to build at least 1 Zealot early on.
That makes sense. I mean, I think 1 Zealot at the beginning is always kind of worth it. It doesn't always get work done, but it's one of those that it forces Terran to be microing a lot, and all you're doing is just kind of moving it around and pretending that you know what you're doing. You know?
Yeah.
So I always think that's one of those things that I find worth it.
Right. So he's only got 1 on gas, right? The Ultra, so nothing crazy out of him. We won't be seeing a 2 factory or anything like that. Yeah, just normal to keep 1 SCV mining here, so eventually you can afford to get your add-on and whatever later on, but we'll be trying to squeeze out this command center as quickly as possible. First got to get a depot so we can keep producing SCVs. That depot is actually a little bit slow, so he's not been able to make SCVs fluidly like he should have done, so slightly behind the curve in this game. Maybe Streamline, though, having some issues of his own.
But
back
he
at home,
did,
so...
he did skip Zealot, so he's going to go straight to Goon, it looks like.
Yeah. Okay. So, what do you reckon the follow-up's going to be? He's not going rangeless expand, so this will most likely be sort of 25-ish Nexus. He could, if he wants, to go super crazy and throw down a Robo, but ideally he probably wants to make that Nexus soon.
Yeah, you should go Nexus, cut more Goons, just try and hammer away at the bunker he's going to force out by making all the Goons, you know?
I'm a little bit concerned for him, though, because with 4 Marines and a Vulture, you can easily smash this first Goon. He kills the Probe Scout, sees the Vulture time. He needs to make sure this Goon stays way back, because that Vulture will just chase it down and shave all the shields off for free at the bare minimum. And just being able to get out onto the map with this Vulture early on is already a big win for Ultra. Eventually, we'll be getting that mine upgrade, laying down mines at the 3rd base location, and getting some good scouting information is always a good deal for Terran, not getting any phase disruption shots on that early.
Yeah. I think Ultra was hoping that he could bait the Goon in, but the probe saw the Vulture right at the end and just like, oh, abort.
Yeah. It's wise from him to do that as well. It could be super annoying if you get that goon caught like that. Marines and Vulture will bully it. Let's see if you're going to come in here and see this Nexus timing. It was actually a second gateway before Nexus as well, so maybe Streamline can put a lot of pressure on with this 2-gate goon if he wants to. If there's no bunker from Ultra, maybe he can make something happen.
6 Marines and a tank. We're definitely going to be doing some sort of Marine push here early on.
Well, this
Otherwise,
this is a strong This is a strong FD push, kind of. Quite a lot of meat to chew through. 4 shots for each of these Marines, so it does give him a lot of tankiness behind this. But with the 2 gates back at home, we should be able to have enough production to respond to this appropriately. I imagine the 4th and 5th Dragoons just about to pop to deal with this, but with good micro, Ultra can maybe still get something done here.
All right, grab our first mine. Not gonna get off.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, Streamline should be safe, but he has lost one of his Dragoons already, and a good mine placement on the bottom of the ramp hasn't been sniped, so if he's not careful, this goon does take a connection on that. This goon now is 2 shots away from dying, but 1 HP left on it. Couldn't quite get the Gauss Rifle shot on that to finish it off, but still a big win here for Ultra. This is one of the worst case scenarios to have a 2-gate to deal with, but he's still getting the prerequisite amount of damage done to make this worth it. This Vulture can also kill this goon on the ramp potentially. Luckily, he does shuffle that back. Ooh, he still loses.
There it is. And I was saying, he's just gonna sit here and hit on this pylon. He's got 2 mines, so no, you really can't push out here to try and deal with this yet.
No, it's a little bit annoying having these mines in your face, and unless he's got really good memory, he won't know exactly where those are, so he can't just do like the Bisu micro of baiting them out. He's trying to run down the right hand side. He knows roughly where they are, but he triggers them anyway. That's a beautiful mine connection. That's like the best case scenario. Yeah, that's crazy that the other one survived as well and reshuffled to the middle. Now he can retreat with that low HP tank and feel pretty good about himself.
Yeah, those are just... Alright, he's going to sit back and repair. I worry that you might overcommit by having your tanks just out here by themselves, but at the same time, you know he's not going to do anything. You'll see it when he does with the mine.
Yeah, well, the mine will at least give him like some warning on when the goons push out at the very least. Now that he's had some time to repair, he can utilize this mine, try and shuffle forward with these tanks and get some pot shots off at these goons. Streamline needs to be exceedingly careful. Finally, this observer's popping out. Oh, okay, does manage to kill that mine at least. But now these tanks are kind of sitting ducks in the water. Needs to pull them back to the next mine. He's got a 3rd tank to work with, so he can start to micro against these 4 goons now.
All right, we're going to keep pushing up with more mines. And he's really trying to get these aggressive mine placements.
Yeah, he needs to, because it's the only way you can get value with these tanks like this. And he's pushing the goons all the way back into this choke. There is a shield battery coming up, but with these 2 mines at the front, can kind of shuffle a bit back and forth. Needs to be careful, though. These goons will punish these tanks if they're out of position for just a moment here. And 1 tank is dangerously low.
I'm still just out in the map chilling.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to go and try and take a base somewhere. I'm surprised he
got back in the base for the Terran right now. Is he going 4 factory or 3?
3 okay, coming up right now.
Okay.
Armory up.
Okay, I like this from Ultra, but he needs to be careful with these tanks. If he overstays his welcome any longer, he's in trouble. He needs to pull back right now.
Yeah. That's kind of what I've been worried about the whole time. It's like, how long can you actually stay around before it's just oh.
Well, that was the last possible second. So he's actually pulling out right at the last moment. So, and also getting the slowdown on this Nexus timing here is really great for him. Getting a mine placed there and sniping that probe is a big win.
It's honestly perfect. He's actually going to hide it over here, and it's kind of hard to see behind the doodads, you know?
Yeah, it's a little bit sneaky over there. If Streamline gets a bit lazy, it might even be killing additional probes that come out and try and take that expansion. Streamline making his way to the natural of Ultra, seeing if he can do anything here, but Ultra's got a pretty sizable tank count back at home. He's not going to really get much done. He's going to have to try and get a 3rd base online, and there's already mines to block that.
Yeah. Once Terran's set up with siege tanks behind a mine, you know, and a little bit of a choke, you're not getting in here without large losses.
I mean,
And one
tell
of the
that to
scariest
Best.
parts.
He always somehow manages to break through the most unbreakable positions. One of the best in the business, pun intended, at doing that. But yeah, generally speaking, Terrans are seriously well fortified in these kinds of game states. And you can't really do a lot without a really well executed Bulldog.
I think, honestly, the scariest part. Ooh, by the way, a goon died trying to come in here and retake the third.
Oh no, he's being lazy. You're gone.
Oh, one of the scare. Oh!
Oh! Just loses the Reaver straight up. He got kind of lucky
rough.
with all of those siege tank. Yeah, the siege tank shots all connected from the low ground, so instantly loses that Reaver. Really,
Just has to
really
go home really sad.
I mean, Streamline's in trouble. He hasn't got a third base underway. He can't secure that. He's lost his Reaver for free. This is about as Terran-sided as it gets without being an automatic win. This is like an 8-2 or 9-1 favorite situation here for Ultra, as long as he doesn't mess up.
Yeah. But as I was saying, you don't really know how deep the tank line goes, right? Anytime you push into tanks. It could be just like 3 at the front, or you hit those, and there's another one, another one, and another one. And
just
that's
a whole
basically
screen of tanks waiting for you.
Yeah, he dropped it, and this beautiful line of tanks that was here was like, oh, cool. Dunk.
Yeah, I'll take that. We win these. Gonna be throwing down a lot of gateways and trying to make something happen on 2 bases here as Streamline, but I'm not so sure about this. I don't know how long he can hope to make do with just 2 bases worth of economy. He's gonna have to do a lot of damage, or at least catch Ultra with his pants down and get on top of the siege tanks when they're out of position or something.
Yeah, the problem is when it's all goons, you don't really have any ability to deal with tanks.
No. Yeah, it's kind of hard. I mean, the Zealots deal with the tanks, and the goons deal with the vultures in a way. You can obviously kill tanks with goons, but generally speaking, you're retreating out from the fight once all the Zealots dry up and trying to keep your count of goons alive, so you can just keep flooding Zealots and keep recycling the same 2 control groups of goons over and over again. It's like Ultra, though, wants to bring the fight to Streamline in this game. Has got a few Goliaths out to 2-shot shuttles and 1-shot observers, so can't really easily break this position. Does try and scan for that observer, doesn't find it yet.
All right. Yeah, at this point. Oh, get a scan.
Oh, gets it this time at least.
Nice. It only took a couple of times, you know?
Ooh, he's going to go for it. Oh, and he saw a siege. He's trying. Oh, the mine connection on the Reaver, though. The Reavers are doing nothing in this game. It's got some Zealots to try and get on top of these siege tanks, but there's just not enough meat to this Protoss infantry.
No.
Some pretty good target firing from Ultra as well. Is mitigating disaster by not killing his own siege tanks, and does make all those Dragoons go splat. Forces out the tap out from Streamline. Ultra, pretty convincing victory from him.
Yeah, that was very well executed Terran play right there. Yeah. Really just, when in doubt, just do it right, you know?
I mean, you better be playing this game right. I mean, StarCraft's like one of those beautiful games where it feels kind of dirty if you can't execute to the best of your ability. That's why I think that's why this game is so special, though. You're playing against yourself as much as you are playing against your opponent.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry, my phone's just being stupid. There we go. All right. So now all we got to do is wait for the next game. I mean, oh man, sorry, my brain a little tired today. It's been a long week, but no better way to end a long week than with some StarCraft. Even if my brain's a little tired.
Yeah, what we'll do now is hurry up and wait for these next guys to pick which map it's gonna be.
Yeah. And I'm curious because I don't think like it Terran obviously, like, you know, solid Terran pushes there, but I think Protoss really had a lot of potential at different points. It just never quite worked out, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he got anything done with the Reavers for a start, that would have been something, right? Not a single
Yeah.
Scarab connection out of those 2 Reavers. I mean, that's your nail in the coffin right there. You got these big tech investments that don't give you any value in terms of slowing down the Terran's advance or doing some economic damage and harassment back at his base. Yeah, you're probably gonna lose.
Yeah, when you when you lose your Reaver instantly, it's not great. It was a good place to drop it. It made sense. Like what he was doing made sense. It was just unfortunately there was a bunch of tanks looking at that spot instantly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been unfortunate. It is common to try and like drop your Reaver on the periphery to snipe the turrets and open up the defenses of the Terran to go deeper later on,
Yeah.
but slightly bad placement of that Reaver was a bit unfortunate.
There's only so much you can do. I mean, in theory, he could have seen the tanks and like, you know, but in theory, you can do anything, right? In theory, ghosts are a viable unit.
I mean, you can probe rush in theory, right? Send out your
Yeah.
first workers and do a delayed sell-up pressure timing after that, and just never let them get the factory now.
No. Yeah. All right.
Now, Ra used to play like that way back when and actually won games.
I wish I could win games.
I heard winning's pretty fun.
Yeah. I don't get to do it very often, though. But there's a reason I host the tournaments instead of playing in them, right?
There's a reason why I cast.
That's smart. Get into casting, then you don't actually have to win.
There you go. It's like teaching, you know, those that can't do teach or whatever, you know.
True. I should become a coach. I am conceptually
There you
S
go.
rank, of course.
Of course. Okay, so looks like Dominator's gonna be our next map on the agenda. Streamline maybe wanting to exploit some of these pizza slices.
Yes. Alright, it was just confirming also that the games go tomorrow, and that this is the last game he has to play today, so it's like, yep. All you gotta do is crush it.
Yeah, certainly do. Oh, we got here in the top left. It's Ultra. It's the blue Terran. And currently 1-0 behind in the series is Streamline in the bottom left as the red Protoss looking to redeem himself on the map Dominator.
I like Dominator a lot. It is
Yeah, I do.
by far away one of my favorite 3-player maps.
Oh, it's been one of my favorite maps. I mean, we've had a few okay ones in the past, like Sylphid was pretty good, Moonglaive was kind of interesting, a little bit weird, but yeah, there's certain maps like Dominator which just hit the sweet spot for that 3-player map.
Absolutely.
Longinus was probably the most popular 3-player map way back in the day. Ooh, okay.
Okay, 2 SCVs going forward.
Oh,
Where are you
he's
going,
gonna make a
boys?
deep. I'm curious. Yeah, I was curious if he was gonna make a depot with one of them, and one of them was scouting. But it looks like they're both coming into the center of the map for a belated BBS.
That's weird.
Yeah,
yes.
it's a slightly unoptimized BBS, but a BBS nonetheless on.
Yeah, well, we had to see one today, I guess, right?
Right. I mean, this is going to be
Right.
exciting, actually, to see if Streamline can hold this or not. He did go 2 gate before Nexus last game, right? So maybe he
Yeah.
does something similar here as well. But he's going for a Nexus first. Oh my days.
No.
No way.
How can you throw this? No. Protoss, you're Protossing too
man.
hard.
I don't even think you should Nexus first on this map in general, by the way. You know, like... Yeah, this is going to be a rough one for Streamline.
Man.
Oh, man.
I mean, as a Protoss, you can do anything, and I get that, but not this time.
Not this time. Yeah, I mean, there is still hope for Streamline, though. I mean, Ultra could, suddenly get a really important phone call. A jet engine could fall on his house. The internet cables in the ocean get cut. I mean, anything could still happen, right?
Yeah, there's still a chance. If Streamline starts running now, he can get to Ultra's house and unplug his internet cable, right?
Yeah. I mean, I would like to see it. Bunker
All right, we
coming
are
down.
going to go Gateway Forge as our follow-up. You come up here and you're like, wait a minute. What are you doing there? Stop that.
I mean, there is a chance that Ultra really throws this and makes a big mistake and like runs down the ramp too early and there's a probe drill and he gets on top of the Marines or something. But with the bunker here at the high ground, I don't think that'll be transpiring.
No. I wouldn't hate seeing a cannon on the low ground just to deter him from coming down a little too early. But you gotta cancel that Nexus.
Yeah. I mean, the game's not technically over, right? He could potentially still survive if he probe drills up the ramp and doesn't let this bunker go up. But he's not probe drilling, he's just allowing. He's tapping out.
You go Gate Forge and you don't build a cannon? You have all the tools at your disposal.
I don't think the cannon's finishing in time anyway but yeah, he should at least try.
But like, yeah, I mean, I get it, right? It was no matter what, it was a build order loss. It was 100% a build order loss. Like,
yeah. But like the Terran has to really throw that game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to sometimes see that Terran get the like revenge on Protoss. They're so used to getting cheesed into oblivion that it kind of feels good as a Terran to BBS and get a quick 2-0 win over one of these guys. Send him packing on the 8 battle bus.
Yeah. Let me just make sure to upload your replays. Sorry. There we go. Making sure everyone uploads their replays. Grab some of the ones on the interwebs that we happen to have. And I think today's going to be a bit of a shorter day than tomorrow will be, but I think that's fine because I think tomorrow's going to overwhelm us with incredible games.
Yeah. Tomorrow will probably be a lot more spicier overall, and most of these slightly lower tier players will be eliminated by then, so there'll be, the cream of the crop that's left remaining in a much longer series.
Absolutely. All right, so let's take a gander here. Sorry, I'm looking over the replays.
What have we got? I'm gonna avoid looking at the bracket, so I don't even know who's winning.
Oh, you're good. It's weird because they default to UTC. So I have a replay here that's labeled at 6:36 p.m. It's 2:02 p.m. right now in my location.
It's in the future, on. Did you know that?
There you go. Windows, you good? So give me a second here. I will get us some games to watch.
Sounds good. Games to watch is always good.
Yeah. All right. Let me double check what we. I always like to double check what we casted because I have a bad habit of like, oh, this looks great. Launch. Like, wait, I feel like I've seen this one before. All right. You know what? I'm curious what happened with Zeddy and Javier because that went for fucking ever. So.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and if I know how to navigate the replays.
Yeah, you try and figure that out. I'm gonna check the chat. Okay, we got Art of the Turtle in the chat. Hey, what's up, man? Lunch break over. Hope you guys are having a great time casting. We certainly are. We just wish there was more games and more craziness to bring you guys. Been super fast games and series so far today. Much love to you as well, my dude. It's funny, really. Ultra at lands, mega terrible.
Alright, 1 second here.
Oh, he's better online, turns out.
This should be the first one, I think. Wait, hang on. Sorry. Since I'm what we call stupid, so you keep reading.
Okay, yeah, we got a guy in chat saying that it's funny that Ultra is really bad at lands, but doing pretty good online. And you know what? That's true for a lot of the Korean pros as well. There's many people which are very capable online, and they're just terrible at lands. And it's a
Yeah,
completely
that's
different
true.
environment. You got people around you, crowds. Maybe you're a little bit more introverted, so you're not good at like playing with a crowd or something, or yeah, or just not used to playing outside of your bedroom. You know, that's a big deal. Not playing at your actual desk and your actual chair and that kind of thing.
Yeah, your surroundings have such a large effect on how you play without
Right.
realizing it. Like
Oh, it's a huge
I
deal.
I hate my keyboard. My keyboard's a piece of junk HP like default keyboard that I've had since like 2014, right? It's my old server. I had a keyboard and it died, and this is my backup that I use for servers. And I was like, it works, and I plug it in. I hate this thing, but like playing without it
Is that
feels
rubber
wrong at
domes?
this point, right?
Is that
Like
rubber
it's not
domes?
great.
Not even switches.
No, these are these are domes. These are like the super flat keys too. I did that for a
Oh
while until I had like the
man,
really bad mushy switches. But I've
no
gotten so
way.
used to it, you
No,
know.
man, I could not game on that thing. Jeez. That's like
If
what
the
I would imagine the devil would get me to play on. Like, you get to hell when you die, right? And he's like, oh, don't worry, you get to play StarCraft. And, like, that's the keyboard he gives you to play with.
No, no, no. You're gonna get there. He's gonna tell you to play on a laptop trackpad.
Or, no, N64 StarCraft. He's like, don't worry, you get to play me
Oh,
in StarCraft for fun. And it turns out it's the N64 version of the game. You got controllers.
I'm down. I'll figure it out one of these days.
Just keep four pulling or something.
Four pull until you win, baby.
On Bloodbath.
All right, 1 second here. I actually do
Hey,
have
it's
a match for us.
Do you know what? It's thanks to Four Pool that the pool was changed from 150 minerals to 200 way back when. As one of the first
Yeah,
patch changes.
honestly, can't believe it.
Yeah.
All
There was
right, you
not
ready?
many changes made to StarCraft. I'm ready.
All right, we're gonna do Javier versus Zeddy,
Okay.
the series that slowed everything else down.
Alright, alright. I didn't even look at how many replay files there were, so I don't even know how long this series is. Let's get into it. Game number 1 on Radiant, guys.
There is, in fact, some replays. All right,
You want to do intro?
sure. In the bottom right, guys, with the red SCVs, we have Javier, or Javi, as he's been going by these days.
Okay.
Bottom left, we've got Zeddy. All right, no four pool. I'm instantly disappointed.
Yeah, he's lost style points already. He's dead to me.
Yeah, this is why I four pool every game.
Yeah. That's why you're my friend,
Thank you. There we go. Javier is a very standard player. He doesn't like. He would rather play a macro game and lose than try and cheese and win more often than not.
Right, right. Yeah, well, hopefully you can give us some nice, solid games here. Maybe these games will go the distance as well. It did seem that this series lasted a while, so imagine at least one of these games is at least a little bit crazy, or they're just
Oh,
having very
yeah.
solid games overall.
I mean, I hope so. It's you can't have these long games and not make them spicy, right?
Yeah,
As we were talking
yeah,
about
and
the
this is
fatigue that sets in.
right, and this is one of the most volatile matchups. I mean, both races are essentially glass cannons trying to shatter one another. Very
Yeah.
tempo orientated and can swing either way in a moment's notice.
Yeah, unfortunately, it never swings my way, but you know, we live and
Maybe
we
you
learn.
start swinging both ways on and start betting for the other team.
All right, that was good. I had nothing for that. All right, Escalade over there shouting out your YouTube. I respect it. Understandable. We do have probably the best caster in Foreign Brood War here with Jun. I'm going to keep
Yeah, I appreciate that
mispronouncing
as
it
well.
until the day I die. So,
Hey man, I don't honestly care. Call me that XUN guy for all I care, man.
Exune. How badly can I
I mean,
mispronounce it?
I loved being called Zune back in the day. Like a guy used to call me Zune. Hey Zune. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I think I can mispronounce it slightly worse. I can come up with something new and interesting at least.
Yeah, try and like put a spin on it. Something very creative.
Overlord meandered a little too far. It's like, no, get back to safety.
Yeah, you do want to kind of check a little bit deep with the Overlord, at least to try and see if there's anything on the edge of this cliff being built or something. But then you need to quickly tuck tail and run, especially if it was like a 10 Rex or something. Those Marines will be out very soon.
I've lost enough Overlords because they got a little too happy with their rally.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little bit lazy and you just don't think about it early game, and suddenly you're supply blocked and you're probably going to lose the game over a tiny little mistake that could have been easily avoided.
Yeah. And losing your first Overlord. Uh-oh. He is going to make it out. But yeah, when you lose that first Overlord because it went a little too deep and they just get your Marines under it, and you're just like, come on, why? Why?
Oh, man. Yeah, there's some times where I also have had the Overlord die even while it was on the high ground, and they've just barely gotten vision of it in some weird angle, and it's like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, you're like, how the heck do you see that? Oh.
Yeah. Ooh, he gets 2 of these slings actually early on. That's a really big win for Zeddy. Okay, I mean, he can now send these naked Marines across the map if he wants to and really put the pressure on Zeddy. Zeddy's also supply blocks right now. He can't even make anything. Just now finishing 2 Overlords at once after getting supply blocked. I think that was a bit of a mistake from him to miss his Overlord timing, and he popped out 2 at once to try and optimize his lava, so we didn't get a stack of 3 going. But he couldn't make any lings to defend against these Marines. Obviously, Javi has no ways of knowing that he can't produce lings right now. But he could have pulled the trigger on going out with those Marines and potentially got an easy win.
Yeah, if he had moved out there, it's just, oh, hey, look, I accidentally a win.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, he could have forced lings and then turned around. And yeah, you generally speaking do want to put on pressure if you can kill some of those Zerglings early on. 4 Marines beat 4 lings, so definitely could have put on a lot of pressure with those Marines. He's got a 2 Rex timing to work with. 4 minutes 50 is around the time the medics are popping out, as you can see now, so he should be pushing out onto the map, putting some pressure on and maybe forcing some sunken response out of Zeddy.
Yeah, and I mean, with this kind of push, you push out, at least for what I've seen a lot, is you push out, you scan, you see they drop the 2 sunkens, and you just go back home. You call it good.
Yeah. You don't have to obviously commit to an attack here. 2 Sunken should hold this, but you do at the very least want to force them to make some kind of response. And he's feeling so insecure that he's making an Evo chamber to block. And actually, he has got a window. He's stimming already. He's going to pull the trigger on trying to get it just as these Sunkens are popping. He might be able to barely kill these Sunkens. Good drone pull, though, to try and save the day. With good target firing with these Sunkens, he should still be right. Does manage to gun one of those down. Without target firing, he wasn't able to break this. I think he's going to break through the Sunken. This is crazy. He will get some follow-on down. As long as he doesn't lose too many of these drones, though, does have these mutas hatching out. The problem is that he's going to lose at least. Yeah. This is kind of crazy damage already. He will stabilize and clear this up, but he's lost a lot of mining time. When all said and done, though, Zeddy can still put on some counter pressure with these mutas and maybe catch some poor turret timings. First wants to see if he can get the exit vector clean up on these 2 medics while they get back to safety. There's not that many turrets set up back at home, so maybe some counter damage for Zeddy here could be accomplished.
Yeah. I like the idea that Javier had of just like send in the Marines, bring the medics home, and try and save them. See if you can slow the Zerg down a bit more. It does seem like it almost worked.
Right. But Zeddy's being a bit too passive with these mutas. He's not going to punish the turret timing on this barracks production line. He could swing around, circumnavigate that, get into the main mineral line where there's not any turrets yet as well, and get a cancel on some of these SEVs building those. Hasn't yet identified that as a possibility, though.
No, he's just sitting back. And I think when you have, there's certain units that just, if you sit back with them, there's no point in building them. And I think mutas are one of those, right?
Yeah.
And I put Reapers in the same camp. You know,
I mean,
you build
you
them,
have to
you
always be
gotta go.
moving with these units. You got to harass. You got to look for timings. He has 7 as well, so he knows he can one-shot SCVs. And it's very likely for the Terrans to prioritize the 2 locations closest to the Zerg. In this case, that's the natural and the production line, which is the barracks. So he should have
Yeah.
like tried to go around those and straight into the main base anyway, just to check for a poor turret timing.
Also, Havier did drop a scan, it looks like, and saw that there was a base up here. So he does know. Oh.
Ooh, he lost 1 meter for free there. Needs to be careful. I mean, he did kill those bar units early on, but now there's a pretty sizable force that has been mustered by Harvey. He keeps all these Marines in a tight little square formation, engage the mute as well. Said he might be in trouble. He needs to at least force stims and try and make the most of there only being 2 medics for the time being, but hasn't yet even forced a stim out of Harvey.
Yeah. And I mean, if you can do this all without stimming, you know, build up some extra energy on your medics, that's just gold.
Right. Eventually, he will have to stim to try and kill these mutas, but he's doing a really good job of not even needing to stim yet. Now he's got 4 medics, so he can stim a lot more liberally when those mutas do swing round to coming in to try and harass.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. He hit the stim button.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't think that this is enough harassment with the Mutalisks here. He needs to find something. And now he can't because he's got to keep track of this Bioball. With these mutas, he can't afford to just go and kill SCVs right now. And he's losing all the mutas.
No, no.
Oh, that's painful. Not like this. Not like this, Arn.
No, I've been there one too many times. You put your mutas in a spot and you look back and the Marines are into them and they're all dead and you're like,
well, that's the point. You should never be putting your mutas in a spot. They need to be constantly active and either moving to a new location or running somewhere or, yeah, doing anything but standing still, basically. He's got a lurker just barely in the nick of time to get on top of this high ground. These Marines with a good scan could still overwhelm this. He's going to be trying to get a bit of a flank on this lurker. Does stim and go for it. We'll be able to kill that. Another lurker is hatching out, but he might be able to do some damage in his top left pocket.
I mean, if he just stands in a line, you know, he can help out the lurker, but this lurker's not going to be in time. Muta's going to try and
coming
save,
back
but
to help us
6.
out.
There's only 3.
He's gonna get... Oh, man. This is so painful for Zed. He just has to tap out. A quick early lead in this series. Harvey looking pretty solid and suave in this matchup, and Zeddy needs to dig deep and find some better gameplay with those mutas.
Absolutely. And I mean, like you were talking about, it's like he parked them, and that's just when you lose them.
Right. It's so tempting to just like stop using your mutas and go back and macro back at home or something, but really they need to be active. Like run in, bait a stim, and then run out and use those 10 seconds while you're waiting for that stim to wear off to then do your macro cycles and then go back in again with the mutas after you've done everything back at home. Something like that.
No, you definitely need to be abusing the mobility of your units. And like I said, there's just units that genuinely aren't worth building unless you're consistently moving them. And that's why I think there's an argument to say that at the low levels, you shouldn't be building mutas. You should go for lurker or ling all-ins. A lot more you should be trying mutas until you really have that APM and the ability to do these things.
Yeah, it's definitely an easier way of executing the game. But we're jumping into game number 2 here. We got Zeddy spawning in the bottom right as the red Zerg. Currently 1-0 down. Can he redeem himself? Harvey here in the top left as the blue Terran. Looking really solid in that game number 1.
Absolutely. And, I mean, Javier sits at, what, 17, 1800 these days? And, I mean, that just looked really good. It's amazing how good 1800 can look.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the funny thing about Terran is they don't really improve linearly like the other races do. Like with Zerg and Protoss, you kind of get a lot more feedback from your rate of improvement in terms of like how your MMR climbs and that stuff. With Terran, it's like you've got to tick a lot of boxes before you get through to the next plateau of skill. So it can feel like you're stagnating and not really getting anywhere as you're grinding out games. But then all of a sudden, your MMR shoots up by like 50 or 100 all at once.
Huh. All right, that makes sense. So, I mean, Terran is very mechanically demanding, so yeah, that makes sense.
Right, it's just a lot of know-how as well that goes into knowing how to abuse timing windows, for example. So like in Terran versus Zerg, like most of the win percentage comes from those mid-game timing windows. And if you don't know how to exploit that as Terran, you're just not going to be able to kill the Zergs like you should be able to.
Okay. I mean, I lose at every point in the game, so. So far,
Okay,
pretty
well,
standard macro game. Looks like not deterred by game 1. We're going to have a very standard game 2.
yeah. This is going to be a cross-map scout as well. Is he worried about BBS? I think he is. Yeah, he's cross-map scouting.
Seems like it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you do this if you're worried about a BBS or something. It's pretty wise. And also, you'll know if the Terran is close positions or not. That can help you optimize your early game a little bit more. But I would definitely be cross-map scouting in some of these series just to be absolutely sure there's no BBS that's going to catch me with my pants down.
Well, it's going to work because he's also going to find Havier's base.
Yeah.
Which is just
Pretty
downright
lucky.
convenient.
Nothing crazy out of Harvey. Just going to be pumping out Marines. Getting a CC soon. You could use this drone to slow down that CC if they try and skip Marines. But it's like Harvey doesn't like to cut Marines to throw down the CC. Even though the drone scout's running away.
He has that German efficiency, you know? He's very efficient. Yeah.
Yeah, they are very efficient, both with how they speak and how they operate as people. As yeah, the one thing I've noticed about Germans, they got a word for everything. It's kind of crazy how precise they can get with their language.
Just make sure you're always making eye contact when you cheers, or else they'll ruin your life. Xavier's a big stickler on that. Like, we were doing cheers, and it's like there was like 5 of us there, right? And it's like, all right, cheers. And you look around at everyone. He's like, no, eye contact. I'm like, Xavier, brother. Like, there's 5 people here. I can only make eye contact with so many of you.
I mean, I guess you gotta like quickly dart your eyes back and forth so much they become a blur, and it looks like you're looking at everyone.
Get a series of mirrors, so that way you're always making eye contact with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's an efficient way of setting that up.
Yeah. I'm sure he would know it.
There's going to be a bit of an optimized macro game here from Zeddy, getting a fast hatchery, a third hatchery down in his main base. Wants to try and get as many lava and drones as possible. Also does enable you to potentially go for a lot of Zerglings to support those Mutalisks as well. Means you don't have to rely so much on your Mutalisk control and kind of get a Mutaling stab going and trying to surround those bio units and clear out the first bio ball without much execution required.
Yeah, I definitely prefer that a bit more because it's so hard to try and get the right shots when they have their Marines in a ball. You just send in like you know, a dozen lings and you can just rip through the Marines with your mutas real quick.
Well, unless you've got a good count of mutas, you shouldn't really be engaging the Marines when they're standing still in formation like that. You should be like tracking them, waiting for them to start to move, and then you quickly engage them and just like keep harassing them and forcing them to be pinned down and unable to progress across the map.
Okay, that makes sense. One thing to note here, as that Xavier does, or doesn't do, I should say, as opposed to the current meta, is no fire bats.
Right.
A lot of times, if you're going for this push out, you make 2 fire bats, and they kind of protect your ramp from any run-bys.
Right. Right. But this time he doesn't seem to need to worry about that, and Zeddy's not going to be able to punish him either with the way he's playing right now. Got 2 Sunkens on the way to block this timing. Second Sunk's a little bit slower than it was last game. If he stims and goes again, maybe he could come in here. There's slightly more Marines than last time as well.
We have 4 lings that are going to try and help push him back.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, so he will be safe.
Okay. Is huge.
Yeah, any value right now is good. It just makes your Mutalisks that much stronger. And with the 3 hatcheries set up like this, he can go up to 7 mutas a little bit quicker than usual, so it can get right in there and start sniping SEVs soon.
Yeah, I mean, build 6 off the bat, should have 1 more coming pretty soon.
Is he cutting mutas? It took a while to build something there for a second. I think he was like confused about what he should do.
Yeah. Oh, maybe trying to get +1?
Yeah, he optimized his +1 time. Yeah, he's droning up. Oh, no, this is pretty good. Oh, don't lose your mutas
no.
for free, though.
No.
Oh, that's so painful. Yeah, he needs to go up to 7 mutas really quickly, and he's not going to be able to do that with making those drones now. Trying to get a bit of pincer with these lings, though. Medic's out of position. We'll be cleaning up these bio units. Does lose one of the mutas, though. Harvey trying to save these medics and does sacrifice the Marines to get another mutalisk dead, so not much counterplay available for Zeddy to come in here and punish some slightly slow turret timings in the main base, and doesn't seem like Zeddy is very keen on trying to eyeball those and trying to find weaknesses in the Terran's defenses. Does seem a little bit more passive with how he plays with his mutas.
Yeah, he definitely seems to sit back and wait. And while there's a lot of value to it, you know, as we can see,
You should play Terran then.
Yeah, yeah. If you want to sit back and do nothing, play Terran, go mech.
Yeah,
Easy
you ain't wrong.
1800.
Yeah, pretty much. It comes in here. This is definitely not what you should be doing, by the way. You can't get anything done with 6 mutas versus 3 turrets, so it takes a lot of free damage on those. It's trying to take this natural expansion in the bottom left. Could be going for Crazy Zerg here. It's got Eva Chamber with Carapace upgrade and taking the natural with his third hatchery as third base. Would be able to sunken that up and go for Crazy Zerg here. Have even killing his own turret to optimize his mineral mining.
Yeah, I absolutely like this for Crazy Zerg. This is a great setup. If you're stuck at home, you know, you killed the first group of Marines. I mean, granted, the second one's right about to move out, and he does scan this, which sucks.
He just scanned like 3 or 4 times in a row. That was insane. He finds that hatchery in the bottom left. Now going to be moving out to try and see if he can get on top of that. Hopefully there's enough mutaling to slow this down, but oh, he catches some of those mutas. There's not that many units right now to stop this, so if Harvey just pushes the gas pedal all the way down, this hatchery might not be long for this world.
Yeah, and it's going to finish right before he gets there, which means you can't cancel it.
Yeah, he needs this base as well. You can go 2-base Crazy Zerg, especially with the macro hatchery he built earlier, but it's not as optimized. That's got a lot of gas banked up, but Harvey going to be feeling really good about this if he can get this. 7 mutas and some lings trying to come in for the cleanup. It's ready to pounce on this small bioforce. Good target firing on the mutalisk, though. Now switches up to attack me to try and deal with the lings first. Some reinforcing bio units coming in to see if he can get the actual kill on this, but only 4 mutas. I don't think that Zeddy's going to be able to save this hatchery. You can kill like 1 or 2 of these bio units. But with good target firing, they should overwhelm the mutas just barely. Okay, he's got 1 muta to the south he's not using. Or 2 even.
2, actually.
Yeah, he could easily save this. I hope he finds these mutas soon, because he could still save this hatchery.
Yes, come on, please.
It's so close. Just go in.
Oh,
no! That's crazy. He could have saved that hatchery, man.
Oh, my lord. And now he loses more mutas.
Oh, this is so painful for Zeddy. Like, he's in such a good game state. If he kills this Bioforce and doesn't lose this third base, he's in such a favorable game state going into Crazy Zerg. He's still got a chance at winning, to be fair to him. He's got a lot of gas banked up. I mean, he can make 5 ultras by the time that ultra cavern finally finishes up. So it's still some hope here for Zeddy in this game.
It's never over, right? With with ultras and hive tech in general, it's never quite over. But we do need to remake this hatchery.
Yeah, he had a hidden drone, but still sent down some drones. I guess that drone's just gonna chill there for the rest of the game.
Oh my
He's on
lord,
strike,
Xavier, instantly scanning this.
Yeah, it's kind of a good scan, to be honest with you.
Yeah, brother, please let the man have some chance.
Yeah, I mean, there are some lings out on the map. I mean, maybe he gets a good surround on his Bioforce before it can clean up these hatcheries yet again. Harvey wants to play whack-a-mole with those and try and limit the gas income for the Zerg. It's 300 gas a minute per gas. So right now he's only on 600 gas a minute. So 3 ultras a minute's not too bad to contend with, but any more than that can be problematic for the Terran.
I mean, especially what we're looking at here. +1. Once +2 kicks in, ultras in low numbers just don't stand a chance.
Yeah. For the time being, though, there is still some hope for Zeddy to get these ultras out and start, clearing up this bio ball before those weapons upgrades kick in. He's actually just going to cancel these hatcheries down here. Harvey's timings and pressure is just too good.
I do appreciate that now he has 2 hidden drones here.
Yeah. Maybe he can still get a hatchery online, but this is still pretty rough. He's got some additional macro hatcheries coming on in the main base, actually. This might be a good supplementation. He's still got a pretty good amount of minerals to work with. He could start to flood some Zerglings to support those ultras that he's going to start hatching out. Maybe get a third base at the 3 o'clock as well would be an idea.
Yeah, it looks like he's ready for that 3 o'clock base. At this point, he just needs a third. Doesn't matter where. You need it. So you might as well just take a base he can actually hold.
Yeah, even a ninja base is fine. Just anywhere on the map. Yeah.
Yeah. Ideally not the spot that you just lost 2 bases at, you know? That's like the only qualifier.
Yeah, it's just too easy to scan that and identify and come down and punish. He would have been better off trying to hide this gas base. Is trying to scout around with some Zerglings on the map to see if he's got any units that are just waiting to catch some hatcheries and wants to make sure there's nothing to scout. This base coming online at the 3 o'clock location. Vessel's now finally out on the map as well for Harvey. It's going to be hard for Zeddy to balance pumping out Ultras as well as Scourge. Has got a few pairs of Scourge ready to start sniping those. A lot of Ultras have been able to produce, like we were talking about. Stat can still make a lot of 2 bases. Maybe he can still bowl over this. There's only 1-1 upgrades. He can still win these trades.
Oh, 1-1 is not enough. And with any good cloning here. Oh, not great cloning, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, using the double-edged sword of these irradiated ultras against the Terran player to get some splash damage going. Pretty good surface area to work with. Harvey trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Unfortunately, gets the majority of his forces now cleaned up. Just one single science vessel remaining. This is definitely a chance for Zeddy to snowball this into a win. If he can get this third gas online, has got plenty of lava to flood Lings with those additional macro hatcheries as well.
Yeah, and it looks like he wants to. And we got 5 ultras, and if we can just make a lot of Lings here, he definitely is considering just a quick end of the game.
Right. Yeah, Harvey's +2 timing was a little bit slow in this game. You should have it by now. And unfortunately, that means that Zeddy has a bit of a win condition, despite getting played whack-a-mole. Now it's 4-1 upgrades on these ultras, or only 1-1 on these marines. He wants to force trades right now. You have to go and trade with the bio. If you got 4-1 upgrades and the Terran's still on only +1, oh my days, those ultras trade. Yeah, this is your moment. You need to go. Oh my gosh, I hope he clicked on that marine to see they're still on 1-1, because that would be like a trigger just to go full steam ahead.
Yeah, I've gotten in the habit of checking my opponent's upgrades in like any fight, simply because there's so many times where it's like, oh crap, I can just take a fight right now. Let's go do that.
Yeah. If you've got 4-1 upgrades and they haven't got like 2-1 or something, you should definitely be forcing trades with those bio. Another fleet of Scourge trying to intercept. Not so good on the cloning, but does kill at least 2 of them. Yeah, it would be nice to see some cloning on those vessels to guarantee all of them going down. Would be a pretty big kill move in this game. And then he'd have a win condition of just containing it. Yeah. He would have had a much better chance at winning this game if he just focused on cloning those Scourge and just containing the Terran player from ever expanding while he himself takes more bases. Does force a fight in the natural expansion. Does the Terran have +2 upgrades yet? He's going to need to trade this off. Doesn't yet have it. These ultras are going to trade off so many fire units. He has to work on SimCity. Oh, he just dematrixed an ultra.
The ultra.
Oh, yes! Man, that's crazy.
Well, it doesn't matter. Ultra is still the dumbest unit in the game.
Yeah, you have to do manual move commands to actually get value out of your ultras. They're really dumb on just attack move only, especially into choke points like that. So Harvey will hold the line. Kind of crazy that he accidentally clicked on that ultra. It's the one thing you don't want to do is dematrix an ultra.
No, it's the thing you hear about so often. It's like, oh, don't dematrix the ultra, ha ha ha. And then you do it, and you're just like, oh, I did it.
Damn.
I did the thing.
I did the thing. Marines, I guess, are harder to click on than big blobby cows, I guess.
Yeah. All right, 2-2 is almost done here. Taking its sweet old time. I don't think he has crack, though, for the cracklings.
Maybe not. Maybe not. We've got the file amount, though, coming out. Right. Yeah, and 6 o'clock coming up for Zeddy as well. Going up to 4 gases is kind of crazy. That's 1,200 gas a minute for the time being. Really wild to think about. 6 ultras a minute he can produce. That's a lot for the Terran to keep up with on.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the nice thing about larva is that you actually can just continuously produce them as you have the gas, right? It's not, you're
Right,
not going to
right.
queue up in a barracks.
Right, yeah, and you can flood links behind that as well to spend yourself. But tries to wrap around the back with the arm of Ultras. They're kind of blocked up a little bit though. With the
There we
D-Matrix,
go.
will help out the trade. With good target firing, Javi can still win these trades. It's actually pretty good from Javi to make the most of a bad situation. Zeddy being a little bit too over-eager and didn't really get a good surround with those Ultras. He's not manually positioning them enough. He's kind of just attack moving in and hoping for the best. So Javi going to be going through to the next phase of the game with this mineral only to supplement, and we'll stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the main, right? That's done. The natural's not far behind. He needs to get some money because Zerg now has 2 fresh bases that he's working on, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I mean,
And
there's
Zerg's doing a counter attack
5
at the mineral
workers
only
there.
right now. There's a
That'd be
counter
great.
attack over here. Yeah, I think he'll just barely be okay back at home. Harvey, though, desperate to get some damage done of his own at this 3 o'clock location. Sunquit's on the high ground will make this extremely hard to break into. Does get a D-Matrix Marine, though. There's some hope for him still to break up here. If there's no Ultras popping out anytime soon, he can break through these Sunkens.
This base is toast.
Yeah, he can break through those Sunkens, man. This is pretty good, but all the Ultras just barely getting here. Should be able to clean out these bio units now. Unfortunately for Harvey, not getting in here in time to kill the drone.
Oh, that's how he gets the Marine.
Yeah, he does click it the correctest time, but it's not going to really amount to much. He needed to get some drone kills there at the very least and wasn't successful in doing so. Now needs to get a 4th base up as compensation. Just going down to 1 base worth of economy is not ideal as Terran.
All right, we're going to munch on these medics, but they also have no energy. Like, they're very low on energy after that fight.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
like, even if they make it home, they're not exactly the greatest medics in the world.
No, no. They showed up to a sausage party and didn't have anything left in the tank afterwards on.
No, absolutely not. Unfortunately, what little they have is really necessary right now as the Marines get ripped apart by Ultras. Lings, who needs them? Darkstorm, who needs it?
Yeah, it doesn't even need to rely on this Ultra. We'll allow him to potentially get a checkmate move, though, if he starts throwing down Dark Swarms at this mineral only and prevents the Terran from being able to mine here. That's going to be pretty much lights out for Harvey if that does transpire.
And here we go.
He's going to come in for it. Does start to throw down these orange clouds of death. It's like getting Cheeto dust all over your controller. It's really unpleasant.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's kind of good, though.
Yeah, it's really good for the Zergs. Like, no, there's not much the Terran can really do. He's going to try and shuffle back and kill these outside of the Dark Swarm. As long as he keeps microing them back while going to town on these SCVs, there's pretty good value trades from him when all said and done. He's doing clearing out most of this Bioforce as well. Yeah, Zeddy in a really commanding position right now. I think he's going to be closing out this game. He's kind of tactically sniping this Comsat. He learned his lesson from earlier and using the irradiated Ultra to splash damage these SCVs as well.
That was cool to see.
Yeah, you got to
try to get in the Dark Swarm, but the Dark Swarm ends. It does end eventually, chat. Don't believe our
It takes a minute. It's a long spell, though. It's kind of like not quite as bad as Stasis, but it's a pretty long spell.
Yeah, Stasis lasts for about 2 hours.
It seems so. Okay, another big flank coming in. Ultras from the north with Lings wrapping around to come into the Mineraloni from the south as well. Not much Harvey can do to defend against this. This is like some kind of boxer or something, showing you how weak Terran can be in certain situations. Harvey just gonna tap out. Wow. I mean, that was a good comeback from Zeddy after getting some shenanigans, canceling those hatcheries in the bottom left over and over again.
Yeah. Whoops. We'll see how that works. Yeah, I think the ads went to fire, but because of the delay, they're gonna fire in the game. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well. At this point, you see like the end of the game where it's the game's pretty much over. Sorry, chat. Well, they give us a 1 each.
Yeah, tied up in the series.
All get this set up here. 1 second.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere. Game number 3 is just about to come up. We got Apocalypse for the first time of the evening. I'm so stoked for Apocalypse. I haven't seen this map in a long time.
Yeah, when it first came out, I wasn't entirely sold on it because I think it's really just bad for Zerg. But the more I play on it, the more I've grown to enjoy it, right?
Yeah. I definitely think it's a cool map. I mean, some people seem to hate. I think it's one of those things where it's like you either love it or you hate it, and there's not much in between.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
I'm definitely on the love side of things, though, for this map. I think it's a really cool map.
Understandable. All right, well, let's see what these guys think of it. Easiest way to understand the series is to watch it, right?
Yeah, you ain't wrong. All right, guys. Game number 3 on Apocalypse. We got here spawning in the 12 o'clock position. It's Zeddy. And his opponent needs to keep it together, keep his cool. It's Harvey in the bottom left.
All right, for all the marbles. Can he do it?
Well, he definitely doesn't want to allow something like a repeat of what happened in game number 2. He seems so much more higher level than Zeddy in that like mutalist harassment phase. It doesn't seem like Zeddy's so good at getting much done with those mutas, and Harvey looks really strong initially, but yeah, if you let Zeddy get away with transitioning into a late game, especially with that crazy Zerg, seems like he's more than capable of bowling you over still.
Oh yeah, and you can be really good at like one part of the game, right? Like,
Right.
it looks like Zeddy's really good at like, all right, if we get to that late game, I'm taking it.
Yeah.
And Javier's like, no, you know what? Mid game, that's my area.
It seems that way. We'll have to see if that rings true for game number 3 as well. I don't think either player's going to want to do anything super crazy. I imagine it'll be a relatively standard game here as well.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to be a standard one.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's going to be a CC first or anything like that. Yeah, just going to be a quick barracks. Yeah, and a 12 hatch from Zeddy. Very expected.
Yeah, these players just want to macro up and do their thing, right? You know? I get it.
Right. If it's not broke, don't fix it on.
Exactly. And sometimes, even if you lose a big macro game, it's just, well, cheesing isn't going to make this better, so let's just do another big macro game and see if maybe I can do it better this time around.
Yeah. There is something to be said for if you play like a 40-minute, 50-minute crazy macro game, sometimes it's a good idea to cheese just because the other guy is thinking about mid to late game optimizations and doesn't consider those early game shenanigans enough, and you blindside him.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely that factor of if you can get them in the mindset, like that's why I love like a best of 5, right? You get to game 4, you've had 3 big macro games. All right, yeah, your opponent's probably going to be like, see if they can get away with, going natural first, expansion, whatever, right? And then you hit them with a BBS or you hit them with a 9-pool speed or something, and you just
exactly, yeah, definitely happens in series a lot. Harvey sending out an SCV scout right around the time he's taking his CC. Needs to make sure that there's no 9-pull on the way. So he's got another SCV out in front just to make sure there's no links coming in before retreating that SCV.
Yeah, that's a nice little thing, right? Because you haven't seen anything yet, so if you can get just a little bit of heads up of what's coming,
it can stop you just dying for free right away, and you can build a bunker in your mineral line in the main base or something and actually survive, yeah.
Yeah, Javier just playing 2 racks a CAD. I always thought 1 rack a CAD was kind of fun, but I get that why a lot of people are doing 2 racks these days.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's necessarily superior, but I do think it's the most cost-efficient way of playing this if you're not like a pro gamer level of understanding of the game. Does allow you to put on pressure onto the Zerg and force them to make a response. Ooh, these links trying to get in here and do something, but this is a bit of a weird decision because honestly, like 4 Marines is enough to beat the 4 Lings of Micro, so 5 will definitely do it. Did get 2 of the Marines low on HP, but couldn't find the connections with those claws to actually get some more kills out of it. So
Yeah,
definitely
that was
going
weird.
Hubby's way. Yeah.
I was kind of surprised. I thought he was going to go and try and delay the command center because the SCV was just wide open.
Yeah, he should have definitely tried to delay the command center there. I for sure would have.
All right.
It seems like the Spire is a teeny tiny bit late as well. I wonder if he had some optimizations issues while going for this macro hatchery.
Yeah, probably delayed it a little bit too long. Just like a couple seconds trying to get the hatchery. You know, a couple of these 1-second things here and there add up.
Oh yeah, StarCraft is really like that. It's like a compounding effect. Only the pros can really optimize to the point where there's no slowdown at all.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, you're also looking to like make sure your drones bounce perfectly and it's already facing the right way when you want to build something. When you get to that level of optimization, it's just like,
Yeah, the only times I see players like Soul Key tilt is like right at the start of the game where he's like 0.5 seconds slower than he should be or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That I couldn't do, like, maybe I just don't have the mentality to want to do those things. It's just like trying to do all that stuff is nuts to me. By the way, big stim, nothing's ready yet.
No, I mean, it's just about to finish, but like game number 1, he's trying to get a fast sunken bust timing. This time around, it looks like he might be able to hold with the drones assisting, with good target fire, with this sunken and some links hatching out.
Nice.
He is holding the line right here. Much better hold from Zedion. Yeah, it has to be said. And with some speedling, should be able to cancel these Marines from being able to get back home safely.
Yeah.
So going to be canceling their trip and not giving them a refund for their tickets either.
Average airline.
Yeah. Hello, Delta.
I hate Delta so much. I just don't fly them.
Yeah, just don't follow, guys. Just try not to
get
sued.
Not sponsored, but also don't fly Delta.
Yeah, this is good advice. That's good life advice.
Yeah. Now, if there's an airline out there that does want to sponsor me, you know, just let me know. We'll talk.
I'll give you some air miles.
Yeah. Bro,
give your players some air miles to get to these events.
Dude, I have, mind you, I only started flying in 2022, right?
Right.
And I don't always fly United, but I like to when I can. Because admittedly, it's also that I like Lufthansa a lot. And United connects through Lufthansa. I have 24,500 miles.
Oh, damn.
I've done a StarCraft adventure too.
Yeah, sounds like it.
But I also can't get. I was looking at it one time, and it was like I had like 18,000 miles or something. And it's like, all right, for 18,000 miles, you can take like $20 off of your, $1,200 plane ticket. That's fucking great. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Thanks for the 1%.
Miles are a fucking joke, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I'll use it every once in a while because, like, you can get. I'll just use it for like to get the Wi-Fi or something on like the transatlantic flights. It's really nice for that.
Right. Yeah.
But outside of that, it's like, nah, this is just stupid.
The world is stupid in a lot of ways, It is what it is.
Yeah, they ain't that.
It's a stupid place for stupid people, designed by stupid people.
Idiocracy is a documentary every day.
Yep. We're getting closer and closer, boys.
All right. Speaking of closer and closer, the Marines are trying to move out.
Yeah. This is kind of sort of timing Light will do sometimes, where even though he's going 2 racks, he'll wait until this kind of point in the game to come up with a much larger bioforce and start to bring the fight to the mutas and try and like do a belated sunken bust. There's not that many mutas. He might be able to bully these back. Needs to be careful not to overstim though. Only 2 medics. This is a great way Zeddy could be doing right now. Is just like, tracking these bio units, and every time they move, take a few shots and force a stim and then back out. And it would stop them being able to progress so much like this for free.
I mean, yeah, this medic's about to be empty here.
Yeah, you just bait like 2 stims and then the whole Bible's dead, basically.
Oh, Haber's going to actually chase behind. Is he gonna flank
Yeah.
around?
But I like this keep away that Zeddy's doing, just forcing stims and running around. This is a little bit okay. And he did do a
Yeah.
really good defense early game. Now going to be throwing down some more macro hatcheries. I think this is looking like a very Zeddy favorited game. If you can get this third gas online undeterred, getting to his transitions, he might be doing a massive cleanup on this Bible soon.
Ooh.
Trying to rely on some mutiling to do the heavy lifting.
All right. Heavier sharking around, seeing. All right, where's your lings? All right, where's your mutas? Trying to keep an eye on
That's a big
everything.
mistake.
Splitting off.
That's a big mistake from Harvey. He should not be splitting his army right now.
Yeah, this feels weird.
If Zeddy notices that, he's going to pounce on one of these Bibles and just absolutely eviscerate him.
Oh,
I don't think he's quite noticed in time, though. Yeah.
No. He's probably thinking, oh, it's behind, just like off screen somewhere, right?
Yeah, he just couldn't quite locate it. I think he understood what was happening once his Overlord saw, but wasn't able to respond in time.
Yeah. All right, so Ling's going to come out here, but surprise, there's a lot of Marines here.
Yeah. Got +1 weapons upgrade. Might be looking for another delayed Sunken bust, but 4 Sunkens holding the line. Definitely more than enough to deal with that Bio Ball, and 2 of those medics already low on energy. It's not ideal for Zeddy to, for Harvey to try and go for a bust at that situation. And he can't yet identify where this third base is and punish it. So it looks like Zeddy's going to get a full transition for free.
And beautiful Crazy Zerg, by the way. We got the Ultra Cavern coming on up. Oh, the mutas. They did not. We lost like 3 mutas before the fight really kicked in. Oh, everybody actually stand his ground here?
Yeah,
oh, my lord. We lost all of the lings, most of the mutas. That's just, that ain't it.
No. That went about as good for Harvey as that could have possibly transpired. There is still a lot of drones out for Zeddy. It's 38 drones to 43 SCVs. So the Terran player not really growing right now, just trying to go full steam ahead with his production to see if he can find a timing window to punish the Zerg.
Ooh.
Zeddy right now sharking around to see if he can maybe intercept some reinforcements. Yeah, this is a good idea.
Yeah. Is Haver gonna? The question is, where's his factory? Must be there. It is. Okay, so he's not gonna try and go tanks to try and bust this. He's just gonna send it.
Yeah, he's gonna send it. And honestly, like, Zeddy's a little bit out of position. There's a way of making this work. Chitinous plating not quite ready on these Ultralisks yet. Put a lot of damage done onto that. The Muta's coming in to try and save the day, and by a tiny precious seconds for these Sunkens to do some work. There's another Ultralisk hatching out as well. Didn't quite have enough to break through the Sunken line, unfortunately. That was kind of like a bit of a Hail Mary from Harvey to try and find a good game state to work with in this situation. But seems like Zeddy's going to be feeling fine about this when all's said and done. Even saves the Ultra by running it through there.
Cheeky.
Yeah,
That was
Become a couple of radiates though, maybe. If you can get a couple of radiates on these 2 Ultras, get another big couple of rounds of bio, there might still be a window for him to punish Zeddy. He's not able to produce any Scourge currently. It's taking him some time to get those out.
It's definitely not over yet, but I like Zeddy's position a lot at this moment.
Same. Yeah, it is pretty good. He's got that kindness plating finishing up now as well. If he can find any connections with the Scourge on those vessels, he's going to be feeling great about it.
Yeah, if we can clear out the vessels, then it's pretty done, but he's actually going to see this base go down, which is nice.
That's something.
Yeah. Wish you know what he's taking.
Yeah.
Not that you can do anything about it, mind you. Although...
Drop ships, actually.
A lot of ships.
He's pretty semi-all-in by going drop ships here, but he kind of needs to do something. Although there is already a Nidus Canal set up for Zeddy, so as long as Zeddy reacts quickly enough to this, he still will be able to avoid disaster, even if these drop ships do come in. But it does give a chance for Harvey to maybe come out here and elevate her into one of these positions and bypass any Sunkens, or at least surprise Zeddy with a bit of a drop ship shenanigans coming down whilst he's already engaging with his Bioforce elsewhere on the map.
Yeah. Something like this, you're going to want to try and pull the attention somewhere else.
Yeah, usually. I mean, that's just StarCraft in a nutshell. It's a
Yeah,
lot about
true.
1-2 punches where you're like doing misdirection somewhere else, right? As
Oh.
there's something else coming to knock you out.
Alright, dropships going out right over the Overlord, of course. Very, very polite to make sure your opponent knows.
Yeah, just I got 2 dropships, buddy. Just let you know. It's gonna fly over a Zergling or something as well in this base down here to definitely confirm. Yeah, I really do have dropships, and they really are coming here now. But Zeddy actually not responding fully to this just yet. Like these dropships, oh, he's building an extra sunk. That's kind of funny. Maybe he's kind of calling Harvey's bluff, like, you're not actually going to drop me after I scouted them, right?
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to back out.
You should play poker, man.
Man, I don't know. I don't like playing poker with StarCraft people. There's a StarCraft 2 event called Home Story Cup. And there's a poker table at Home Story Cup. And, yeah, it's cost me a lot of money.
Well, to be fair to you, like, poker is more like StarCraft than chess is. Hold that for just a second, though, because there is a dropship in the natural over here on the right. There should be enough forces to clean this out. Even Scourge connecting with this really efficient cleanup from Zeddy. Not really losing anything here. Well, this bus could do something, maybe. There's not that many ultras over here. Mass amounts of D-matrixes going down preemptively on these bioforces. Hopefully he can come in here and do a lot of damage to the Zerg before he can respond. He could also medic block this ramp behind his bio to stop these ultras from getting a good flank off, but it doesn't look like he could be paying attention to do something like that. Vessel's starting to go down to the Scourge. Here comes the wraparound, though. 4-1 ultras with cracklings coming in from behind. Yeah, there's just too much meat to this Zerg. Oh man, it's good that he's getting the drones, but there's just so much Zerg here that he's going to clean up Harvey completely. I don't think Terran's going to be feeling very good about this for much longer. Hasn't got an expansion coming online. It's 4 gas Zerg for Zed.
Yeah, and we're at this point we're down 20 supply against Zerg. That's just not where you want to be.
No. You need to get some kind of compensation. You can't just let it ride. You need to be like getting 4 bases yourself with mass tanks or something at the bare minimum.
Yeah. This man's going 4 Artosis and starting at 3rd base at 16 minutes. Like, it's just...
Well, at least he's got that. He's at least better than Artosis in that regard, right?
Yeah. Artosis would start his at 23, 24.
Something like that. When he's mined out already.
And you just move on.
Oh, this is brutal. Yeah, he doesn't even have to really like control these manually that much, and there's no medics to block or anything either. Really convincing win from Zeddy. I'm glad he pulled it together. Like game number 1, he looked a little bit shaky and a little bit not sure what to do with his Mutalisks, but at least this time around he's found his footing and gotten a pretty convincing win over Harvey.
Yeah, I mean, we got to give it to Xavier though. He really stood his ground as best he could, right? Like,
yeah, was okay.
He's definitely MMR favored. And, I mean, he pulled a map, and he looked really solid in the other 2 games.
Yeah, he looked okay. If he could just, like, work on his upgrade timings and that kind of thing, I think he would have a much stronger showing.
Absolutely. All right. Let's look at what else we got here in the good old replay folder. Oh, man. There was a lot of games today, and tomorrow's going to be even better.
I'm going to close that screen so I can't even see what's in your replay folder because I want to be completely surprised by the game length and who's playing and how many games there are.
Okay. Let's grab another one. Not sure this one will be fireworks or not, but, you know, might as well grab it. Assuming it was uploaded. It was not. Sad. Okay, next one.
Yeah, Shimmer saying he's missing Sane in the chat. Yeah, I would love casting with Sane.
I did ask him. Unfortunately, he said that like 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. just kind of sucked. I was like, well,
he's in Japan. He can't do it. Yeah. I mean, he's got
This
a wife. He's got a job. He's got.
Yeah. What a nerd.
He started work on a rice farm. Actually, he's a rice farmer now.
Really?
yeah. There's a cool little family farm where they got like not massive amounts of territory to work with, but it's like a small scale operation. I think there's like 15 of them or something, and like a family owned little farm, and he's using the industrial planters and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Honestly, though, he's really finding a niche there. He's a ginger, bold Canadian that's now a rice farmer in Japan. I mean, he's really going
Honestly,
for a unique.
yeah. That is a great way to stand out in a crowd.
That's what I'm saying, man. He's finding his niche, that's for sure.
Oh man, sorry, I'm sifting through the replays looking for things that, because the problem is no one ever uploads the replays because players, man.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not even looking at your screen right now. I want to be totally surprised by how long the games are and stuff.
No, you're good.
Yeah, Escalade says he's a big fan. I mean, cool. I'm a big fan of this game.
All right.
Appreciate the love, though.
Let's see if any more were added. Oh, perfect.
There's some tears in the chat from Javier. Don't worry, bro. You fought well. It was, you know, a commendable effort. You got a little bit outmatched there in that game.
That happens. Basically, what he's saying is get good behavior.
Yeah, get good behavior, but and just remember that, you know, it feels bad when you lose, so that it feels good when you win. You kind of need that negative feeling to have the positive feeling. There's no joy without suffering in this world, okay, guys?
Words of wisdom. All right, there we go. And I think this is the one with more replays. Yes. All right. Here we go.
What we
I
got?
found more replays.
Okay. I can look now then.
One second here. I just got to get all the scoreboard set up. All right. And we can hop into another series because there's always more StarCraft.
Always. Somewhere, when someone's playing StarCraft.
We will make more StarCraft happen. Oh, I realized I clicked the wrong button. There we go. Now we can hop.
All right, guys. We got spawning in the top right. It's IOPQ as the red Zerg. And his opponent in the bottom left. It's worst. It's the blue Protoss. And the map for game number 1 is Radion.
You know, we've seen a little bit of PvZ today, so another one doesn't hurt, right?
Yeah, yeah. And worst has gotten a lot better in Protoss versus Zerg.
Yeah, you could say he's not the worst anymore.
He's not the best either, but he's getting there. He's getting there.
Worst is a great guy. So, always good to see him playing in events. It's always cool to see people in events. It's like, oh yeah, I know all these people. I guess that is like one of the unique things of hosting tournaments, is that you kind of end up just getting to know everyone randomly.
Right, yeah. I guess for you, you've been to LAN with some of these guys as well. It's even better when you finally get to be face-to-face with some of these nerds.
Whoa.
Ooh, there's a 9 hatchery, okay.
All right. Some sort of 999.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of controlling
the like the last minute. Or the last moment.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you can cancel this to try and control when the lava's actually spawning. You don't usually see people go for that very often, but it is a thing.
That makes sense. I've never really thought about it like that. Controlling your larva, like regeneration, is a neat concept. I feel like one of those things that it's like, even at the pro level, they're like, it's just not worth it, but...
It's very rare. Like, I'd say like one situation in 1,000 it's worth it.
Oh, are we going to get a cannon rush from worst?
Potentially. I mean, he did make a pretty fast forward, just fast enough at least. He needs to get this drone behind there quickly and wasn't able to do so. Now has to hop over the drones, but he can also build a pylon temporarily to block that if it does have a quick response time to work with. And second probe's already here to keep this going.
And hopping the drones over is so hard too. It feels like it's so hard to get it in the right spot.
He kills one of the pros, but now he's got the cannons on the way. You haven't yet started to slide over. You have to rely on Sunkens now to defend against this. If IOPQ is not super optimal with how he deals with this, he's probably going to be on the worst end of the stick, pun intended.
Yeah. Honestly, one thing I like doing here, like whenever I cannon rush people, because every once in a while you gotta have to have a little sick sense of enjoyment, is building a pylon to trap in the drones.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, I've seen it.
It's dirty.
I mean, he's gonna kill one of these cannons. Oh, he's targeting that back cannon first. Are you sure you want to do that? You risk. Okay, he does manage to kill the back cannon, but that's a mistake in my opinion. He should have killed the low HP cannon first. Then he actually would have traded out both cannons potentially. I don't know if I agree with that.
I definitely think that could have gone a little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. He could have killed both cannons. Yeah, he could have killed both cannons. That was a bit of a mistake.
And now behind this, he's got his Nexus down. He's going to drop his Forge. Oh, that's a lot of links coming in.
Yeah, trying to buy a little bit of time by blocking with the probe. We'll eventually snag that kill. This is kind of like a moderately successful cannon rush, like not really ending the game early. Puts a little bit of a dent in the Zerg. Really though, that should have been a Zerg favorited defense with that Sunken being able to kill both cannons. Like there's no way that Sunken would have died if he killed the other cannon first. There would have been enough DPS.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those, like, I see what you're going for, where it's like, all right, you know, cleaning up one mostly dead cannon's kind of easy, so try and kill the other one, but I think it's just the wrong play. I get what you're thinking.
No, it is, yeah.
It's just like, you know. But
it's hard though to make those calculations. It's easy for me as a caster watching without actually being in the situation, right? It's easy for us to say that. When you're actually playing the game and you're stressed out, it's a bit different.
How many cannon rushes have you ever actually defended?
About half. It kind of can go either way, right? Depends on how early you scout it.
Yeah, it's like it's fun to sit here and say, well, we can do this better, but then you also, it's like, well, damn, I also kind of suck against them, so like.
Yeah, you ain't wrong.
That's fine. I mean, I'm no better. I think my win rate against them is probably much lower than yours.
Yeah, maybe. I'm being a little bit modest as well. Okay, we got a fast move out with this Zealot. So this is going to be interesting because there's nothing to really spot for this. So he might be able to slip this in if IOPQ isn't paying attention. He could also make this Ling run away from this Zealot. He's actually going to bring the Ling to the Zealot. That's a bit unorthodox. It's like, okay, I'll just kill the Ling for free. I'll take it. I got a Zealot coming, by the way. He does kill the Zergling at least, so that's technically worth. Can now get in here, maybe. Yeah, it is. It is a very high saturation. He's got nothing transferred to the third right now. Trying to be a little bit annoying. This is good scouting information for worse, though, seeing these Hydras pop out. Now he knows he needs to be prepared for a potential Hydra. Does kill a drone, actually. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy that he actually got a drone kill amongst all that.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like a really great drill, but at some point the Zealot just kind of stood there while they were all dancing and just went, all right, I'm going to kill this one real quick.
Yeah, you kind of have to spam click the Zealot to actually get it to attack, but yeah, with good enough micro, you can still get those punches off.
Yeah, thankfully for us, Worst is pretty good at the game.
Yeah, he's pretty damn good at this game. Yeah, he's improved a lot as well in this matchup specifically. So he's doing pretty good against IOPQ thus far. Yeah. Pretty
Worst
committing to a lot of cannons early on.
Sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, a lot of cannons. But Worst has proved that you really can just get good at the game. The man started at like ERD rank.
Yeah. He's grinded up a lot over the years. Yeah, he's done well. He's stuck with it, you know. A lot of us kind of come and go, and we play in waves, and the motivation strikes us for like a few weeks, then we go away and stop playing again. But he's one of the guys that's been grinding it out slowly but surely. Yeah,
I mean, I definitely think it hasn't been like super long. I mean, I guess I was gonna say it's like since COVID or so, but I guess now that I think about it, that's been like a lot of years. The march of time is inevitable, and I feel old. But I mean, he got good, like relatively. It was only like a year or two that he went from like D to A rank. The man just had the time, put in the effort.
Yeah. Oh, fair play to him. It looks like he is going to be sacrificing this wall and getting this upgrade cancelled. It's a little bit of a win for IOPQ, especially because he's not committed to this Hydra bust. Yeah, you get the money back anyway.
Do you? I thought you didn't in Brood War.
Yeah. Yeah, you get the money back anyway. For the
Oh,
upgrade.
okay. I thought that was a StarCraft 2 thing.
Nah, no. Well, it is as well, but with Brood War as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but StarCraft 2 is usually about the holding of hands, so I was like, that makes sense to be a StarCraft 2 thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious though, is he going to make a 6th hatchery here? Or is he going to try and go a little bit Ogre gamer? So he has got a 2nd gas, so he can go either way.
Yeah. I mean, with 2 gas, So my problem with is that you don't really. Mutas are good against everything, but I worry that a lot of gas units aren't nearly as good against Protoss as they are Terran. Right?
Mm.
A lot of people build Ultras. Ultras are really what I'm thinking about when I say this, admittedly. The Ultras just kind of suck against Protoss, and I feel like they're just a big old trap. Like, oh, get this really big unit.
It's funny because it used to be the standard, like Ling Ultra used to be the standard versus Protoss way back when, but then Protoss just figured out, oh, I can just make DTs and laugh at your Ultras or something. There's so many options to deal with Ultras that, yeah, it's not so good anymore to go for Ultra Ling against Protoss players.
Basically, everything Protoss has counters an Ultra. Storm, Zealots, DTs, Goons.
Although, to be fair, Ultra is like one of the only things in the game that a Zealot can't beat in an unmicroed 1v1.
That's true. But 2 Zealots, on the other hand.
Kind of crazy.
Oh.
We're trying to slip out with this DT. It's kind of nice.
If he didn't stop there to kill the 2nd Ling, he gets out there without taking damage.
Yeah. Take some shots on that, and also does now know that there's a DT out on the map somewhere. We'll start to try and make sure he doesn't take any damage to that's going to be important. And here's going to be that 6-hatch Hydra meckering up. Right. Needs to go up to like 2 control groups of Hydras, kind of 1 at each base, and then go back into making maybe a couple more drones.
Yeah, he should be sneaking out a 4th base here soon, too. Oh. Nope.
Yeah, I mean, IPQ's done a pretty good job of droning up, though. It's 45 drones to 45 probes. This is pretty reasonable for him. Even getting a flyer carapace on this Spire as well. So he's kind of looking for potentially some air control later on. It's initially going to be lurkers, but later on he can get Mutalisks.
Alright. A little bit of a Zealot High Templar play here from Worst. Honestly, one of my favorite PvZ comps. Like, just to cast, to watch, to play against. It's honestly one of my favorites. Which is weird to think about, having, like, favorite comps that your opponent can do. But I guess it's just one of those things that kind of becomes normal after you play so much StarCraft.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, though. Like, there's certain things I just enjoy playing against more than others, for sure.
And it's good against Hydra Lurker. It's so good. It's pretty decent against Mutas if you keep the Storms good. You throw in a Dark Archon, you know, if you really want to spice it up. But it's just one of those, like, all-around really good comps where you A-move the Zealots, you Storm, Joom, and then you win the game, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think West is a little bit lucky that he got that Overlord snipe, because it means only 3 lurkers could be morphed on this side of the map. So we can't really get a full lurker contain going because of it being supply blocked. So there might be a window for Worst to break out sooner than he should. I don't think he's yet got an observer. Okay, he's just now got an observer finished up. He might be able to break out of this sooner than normal.
Yeah. I mean, the big issue is trying to get all of his Dragoons in place. If he can get them out here first, then he should be able to break out pretty well.
Maybe he's going to start storming now. Yeah, he could still snipe this Observer and keep him pinned back, but if he doesn't manage to snipe this Observer, Worst can definitely make a move here and try and break out just before more lurkers hatch.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it is, even without the Observer, which gets sniped, it's only 3 lurkers right now. If we can push out now, he can storm this down real quick.
Yeah, but you don't really want a 2 storm, 1 lurker though, if you can help it. Because it's like 1 storm, 1 dragoon shot to finish off a lurker. It's way more efficient to do it that way around if you have got an observer. Look how many lurkers are
Yeah.
finishing up. And we even got an
Yeah.
elevator of zealots to the 6 o'clock to put some threat out onto the map. So once he does get fully contained, he has a little bit of counterplay still.
Yeah, and at this point, now you're going to have to sit back, wait for more observers, and try and slowly grind your way out, right?
Right.
All right, we're going to come over here, draw some attention at the front. High Templar gets a moved forward. Oh, some good storms, though.
Yeah. He did snipe the observer earlier on, but still, like you were saying, can get more and more value regardless of whether or not the observers are alive. And he is starting to overmake those observers now, just in case they do get sniped over and over again. Now the 4 zealot hit squad comes in right as he's consolidated all of his units on that contain. Corsair's also starting to reign supreme in the air and get a lot of neutron flare shots on these overlords and start to clean those up. If you can get another supply block, that's going to be huge. It's kind of annoying for IPQ to deal with this. And now here comes the bust out attempt from Worst as well. While he's distracted back at home defending, now he can break out.
Oh, and the observer's just in the right spot. Beautiful. And we're out.
Yeah.
Dealt with the
He's
zealots
still losing some of these overlords.
But yeah, we're still... Overlords are popping left, right, and center. How many storms do we have? We have 1 storm. We have 0 storms.
Snuck the Templar. Yeah.
Being
This is
out
kind
here
of
tangling.
problematic.
Yeah, tangling with Hydras without storm is not... It's not safe for anybody, let alone work.
No. Yeah, you're gonna have a bad time. Worst just needs to consolidate his forces, wait for some more storm, get his 3rd base online. He'll be pretty fine about it. Although IPQ does have a 4th base online with that gas taken as well. So the longer this game goes on, it's not going to be the end of the road for him. He can also just transition to a hive now. So kind of 1 or 2 choices, like force the fight at the 3rd and get a kill on that and stay battle Zerg mode of just lurk a Hydra with maybe Mutilus to support. Getting some High Templar snipes here. Doesn't look like he wants to transition at this time being. He's trying to get some good trades with the Worst if he can. A pretty good storm blanketing those Hydras as they surge forward though. So now these Dragoons can shuffle back and kill those low HP Hydras pretty efficiently. And he will be getting this 3rd base online undeterred. And IOPQ, if he hasn't started transitioning into Hive, there's going to be a lot of trouble.
Nope, we're still on layer tech. No Queen's Nest or nothing.
Yeah, this is rough for IPQ now. Even though he's got these 4 base set up, like without the Hive transition, Protoss is very favorited to win.
Yeah, and I mean this is kind of like along the lines of what I was telling you of the style I've been playing. Is that hero battle Zerg where you stay on a Hydra lurker forever, you know?
Yeah.
You just try to out macro your opponent, and I mean he could try
it. You have to stop them getting. Yeah, but you have to bowl over this 3rd base and at the very least take fights against the Protoss that you can win, and neither of those things look like it's on the agenda for IPQ. We finally see some Mutalisks being made to maybe clean up some of these High Templars, but there's not a lot of Hydra production behind this to make the most of the lack of splash once he does snipe those High Templars.
Yeah. Alright, we'll grab these Templars, which is nice. Oh! Force a storm on everything. Oh.
He kills all the Templars, but I don't think there's enough Hydras to make the most of this.
No, and he just lost 6 mutas and has 1 useless muta for 3 or 4 High Templars.
I mean, Worst could even take a 4th base now if he wants. He could take 6 and just sit back.
Yeah. Looks like he's thinking about it.
He should.
We got probes out here scouting, making sure this can happen.
Yeah, he just needs to run back, retreat. Reinforce this ball of units over and over again, take a 4th base and make the Zerg come to you and storm them as they surge across the map.
Oh, these are some good storms here on the Hydras. Forcing Zerg back.
Yeah, I mean, there's some Hydras here for IPQ to work with, and he is killing off quite a decent amount of the chunk of army here for Worst. I don't think he's yet got cannons finished up at 6 o'clock. Maybe there's a tiny window of some storm dodging for something to happen, but it doesn't look like it's going to be good enough for him to come in here and achieve something. I think he does have to transition. I don't think he's actually built a Queen's Nest, has he? Well, there it is.
Yeah, it's just started. That transition
Yeah,
is
that's
not
really late.
happening anytime
It's
soon.
so late. Yeah, this is painful because Worst will get a 4th base up, undeterred now. We have to really mass expand as and kind of play wide if we can't play deep.
Yeah. I'd actually would like to see like just double expand
Yeah,
at this
something
point.
like that. He needs to play much wider to make the most of this game state. It's looking suboptimal. Worst's going to get into Reavers soon as well, so he can consolidate his positions even more. Just get some
Yeah,
Reavers at each of these bases, making them impenetrable.
he's even building a gateway here to build his High Templars here, along with
Yeah.
probably a Robo soon to build his Reavers there.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
There's no, yeah, you can't
really
you can't
good.
wedge out units from getting up to that 6 o'clock anymore if they can just build High Templars remotely like that. Makes it almost impossible to break.
Now, if only Protoss had the ability to just materialize units anywhere near a pylon, right? That seems fair.
Yeah, seems pretty fair, right?
I think that's what they needed. Yeah, just 5 seconds later, just ding, unit.
Well, the one way they make these games balanced in general is by giving OP stuff to everyone, so it kind of like, you know, smooths out in the end. Like the lava injects from the queens, for example, giving you more unit production to kind of cancel that out.
Well, it's funny. They had Khyderan Amulet in StarCraft 2, right? The problem is that you'd warp in a Templar that would have enough energy to storm instantly, right? And so warp and storms were a thing, and they got rid of it because of that. However, we've gone full circle, and now there's an ability on the Nexus that gives a unit with energy 50 energy. And so you can just warp in a High Templar, hit the button, and you have a warp and storm.
That's kind of crazy. Hydra's trying to come into this 6 o'clock location, see if they can get a cancel on that. Just target and firing down the hatchery at all costs. Doesn't look like there's enough DPS to make that a reality, though. I think Worst will be able to save that. Just going to be relegated to trading out some of these Protoss units.
Yeah. We kill the cannons. It's cool. We kill a few probes and force the pull. That's nice. But we don't really get any substantial damage done.
No. I mean, he has got a powerful economy behind this. So maybe he can, like we were saying before, he's playing wide rather than deep right now with his tech path. And eventually will catch up with the Hive. So maybe he can make this into a playable game. But allowing Protoss to get 4 bases online and your Hives this late, we're going to be seeing all kinds of shenanigans like Storm Drop now in the top left, trying to cripple the Zerg before they can really start to run.
God, Storm Drops are so good in a game like this, where Zerg is trying to take, you know, as we're saying, playing wide. Well, you can't have everything at every base, you know?
Right. Yeah, there's not really too many good options here for IOPQ. He can still make a good game of it. Worst can also, you know, get caught out of position out on the map and somehow it gets gobbled up by the Zerg with a good surround. So far, though, all the Zerg is pinned back at his rally point, which makes Worst job a lot easier in getting on top of this and storming everything to death as it comes in one big cone.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough with just like 2 or 3 storms right in here. You kill all the overlords in the army. Aww.
Yeah. Worst rotating back around to this sort of middle position, kind of threatening the top left. Some snipes on the High Templars, but pretty beautiful storm on those Hydras, getting some value regardless of a snipe. So Worst doing pretty good thus far.
Absolutely not worth for Zerg there. I mean, it's 3-1-3 versus 2-1.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say it's 3-1-3 upgrades versus 2-1. So everything's looking pretty good for Worst. So he can just split the map now, take bottom right, get some Reavers at each expansion, get loads of Archons. Eventually, there's not much the Zerg can do to trade cost efficiently.
No, and it wouldn't normally be a problem, but you're not going to be able to. Protoss has enough map control where you can't out-expand them, right?
Right, and Plague is just so late for Zerg to make this work. So he's kind of defending mostly with Hydra Lurker when Protoss has such a big meat to his army coming through here, storming everything to death.
So good here.
Right. And without that fast Defiler tech, he's going to get punished by all these Archons and Goons going to town on him. Like Plague and Swarm would shut this down in a heartbeat.
Yeah. We're still a little concerned to commit in here. Not quite going for it.
Well, you do lose the game if you get like the head of the snake cut off too quickly. You need to keep reinforcing the death ball over and over again. So you don't want to go too deep with the Protoss forces and just kind of lay siege to the Zerg by proxy.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Bye, shuttle.
does lose that shuttle. Yeah,
Looks
double
like he
Defiler
had a
Mound
job
to
done,
try and
though.
catch up in Turk. Yeah, I like the double Defiler Mound to try and catch up, though, getting Consume and Plague at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, Dark Archon on the field.
Feedback time.
Oh.
Yeah, feedback is a great counter to Defilers.
I wish we saw it more. I honestly think we should see a Dark Archon more in PvP.
Oh, maybe.
Like,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not going to be super common, but...
Well, because you always go Robo into Templar, right? Is the general tech path of a PvP.
Most games, you don't have to, but yeah, that's the usual
If
trend.
they go long enough, it's... And there's no reason where it's like, all right, we're going into high Templar. All right, feedbacks. Like, I get, you know, it's one of those in theories, right? Like, in practice, it's kind of hard to do, but in theory, it works.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things on paper that work that just don't come down to actually panning out that way when it comes down to execution, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay, worst surging forth to the Zerg rally point yet again. He can definitely drive a wedge between all these hatcheries rally point locations so that he will start to trade so efficiently and just make it a nightmare for IOPQ to get efficient trades.
Yeah, he takes out all the Scourge there. There's nothing to feedback.
Right.
Poor Dark Archon's wandering through life with nothing to do. Mind control drone, please.
Maelstrom as well is also valuable. You can like Maelstrom the lurkers before they burrow or something. There's value in that as well. You don't have to. Oh, there's the first Defiler.
It's your time to shine, buddy. Get him.
He's not got any energy right now, so not enough to kill it anyway. Now though, could feedback and kill it.
Go for it.
Oh, doesn't quite get it. He's not paying attention.
I'm being teased. Worst. This is downright rude.
Yeah, this is the biggest tease we've ever seen. He's just grinding his ass on your lap right now on.
Come on. Just fucking hit the button. I don't care that
He's
it won't
a standard
kill it.
bearer. He's just carrying the flag for the Protoss squad, you know? He's not actually going to participate.
Oh,
they're just saying hi.
Yeah. Peace.
Hey,
time out, time out, time out.
No rush, 20 more minutes.
Oh.
That parlay didn't go so well.
Alright, looks like Reaver's been going in and out of places here, causing some chaos.
Yeah. And Zerg's finally starting to expand again, but they've taken a lot of harassment damage done by this shuttle that's been sharking around. Worst now has this bottom right base set up. He can expand again to this other base in the main down here. It's going to be really tough for the Zerg to get a win, I think, from this position.
Yeah. Worst actually favoring gateways over robos as these expands.
It's kind of interesting, to be honest with you. I mean, you can get both, but it seems like, yeah, he's slightly more leaning towards the gateways rather than the robos. You've got one over here at the natural third location, but
it's got to be just like a personal preference thing, right?
Right, right.
Or just, yeah, I prefer Storm. I mean, I guess you don't have to worry about, like, going back after you make the Reavers to, like, build all the Scarabs.
Build Scarabs and stuff, yeah, it helps.
Yeah. Only 2 kills on this guy, so been a little harassment.
Right. We've got a Nidus Canal set up to get some units up here, but once the Protoss is already in position to lean on the Zerg like this, it's kind of not much you can do. We can just storm you into oblivion if you do try and flank. So yeah, this is definitely going to go worse way. I think he's going to kill this base and trade really efficiently against this ramp.
Yeah, just Storm on the ramp. Oh, Storm's a good unit.
Pretty good.
I can't believe we haven't gotten a mind control or something from this Archon. Like, Worst is enough of a fun player where, you know, you can't quite count it out, right?
Yeah. Maybe a mind control and a lurk could also be pretty fun.
Yes.
Yeah, this is rough for the Zerg, man. Like, he's back down to being on 2.5 bases worth of economy. I don't know. This is not looking ideal. This is going to be a more and more Protoss victory the longer this goes on.
Yeah, it's just the Protoss Death Ball will just grind you down over time, right?
Yeah, yeah. It just trades so much better. You need some kind of overwhelming numbers. Or plague. At the very least, he should be like chaining plagues on this army or something, but he hasn't even been able to find that.
No. The thing is, if he was chaining plagues, this Dark Archon would have something to do. Like, oh,
yeah, it's true.
Back.
He's sending the Dark Archon home to give him a chance. Look.
Go, buddy. There's Maelstrom. And Scarab damage.
He's got to go pick his kids up from school, I think.
Yeah. Daddy Archon. Instead of a Dark Archon.
Yeah, he's got responsibilities.
Ew.
Okay, well, I mean, there's a lot of Defilers and units here, but I just don't think they're going to trade out very efficiently. One plague goes down on a Zealot and a Reaver that was already low HP. It's just not going to be enough value.
Hey, now, we're hitting Archons.
It's something.
Oh, worse.
I mean, this is like death by 1,000 cuts, really. Like, I mean, as a caster, I should be like telling you that the other guys got a chance to win if they do. But in this situation, it's going to be really hard for the Zerg to turn this around.
Yeah, Worst would have to do something, well, admittedly very much up his alley of throwing hard for IOPQ.
Yeah, he could just commit to attacking one of these high ground bases, like at the top left, and then suddenly his army's all swallowed up, and maybe there's a counter drop at his main base or something, and suddenly all his gateways are dead in his main base, and then it's refugee Protoss style. But I don't think something like that's gonna occur.
Also, Worst in chat saying he was gonna go for the mind control.
Okay, well, we're disappointed, Worst. Where's the mind control?
Yeah.
You've let us down on style points here, buddy.
You got Maelstrom by accident or instead. What a nerd. Storming down Defilers, the thing that Tesa said was not a thing. There was an ASL cast.
What's what he say?
Yeah. There was at one point where Tasa's like, Artosis said something about storming Defilers. And Tasa's like, that's not a thing, Artosis. That's not a thing. And then either like either later that series or the next day, someone did it. And Artosis just went, fuck you, Tasteless, they're doing it.
That can't be real. Storm does 110 damage in 2.5 seconds. The Defiler has only 80 hit points and doesn't even move fast. So storming Defilers is definitely a thing.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I always thought so. I think there's like, you know, you're trying to storm and kill everything, not just the Defiler. Like, I've never seen people storming Defilers specifically, but like, it's like.
I mean, you're gonna double dip. Yeah. If you can, you double dip with the storm. But if there's a Defiler out there for free and you can storm it, you probably should, right?
Your insta-kill spell.
2.5 seconds and most things are dead. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Kind of good. All right, at this point, it's waiting for Worst to, you know, stop playing with his dinner and eat it, right?
You know? Yeah, I mean, I can't fault for Worst. I can't fault Worst playing like this in a tournament setting. This is like how you guarantee wins as Protoss. Like, I'd be annoyed playing against this in a practice game, where just like dragging a game out. But I mean, at the end of the day, this is how you play in a tournament. Just making sure you don't make a mistake and lose for free. So I respect it. This is how you should close out a game.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking before, like, when ahead, get ahead. Just don't throw. And, you know, it's not he's not going to lose. It's just going to take a little bit longer, you know?
Yeah. And he's still being active with some drops over here, being super annoying with these Reavers and Archons. Oh, he's got a Dark Archon in the shuttle. I think he was trying to go for some kind of
he went
Grand
for the
Theft Auto
mind
on a
control.
drone or something.
There it is.
Steal a drone would have been hilarious.
I literally went for it. I was like, oh crap, wrong upgrade. Oh no, you played my Archons. They're gonna go down to 3 health instead of 10. Yo,
I mean, yeah,
DeWalt with the raid. Oh, there's the feedback. He did it.
He did it.
He did it.
Proof of concept.
I really do think
But
feedback could get a lot more use.
It should. It should become a standard, in my opinion.
When are we gonna start feedbacking vessels?
I mean, I guess you don't really see that interaction too much, do you? Yeah, but I mean, when it gets super late game in TVP, there's definitely vessels, and yeah, feedback could get some use there. Would be really sick is like speed shuttle arbiter combo, where you like run in with the speed shuttle and feedback the vessel that's in position to EMP the arbiter, then you fly in for a recall or whatever.
Dude, that actually would be great.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I'd be down with that.
Man.
Okay, so Worth's getting the checkmate move now because there's no way the Zerg can reposition to deal with this. He will eventually slowly kill everything that's in the top right now.
Yeah. IOPQ recognizes it. GG is called.
Yeah.
Tap out. That's fine. I mean, game 1, you know, it's fine to tap out of game 1 eventually.
Right.
However,
after 34 minutes.
I would go out on a limb and say that IOPQ might really appreciate Boxer's gameplay with how long you stayed in that. Oh, I do this all the time. I'm fucking stupid. I keep like defaulting to just game's over, hit ads because they're about to run. It's like there's still 90 seconds of gameplay left for the stream. I'm sorry, chat.
Oh, no.
I don't know how to run ads.
Oh man.
That's fine. All they're gonna miss is the slow death of a Zerg player.
How long are the ads?
3 minutes.
Oof.
Yeah.
Poor guys.
They'll figure it out.
They waited 35 minutes to see the game end with ads.
If you really wanted to see the ending, you would pay for a sub.
Yeah. The ending's behind a paywall. Makes sense.
I mean, that just puts me in line with other tournaments, but...
That's just like how porn videos are, though, aren't, right? Like, I didn't realize you worked in the porn industry.
Yeah, you know. Whatever pays the bills. It sure as hell ain't StarCraft.
Oh yeah, there's only a limited amount of money to be made from this game.
Yeah. But we do it because we love it.
That's true.
We'll drag StarCraft back into greatness. Back into the limelight.
Yeah, we'll drag it kicking and screaming back to its former glory.
Honestly, though. I mean, one of my dreams is to actually get, like, to be able to run StarCraft, like, Brood War at a DreamHack event or something. Like, something big, right? It's like, sick. You got $500,000? I'll do it real quick.
I mean, I reckon it's possible in the future because games are going to evolve so much that a few of these like older games will survive as kind of like an alternative, right? And I think that there'll be something special to be said for that. And I imagine that eventually people are going to get bored with like VR games or whatever, and eventually come back to what used to be back in the day, something really special and spicy, like how people are still obsessed with Tetris these days. Yeah.
But of course, we all know Brood War's exactly like Tetris, as CPL chat will tell you. I couldn't resist throwing a little stray there, but oh well. While we're sitting here, we might as well launch game number 2.
Yeah, let's get into it.
All right. Here we go.
Spawning in the top left, currently 1-0 up in the series. It's worst. His opponent being maybe a little bit salty about that performance, but maybe he can redeem himself. It's IOPQ in the bottom right. I believe this is Deja Vu.
Yes. I am curious
What's your
because
predictions?
I think IOPQ looked pretty good in that last game, like all things
Yeah.
considered. I mean, worst just always looks good, so it's hard to compete with that.
Right.
But also in game. But yeah, so I'm curious if another macro game might go his way. You know, you don't let it slip away. You get that contain up a little bit better.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential, and I mean, Deja Vu is a good map for a lot of potential.
I mean, honestly, like that game should have gone a lot better for IOPQ. Like he was Overlord stuck and couldn't even make more than 3 lurkers initially to set up that contain. The game would have looked a lot different if Worst couldn't have broken out as swiftly as he did. So yeah, I definitely think you're onto something with that.
All right, he did it
likes
again
this 9 hatch
with the canceled Overlord, which just tells me that maybe he is trying to do like larva math or something. Just
yeah,
silly,
no, I think so. But the 9 hatch is usually better against gateway first openings. Usually you don't see it that often for that reason, because it's not as optimized that going against Forge first.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm curious.
It gives you more
I'd
lava.
love to ask him.
It gives you more lava overall and initially, and you can obviously hit faster ling timings than you could with a 12 hatch and stuff. So
yeah,
I don't know, man. It definitely used to be the counter to gateway first, though. This 9 hatch style. He's gonna be facing another cannon rush. Worst
IOPQ
could just build up.
Definitely strikes me as the guy that had saw this on a forum on TL at one point. I was like, oh, this is a great idea. You know?
Yeah,
love the dude, but he loves his TL posts.
Right. But it definitely isn't as good against Forge openings overall.
No.
So maybe he just doesn't like playing against Gateway first or something. You'll have to ask him.
All right, we get the second cannon down. All right. Oh, we're denying the second sunken from going down here.
That's a big deal. Yeah, that's a very big deal
nuts. And that can maybe only hit one of them. It definitely won't hit the second one.
Yeah, you're getting some DPS down with the particle beams with those probes as well on that sunken that is going to be coming online. So you're going to be cleaning this up pretty cost efficiently, I think. Oh, target the sunken. Ooh.
Oh, with 4 health.
Yeah. Probes really did make the difference.
Oh, that's
there.
a cannon? Oh, shoot. Oh, that was another
He can still manually... Yeah, you could have manually target fired with this sunken if you still got vision with this hatchery while it's still alive, but you have to manually click each time.
You gotta keep doing that stop micro.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job of it, but I think the hatchery's still gonna go down.
Yeah. This is something that I can never do on purpose. Like the stop micro. I can do it by accident. I've never done it on purpose.
Well, you just gotta accidentally slide into success, I guess, sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. And 3 cannons and a pylon for a hatchery. Not exactly money-wise equal, but I mean, you forced out how many lings, 2 sunkens.
Yeah. It's Protoss favored.
I would take that.
Yeah, it's Protoss favored. Unless he gets like a kill move with all of these lings, he doesn't even know where the Protoss is though, which is the crazy thing. He has to go bottom left first, be like, oh damn, and then go top left. And by that time, we might even have a Zealot popping out in a second to help plug up this wall even tighter. Although actually the gateway only just now finishing, so if he does target fire these probes and gets us around, he could make this work. There's only 2 probes blocking, which is a mistake from Worst. Yeah, it's a mistake from Worst to only have 2 probes here. You should have at least 3 or 4.
Oh, this is what he's fully blocking.
He's just gonna kill the cannon.
Worst, please.
Worst, what am I watching, man? Come on, this is a bit too silly.
I don't expect a lot, but I expect more from you.
Yeah, I expect at least 3 probes blocking. It's kind of crazy. It's eventually gonna get this Zealot out, but I mean, yeah, this is not ideal. He's not even mining right now in his natural, and there's a lot of probes pulled. Some compensation for the Zerg, but it's still Protoss favored if he doesn't lose too many of these probes. Just lose one more.
Or we just go into the main.
Any more probe deaths, and suddenly it comes Zerg favored again.
You think about how many probes he's got. He's only mining with 6 probes for this entire time that he had workers fold.
Right. And the problem is that he has to plug up the holes in his natural because he doesn't know if there's any more lings being made or not. So
Yeah.
he can't just bring the seller in here to fight these lings either until the second
these
zealot
lings will
pops.
live. They're gonna live a long, happy life.
Oh, it's gonna be a Mutalisk follow-up.
I like that.
Yeah.
Because there's no way
Stairs
are gonna be on time, right?
Yeah, Worst might actually lose this. Unless he makes 2 cannons in both bases, he's probably gonna lose.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to keep your pylon alive for that.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Right.
Oh, actually,
maybe achieve that. Pretty good probe drill. Yeah.
There's still 1 ling.
1 ling to rule them all.
2 zealots moving on out, but we still have that sunken at home. So it's not like we're defenseless. It's a bad spot, but body block with some lings, you should be able to take a fight around it.
Yeah, I mean, you won't be able to just kill the hatchery for free or kill the drones for free for too long, but could just do a run by into the main as well as another option.
Yeah. You definitely need to be careful trying to move your lings between the ramp and your mineral line. Or you can just run out and grab them.
Intercept these, though. Yeah, I mean, with these speedlings, should be able to surround these and stop them from getting too much done.
Alright, you preemptively put some right on the ramp there. Oh, hurry, hit stop, hit stop.
It won't work.
Yeah.
Alright, cleans those up.
They trade out well against the lings, which always sucks, but...
Yeah. Oh, where's that spire timing? Is it just now finishing?
Just about.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can't always see the buttons in the top, what you want to call it, in the top left, because I've got the other stream kind of overlaid on top of that, if that makes sense. The thumbnail of the other stream. Yeah, so I can't actually see what the production tab's saying most of the time.
That's fine. No one looks there anyways. 5 meters coming on up, though.
Yeah, Worst needs to make another cannon in both bases. He can't just make 1.
Yeah, he's going to try and cheap out. But honestly...
He can get... He might get away with it, but he shouldn't.
Honestly, there's no reason if he does, I hope he... Oh, no, I guess the second pylon will power this cannon. I would say. If this didn't... Yeah, like, I mean, that pylon's less health than the cannon currently. It's a reasonable idea, you know? Unfortunately, there's a second pylon.
Yeah. I mean, as it stands, though, with just 1 pair of Scourge deploying these muters, it should be GG, but it's only pure muter for the time being. If the Corsair helps the cannon, he will be able to stay alive, but it doesn't look like the Corsair's in position to do that. He will be able to dive on this cannon right away, and 5 muters definitely beats 1 cannon. You kind of need 2 Corsairs and a cannon to defend against this efficiently. He will have another Corsair popping out in just a few seconds here, but 5 muters beat 2 Corsairs with Micro especially.
Yeah. The unfortunate problem also is that he was about to lose the first Corsair, so even if the second Corsair popped, it was still going to be just 1.
Right. This is what I was worried about. That's why he needed to make 2 cannons right away to make sure this didn't happen. So Worst might actually just straight up die here if IOPQ can execute well, getting some probe kills before they can evacuate to the natural expansion.
Kill the pylon.
Snipe this pylon. Yeah, now he's going to be denying any more Corsairs being made really quickly. There you go, Arn. You happy?
I'm right, guys.
Oh, there's another pylon finishing. You're right, but you're wrong at the same time.
Yeah, that's about right.
Now there's 3 Corsairs and a Goon, so they can fight this back a tiny bit, but Scourge are coming in.
Oh, this is painful. He wants to fight.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. He can zone those Corsairs out now while the muters go back to town in the main base. Yeah, Worst operating on 1 base with economy. Needs to desperately re-secure his main, but cannot do so. Doesn't even have a Templar Archives to make an Archon.
This is what we would call not great for Protoss.
Suboptimal, yeah.
Yeah. Not
It's just worse being a sausage monkey and not making 2 cannons.
Well, you could say his handling of this was the worst.
That's very puntastic.
Thank you. I definitely didn't steal it from chat. Don't worry.
Okay. I won't look, so I won't humiliate you.
Perfect. 100% totally original puns here.
Nice. Nice. Okay, well, I mean, this
He's
game
just
should
gonna
be
click
over,
down
but
the Nexus.
yeah, he's not even scared about the Corsairs coming in and out. He's got 2 pairs of Scourge to screen those. He's just going to kill the Nexus. And now we've got to transition back into Hydras as well on top of this. +1 Air Carapace, I think, is finishing up for Zerg, and just now I can barely see that on the production tab. Yeah.
Just about to finish.
Okay. Well, I think this game is over. But I mean,
that was fun.
I guess
GG go next.
IOPQ still could lose this game if you know, jet engine falls on him or something, like we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Still possible, right?
Worse is gonna go to his house and unplug his internet.
Yeah, yeah. He's getting some chase down on these mutas, actually. It's a good start.
That's
but now
cool.
we got a flood of Hydras coming at our gates, and we haven't even got enough cannons to defend that.
No. We have no zealots or anything either to buy time.
We got 1 Dragoon, though. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, look. Oh. I thought it was gonna instant. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, there he goes. Okay.
GG.
Tying up this series, IOPQ with the technical win.
Yeah.
We can be taking this series to a nice climactic finish now.
The easiest way to beat
between
Protoss
these 2 guys
is to use your brain.
It turns out, right?
Weird, I know. I never would have predicted it. Yeah. Basically, what I'm understanding from watching these replays is that we missed all of the banger series. We caught some great series, but like all the 2-1s and everything are the ones that we never got.
Right. Yeah, everything we casted was like a very clean, crisp 2-0 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Except the 1 ZVZ between Zero and Striker.
Yes, that was a good one.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like the map number 3 is going to be Dominator as our decider match between these 2 guys. I love this map, man.
I really do enjoy this map. It is such a fun one.
Right.
All right, 1 second here. No, just finished off my water bottle. Oh well. All right, and away we go.
Let's get it. We got here worst. Spawning at the 3 o'clock location is the blue Protoss. His opponent currently tying up the series 1-0. It's IOPQ in the bottom left. It's the red Zerg.
All right. 2 Giga Chads bringing it to game 3. Can't ask for much more than that, can you?
No, I love it when a series goes to the end. I mean, even if I've got a favorited player, I want to see game number 3, game number 5, game number 7, whatever the case may be.
Yes.
Always want to see it go the distance. Yeah, it's just more StarCraft action to cast and view and enjoy and devour.
Yeah, we got to drop the cliche. The best of 3 has become a best of 1. I hate it so much, but like...
It's not really true though, is it? Because there's like so many things that happen beforehand to set the tone, and it's like already psychological warfare that has occurred, and both players are maybe ever so slightly tilted or something, or feeling confident because they just won. So it's definitely not just the best of 1.
Yeah. No, it definitely doesn't work for that reason, and just it's silly for many other reasons, but for some reason people keep saying it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this 9 hatch is going to finally pay off because we got a gateway first out of worst.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah. Who'd have thunk it?
Didn't
Worst
expect
was
that
like,
one.
let me help you. Let me help you.
You're trying, and I love you. Let me help. Yo,
He's
Tater.
counting that.
Tater with a 20 buckies to help out, supporting StarCraft.
Nice.
Love to see it.
It's a big one.
Yes.
We call that a score here in Britbong. 20 is a score.
It's in your British accent.
Can I have a
Don't
bottle
worry,
of water, please?
I won't ruin your day by trying to do a British accent.
Oh, you can if you want. It won't bother me if it's
Oi,
brutal.
bro. You got a British accent.
Jeez, man.
You asked for it, all right?
Yeah, I did. I got what I deserved.
Play stupid games, right? Win stupid prizes.
Right. So the reason why this 9 hatch is so good against Gateway First is that you can make up to 8 lings right off the bat. Like you got 4 lava to work with when this first zealot arrives. And if you don't have any drones mining in the natural, it doesn't matter that it's here early. So it doesn't look like any any zerglings have actually been made though. He's trying to throw down a very fast hatchery at the 3rd and might actually get punished for this greed, you know.
He tried to be greedy and is going to take the punishment.
Yeah, I think so. He gets the drone. Yeah, but killing that drone's a big deal already.
Yes.
Like going 9 hatch and losing a drone is not good.
No, that's a whole 10th of your economy right there.
Yeah, 10% of your economy. That's worse than inflation, you know.
Yeah. Not by much, mind you, but like it is.
Yeah, the world is that brutal.
Well, I mean, you guys in the UK are having fun, I'm sure.
Nah, a little bit.
All right.
So I think.
Look.
Go.
Oh, you go. I was just say, it looks like he's following it up, just standard Nexus. Nothing fancy.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say I think Worst is gonna be a little bit greedy himself and skip cannon for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very late cannon, but you can get away with a very late cannon in these situations, especially when the Zerg's being reactive and didn't preemptively make those Zergling.
And he's got enough zealots to plug the holes, so it's not like he can't take the fight if needed. And while the cannon builds.
Yeah. It's a little bit risky to move out now without having a probe scout to confirm what's going on, but he feels maybe that taking a bit of a calculated risk is worth.
You see, the thing is here is that you're assuming that he's thinking. It's worst.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's a Protoss player, right? I mean,
yeah, he just goes, "Ooh, 1A, click."
2A, click. He's like playing with a speak and spell right now.
Protoss playing with DDR dance mats.
Yeah. Oh, the probe gets sniped. That's a pretty big deal because now he can't just 2-shot these lings. Speed is done as well. Needs to maybe use these drones to get a good trade against these zealots though. We're doing a pretty good job of microing back the weak zealots, but eventually the Zerg will trade out pretty favorably.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you just end up running out of space to fight.
Yeah. And now we've got the Hydra speed finishing up soon. I think there is maybe a window here where the Zerg could punish Worst. I don't think he can save this wall. He has to sacrifice the wall.
No, yeah, there's no... Unfortunately, Worst doesn't believe in the new walls, it seems, so... Can't really save this.
New wall. There's no new wall order here, unfortunately. And after losing those zealots to that trade, the 973 becomes way more potent, despite it being a gateway opening.
Yeah. And, I mean, he's going to move out more zealots on the map. That's actually kind of the worst thing you could do. Because, sure, you will see, you know, the Hydras.
Of course it's the worst thing you can do. I mean, it's worst, right?
And valid. Fair point.
Yeah.
But if you lose these zealots out in the map, you know, and then a 973 knocks down your front door, it's like, well, shoot.
I mean, one thing going for him is that maybe he can run past these and then pull them back to defend if the Zerg doesn't want to multitask, defending with rallied speed Hydras while also pressuring the wall. So it's buying him some precious seconds here, but honestly, this is definitely Zerg favored. Like, killing these zealots for free in your natural right before going to town on the wall. Yeah, I mean, Worst is going to try and protect the forge, but besides getting the upgrade finished up, he's still going to end up losing this wall. I think he needs to make another cannon. He needs 5 cannons now, so he needs to start another cannon right now as well to hold this, I think.
Yeah. I talked with Hawk about it, or we were sitting in PG and talking about it. I should be more specific. And I asked him about it, and he said that the minimum number of cannons you really want is, like, if the number of cannons you really need to hold this off is 6.
Yeah, about 6 is pretty ideal.
Like, if you see 6, it's like, all right, you're not going to bust this that easily, and it's enough of a commitment that it's like, all right, you know.
They could still do like a pre-storm timing bust, like just before storm finishes, they come in and bust the 6 cannons down. In that case, you might want to add 2 to A. But in this situation, these 4 cannons not actually wouldn't be enough to save him. There's the 6 that we see, we should be seeing, but he's actually not fully committed to this bust as well. Like, he's making macro hatcheries and a lair behind this. So yeah, pretty optimal for the Zerg. He's not even going to have to commit to an attack. And I honestly think he could have maybe killed Worse here, but I also like this from him. I think this is a smarter way of playing the game.
I mean, you forced out 1 cannon per Hydra, basically.
He's going to cancel one of them, but yeah.
He cancels both of them.
Both.
It's a little greedy.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I mean, if you can get away with
it.
The
Corsair. Did he see just drones being popped out right there? I'm not sure if he actually saw drones being popped out. He definitely scouted with the Corsair. I think he confirmed some drones being popped, so... And he saw the macro hatcheries, maybe thought, okay, I can be a little bit greedy here. Oh, don't lose that Corsair for free, though.
Oh!
So close.
If I was going to fly over this base and instantly die.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Worst opening Corsair seems to be one of his weakest plays. Like, when he opens, like, Citadel first, he seems to do better. I don't think he's quite figured out this Sair opening quite fully yet. I think he's still got some room to grow as a player.
He's rebuilding one of these cannons, actually. It's like, on second thought, it looks like you had more Hydras, so cannon.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of got to do it. This storm just now going to be ready, but better to be safe than sorry. Going to take another like 30 seconds for that. Oh, he's just baiting. Please come and snipe me. He's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to work. I was born at night, but not last night.
Yeah. And DT out, ready to sneak by at a moment's notice. Maybe can make its way downtown to this 12 o'clock base. And Zealots can tank for that DT and kill a lot of drones potentially.
Yeah, we do have detection here, so, but there's not a whole lot of actual like defense here, so.
Right.
These 6 Zealots should be fine to stop it.
He can actually get the kill on this Sunken, and the DT can come out belatedly. There are some Hydras coming in to reinforce this, so shouldn't actually lose too much here. But DT's going to try and help out the Zealots and maybe get lucky enough to break open the defenses, but it's not going to be nearly enough with a few additional Hydras popping out the eggs as well.
Yeah, good try, but unfortunately that's not going to work.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're up to what? We're up to our 8 gates, so we're going to afford to throw away a few Zealots trying that.
And you would double forge in the main to try and catch up on the upgrade curve. It's unfortunate that he couldn't actually get that +1 finished up in time to that wall bust.
See that we have mutas now.
That's a big scouting information to know there's mutas coming, to be honest with you. It's a nice idea, because now he can make some safety cannons and not have to make Corsairs to deal with that. He can't afford to make Corsairs, Dragoons, and High Templars right now, so it's better to make a couple of safety cannons. And this Dark Archon's a great idea as well for a Maelstrom possibility.
Yes.
Will be a good tempo swing future event that we could see if we get a big combo on those Mutalisk units. No, just Maelstrom on.
Aww. Well, he wanted to get Mind Control and accidentally got Maelstrom last time. So maybe it's
gonna go the other way around this time.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he gets a Templar for free. There are 3
Oh,
cannons
that's
in the
nice.
main base to try and ward against this, but he can still break open these cannons if there's nothing to support this. Luckily, there's a couple of Dragoons that are going to be able to come in here and protect that position from being exploited too heavily.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna try and get some damage done, but there's a lot of cannon stuff here.
Yeah, he's got like 10-20 seconds until the Maelstrom energy is online. I can't see if the production tab actually got the Maelstrom. You'd have to tell me if he's actually getting that. It looks like
it's
he
almost
is.
done.
Yeah. Okay. Any second now, he's gonna Maelstrom combo these Mutalisks if he's not careful.
Yes.
Hopefully he
Or as I
pulls
like
these
to call
Mutalisks
it,
back
the
to
couch
safety.
lock.
The couch lock, yeah. It's like some
Yeah.
really strong indica strain that just makes you not able to get up.
That's exactly what I refer to it as. I have a thumbnail somewhere when I was still making YouTube content on my personal channel. And it was
Right.
like a bunch of Hydras. They got hit with a Maelstrom, and I photoshopped little blunts on all of them.
Yeah. Oh, he gets the Maelstrom there. Here, where's the storm?
Oh,
There's
yeah.
the storm.
And our own Templar.
Yeah.
We Maelstromed our own Templar, too. That was actually kind
Nice,
of neat.
nice.
I didn't know Maelstrom
yeah.
did friendly fire.
Bit of collateral damage. It was like a bong that exploded in his face.
Aw. Well, such is life.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty good for worst, but I mean, IOPQ is macroing pretty heavily behind this. So I think worst has to do something soon. He has to come out onto the map and start challenging this Hydra force and start trading as soon as possible before the critical masses reach for the Zerg to start overwhelming him.
You can't let Zerg just get away with all of this.
He's done a pretty good job of it as well.
Yeah.
There is a flank coming in from behind to snipe those Templars. I mean, honestly, that trade was really good for worst. Like, he just needs to keep the gas pedal down now, keep the pressure on, not allow the Zerg to kind of remax out his army and get back to any kind of threshold where he can start to keep the Protoss on his side of the map and contained. Now worst can maybe come to his 12 o'clock pocket. Yeah, there's not much splash, but there's still a lot of tempo for him, and he can use a shuttle to get the Templars over to this army quicker if he needs to.
Yeah. It's just one of those, like, well, if he takes a big fight, it's going to kind of suck a little. Wait, did he lose the Templar? No, there it is.
He's got one still. Right, and he's got high ground with the Dragoons as well. The Zerg needs a really good flank to make this work. That's a pretty good storm as well to protect these flank. Now we've got Zealot hit squad being utilized in that shuttle to come into the main base and cause a lot of disarray for the Zerg to try and overcome. Hasn't even yet reacted to that, so a lot of drone kills will be occurring while he's distracted trying to hold the line. So this 12 o'clock is now potentially going to go down. There's a lot of Sunkens finishing up, so Worst might want to be a little bit cautious about how he breaks into this and not just commit fully right away and just like pick off the first 2 Sunkens and then push in slowly but surely. Some Hydras behind that to try and set up a flank, but it seems like he was distracted in dealing with that Zealot hit squad so much that he struggled to get his army to do what he wants it to. And now Worst with a good Maelstrom with a Storm combo to match is going to be able to keep this fight going. And now we'll be really heavily leaning on the Zerg. He's down to just 23 drones.
Yeah, you break this, though. There's nothing left. I hope he knows it. He's going to say, GG.
Worst going to be coming out better off in this series. 2-1, breaking through to the next round. Not as convincing as that first game victory, but definitely better than game number 2.
Yeah. 1 second here. All right, guys, let's take a look at the bracket. You know, we had a lot of StarCraft today. Might as well. Sorry, my throat. Allergy season is in full swing, if you didn't know. So my allergies are killing me a little bit. But yeah. So currently, Zero and Worst are going to play after BSL. So still someone here to move on through the lower bracket against Zeddy. We have Striker and Ultra. True. And then DeWalt and Bonus waiting in the top, right? As, you know, kind of expected. But still, going to be an absolute banger. And yeah, this is going to round out our top 6 here in a minute. Like, once these guys finish up. And, yeah. while you're here, guys, go ahead and take a look at the merch. Get your stuff. Get your polos. Get your hat. I had this hat, right? The CSL hat. My dogs chewed it up. And it's the saddest thing because none of my other hats, genuinely, none of my other hats feel as good as that hat.
Oh, that sucks, man. That's rough.
Yeah. So I'm ordering another one because genuinely.
Maybe the dogs were jealous. They were like, that hat's getting way too much attention and love.
Honestly, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but guys, check out the merch. Check out the bracket. We got more StarCraft tomorrow. That's about all we got today, though. You got anything you want to say before we throw it on over with a raid to somebody?
It's been a bit of a blast, actually. Like some very unexpected games. I'm looking forward to getting stuck in with the best of fives tomorrow. I also think that that new matchup we've got now with Worst versus Zero, I think that's going to be really fun to watch.
Absolutely true. Yeah, we got a lot of StarCraft tomorrow, guys. So make sure you come back same time, same place. We got so much going on. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you all then.
Yeah, don't miss it, guys. I'll see you there tomorrow.
Peace.
Peace.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about delay again. Oh, I hate delay. I hate streaming with delay. So much.
Oh, man. Oh, shit. You need like a big, like, sticky on your monitor or something, just saying 90-second delay.
Yeah, it's fine. People missed out on some of the merch sellout. Such is life.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, my man. It was a great casting with you. Do you have it? How much do you hate me after casting with me for a day?
I'm a very honest person, so it's not my orthodox casting style. So it is a bit like throws me off a little bit when I'm like, I'm in my flow state, and then like you drop the ball or something, and it pulls me out of my attention span or something, and it's a little bit off kilter, whatever you want to call it. But it's whatever. I don't care about not doing the best casting possible.